At the same time, they tend to support the people who are running that system.
Peveril Squire is a University of Missouri professor at the Truman School of Government and Public Affairs. And, Professor, I think this is a good question to conclude our discussion on, and it kind of goes hand in hand with what you were saying. Along with that, whether it is president, whether it is House Speaker, whether it is your local congressman or local senator in D.C., I'm reading candidate choices have been, in a word, underwhelming.
I think a lot of people are dissatisfied with the choices they're offered. That's true in most elections. Occasionally we have a particularly popular politician, but that's relatively rare. I think for the most part, people tend to reflect how they're feeling about their personal situations. People are under a lot of stress right now, even though the economy by most measures is going well. There's still inflation. There's still people feeling pressed about the cost of housing, the cost of food. And so that all plays into their disposition about politics and politicians. And then you can seize on a host of different social issues where we have wide differences among Americans. And that just plays into the sense that people are at this point not as happy as they have been in the past.
A simple reminder to those just tuning in, if you ever need a break from politics, maybe consider turning off the TV or turning off the radio or turning off the smartphone every now and then just to escape the noise, if you will, from the news never-ending cycle of it. This is Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri.
Many business owners and entrepreneurs today are drowning in unsecured debt and just can't stop incurring more. Business Debtors Anonymous is a 12-step recovery program where you will receive support for doing business and living life without incurring new unsecured debt. Business Debtors Anonymous offers meetings every day where members support one another to help them stop incurring new unsecured debt. You're not alone. Visit helpfordebtors.org. That's helpfordebtors.org.
AA made all the difference in my life. I noticed that most of the goals I had as a kid were slipping by. I didn't feel like the person I hoped to be. After all those years of drinking, I really didn't know myself. When I was out there drinking, I was always looking for the next great party to make me feel all right. With AA, I found a better way of life. And I feel good in my everyday life, even without a drink in my hand.
Visit AA.org for more information and download the Meeting Guide app to find a meeting near you.
The Missouri Veterans Home is a long-term, skilled care facility specializing in meeting the needs of Missouri's veterans. We have the opportunity to serve the veterans who have served so many others.
The nurses and the help that we have here, they're just such wonderful people.
Missouri's veterans homes are now accepting admissions. Visit mvc.dps.mo.gov.
Some people won't give you the real talk on drugs, but it's time we know the facts. Fentanyl is killing people. It's a powerful opioid, often made illegally and commonly mixed with illicit drugs. It can even be pressed into counterfeit pills that resemble prescription medications. Just 2 milligrams, about the size of a few grains of sand, could potentially be lethal. This isn't an ad to scare you, but it is an ad to make you think twice. Get the facts. Go to realdealonfentanyl.com. This message is brought to you by the Ad Council.
Exciting news! The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the lake has to offer in the palm of your hand.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
Show me today.
Welcome back. I'm Bill Pollock. Missouri River Relief has a big cleanup on the Missouri River this weekend. Elisa Thomas is with me. Elisa, it is the Missouri River versus plastic, and the battle begins this Saturday. You've got a big cleanup group ready to take on a big stretch of the river to clean up. Tell us about this.
Yeah, so on Saturday, October 21st, we'll have volunteers joining us about 9 o'clock to help us remove trash off the banks of the Missouri River, and it'll definitely be more than plastic. We find everything from household items like refrigerators, could be any appliances, to toys like balls or sandboxes I've seen. So we never know what we're going to find out there.
Elisa, I've talked with the people before here with Missouri River Relief, and I'm always amazed of the things that find their way to the river. How do refrigerators get into the river?
Well, the river is an amazing force, and we, as much as we've tried to channelize it and make it more predictable, when the river rises, it goes into the floodplains where some people unfortunately have homes, and anything in that floodplain can get pulled into the river channel and make its way downstream until the river starts to lower and things settle out. And then all the tributaries that lead from the watershed that goes down into the Missouri River, anything in that as well can end up into the Missouri River.
Yeah, so it's Mother Nature. It's not people dumping these things in there.
I wouldn't say that either. I have the benefit of the doubt that people aren't just dropping refrigerators in the Missouri River. Maybe nowadays not as common, but that could be a possibility. We don't see people physically doing it, but historically people have seen the river as a dump. So there might be some of that presence as well.
Elisa Thomas with Missouri River Relief. They'll be meeting up near Glasgow on Saturday morning to clean up a 10-mile stretch of the Missouri River. How many different cleanups do you have throughout the year?
So we plan 4 annual large-scale cleanups with this model, 2 in the spring of April and May, and then 2 in the fall of September and October, and these can be placed anywhere on the Missouri River. In my time, we've done from Omaha to the confluence of the Mississippi with the Missouri in St. Louis, Missouri. So we try to span them out and go where the need's the most. And one we try to get is our mid-Missouri close to home, which will be the Glasgow cleanup this year.
How much trash do you pick up on one of these events? Do you measure it out by pounds or?
So to put it simply, typically we will fill up a 40 cubic yard dumpster, which I just off the top of my head can estimate to be 5 tons of trash. That seems to be the average that we find. But depending on how much scrap metal or heavier items like tires we find, I've seen up to 8 to 9 tons at a cleanup in one day's worth, I guess, with up to 200 people cleaning up for 2 hours.
Wow. Is registration for this event on Saturday near Glasgow, is that still open for volunteers?
Yeah, it's nearing being at capacity. We've had some people sign up, but I think there's maybe 15 slots left if anyone's able to join us.
If not this time around, but maybe the next cleanup, where can people go to register and learn more about Missouri River Relief?
Yeah, so riverrelief.org is our website, and we don't currently have locations set for our cleanups of 2024, but we will hopefully be coming out with that by the end of the 2023 year. And we also have a small, on our website, if they look up trash mobs, they can look into that for more information on how to do their own community cleanup. And on that website, they'll have information about reaching out to us and getting the materials from us and how to kind of stage a cleanup, really.
Take us on the river, and what will Saturday morning look like? What does this cleanup look like? Are there boats? Are there barges?
Yeah. So there won't be barges unless they pass by, but just not helping with our effort. But Saturday morning when volunteers arrive, they will get an orientation of the river that they're about to clean up and just a little bit about Missouri River Relief. Then they will go into a safety briefing to get them ready to be as safe as possible on the Missouri River. And then whenever they're done with that, we'll get them strapped onto life jackets, give them the trash materials they need to clean up their site. And they'll get grouped up and head to their site with our experienced boat operators and help with MDC as well. The Missouri Department of Conservation has a few operators joining us, and they will get dropped off at their site and clean up for an hour or two, and that same operator will bring them back to the boat ramp where we will have lunch and a few activities to get them thinking about the trash that they're seeing and what more they can do at home, or even maybe earn their badge. The Missouri River Explorer badge that we have catered to 5 to 18-year-olds, but anybody can also participate in that. I've seen a lot of adults get real excited about earning their Missouri River Explorer badge.
Badges. We need stinking badges, right? Alyssa Thomas from Missouri River Relief. So is this just along the banks, or are you taking people out into the middle of the river?
So we will drop them off on the banks of the Missouri River.
Okay.
They will get a little boat ride depending on how far they're going up or downstream, but we will land on the banks. These sites are also pre-scouted by our crew the day before, so we know exactly where we're sending them and what that site will look like for those volunteers. So we're also anticipating those type of things before we send them out there.
The work never ends for Missouri River Relief. You guys are constantly on the move, going up and down the river, cleaning it up.
Yes, for sure. And we love our river, so we enjoy this hard work.
Alyssa Thomas, Missouri River Relief, a big event this Saturday on the Missouri River, a 10-mile stretch around Glasgow. Good luck, and thanks for your time. This is Show Me Today, the voice of Missouri.
If you or someone you know is experiencing a mental health, suicide, or substance use crisis, call, text, or chat 988 for free, confidential, and compassionate support. When you call, text, or chat 988, trained crisis specialists will listen to your concerns, provide support, and get you the help you need. There is hope. The Lifeline works. For 24/7 confidential support, just call, text, or chat 988. A message from the Missouri Department of Mental Health.
Put a frog in boiling water and it'll jump right out. But put a frog in cool water and slowly heat it up, that frog will boil. As veterans, we tell ourselves the lie that we can handle anything. We let the water boil. You are not a frog. If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach. Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Here's Heather with the weather.
Well, it's beautiful out there, sunny and 75, almost a little chilly in the shade. Now, let's get a read on the inside of your car. It is hot. You've only been parked a short time and it's already 99 degrees in there. Let's not leave children in the back seat while running errands. It only takes a few minutes for their body temperatures to rise, and that could be fatal.
Cars get hot fast and can be deadly. Never leave a child in a car. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
What I remember most is the loneliness I felt, the separation from other people. At the end, drinking was no fun for me. Since I've started to attend AA meetings, the greatest gift is that I've become reconnected. I'm part of life again. I really like myself, and that's wonderful. AA is a miracle in my life.
Visit AA.org for more information and download the Meeting Guide app to find a meeting near you.
The Missouri Veterans Home is a long-term skilled care facility specializing in meeting the needs of Missouri's veterans. We have the opportunity to serve the veterans who have served so many others.
The nurses and the help that we have here, they're just such wonderful people.
Missouri's veterans homes are now accepting admissions. Visit mvc.dps.mo.gov.
They are our love bugs and companions. They are our pets, our family, and they make life better. When we face unexpected challenges, so do our pets. That's why we're on a mission to support people and their pets. Whether donating a bag of kibble, sharing an Instagram post of a lost cat, or welcoming a foster pet into your home, every bit of kindness counts. Visit petsandpeopletogether.org to learn how to be a helper in your community. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Show me today.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
Service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks. President Biden's primetime speech tonight will address not one, but two wars. CBS's Ed O'Keefe has a preview.
CBS News has learned the White House is preparing to ask Congress for roughly $100 billion over the next year. It would address the conflict in Israel, and that would include ensuring Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system is fully supplied. The president is set to speak from the Oval Office tonight, only the second time he's given a speech from there, which speaks to the importance, at least to him, of this address.
The president's speech comes as the UN makes an impassioned plea. Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
I'm calling for two immediate humanitarian actions. To Hamas, for the immediate and unconditional release of the hostages. To Israel, for immediate and unrestricted access of humanitarian aid.
There is concern that critical aid at Egypt's border could be intercepted and stolen by Hamas. Terror threats are also growing here at home. CBS's Nicole Skanga explains.
Al-Qaeda affiliates and Hezbollah have called on supporters to target the U.S. and Israeli interests. So law enforcement here making it very clear that they would like state and local partners to remain vigilant, as well as the general public. If you see something, say something.
A pitch for Patrick McHenry to hang on to House Speaker till January is dead. CBS's Nicole Killian tells us why from Capitol Hill.
And that's simply because, A, there are several proposals out there in terms of how long McHenry should be in place. B, some members still have a lot of constitutional questions or issues about doing that. Then that is why it kind of seems to be off the table.
Jim Jordan says he plans to meet with those who voted against him in his party to find a path forward for Speaker. Russia detained another American journalist today on espionage charges. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
This appears to be another case of the Russian government harassing U.S. citizens, which is why we continue to have a level 4 travel warning and encourage all U.S. citizens not to travel to Russia for any reason.
Not a great way to wake up.
At 3:19 a.m., people across California were jolted awake when the MyShake app on their phones sent out an alert informing them about an earthquake drill that was scheduled to happen 7 hours later. The U.S. Geological Survey apologized for the early morning alert, saying they are working to determine what happened. Matt Bigler for CBS News, San Francisco.
Ever heard a record-breaking cat purr? That's 14-year-old Bella. Guinness says her purr came in at 54.55 decibels, the equivalent of a washing machine. On Wall Street today, the Dow lost 250 points. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Columbia man who pleaded guilty in June on one count of conspiring to distribute fentanyl and illegally possessing a firearm has now been sentenced to 10 years in federal prison without parole. The U.S. Attorney Western District of Missouri office says 31-year-old Ryan Kunsten admitted he would typically obtain hundreds of capsules containing fentanyl worth around $1,400 from a source in St. Louis before selling them to customers in Columbia. At one point during the investigation in 2021, law enforcement tracked Kunsten when he traveled from St. Louis and on the return left a bag containing the fentanyl at a Kingdom City car wash. Kunsten was also found with a 9mm Glock on the same trip. Boone County is identified as one of the top counties in Missouri for fatal overdose deaths of fentanyl, blamed in a majority of the deaths. A big recall for an area discount chain store because some products just weren't stored properly.
Family Dollar has issued a nationwide voluntary recall on dozens of over-the-counter drugs, products, and medical devices that had been stored at improper temperatures. The extensive list includes popular items like Crest and Colgate toothpastes, Listerine, Pepto-Bismol, Vicks Vapor Rub, and more. The FDA said the products were sold at stores in more than 20 states between June 1st and October 4th.
That's Stacy Lynn reporting. Anyone who's purchased one of the recalled items can return it for a full refund. Family Dollar has stores in Tipton, California, Vienna, Dixon, St. Robert, Humansville, and Windsor. And heads up T-Mobile customers, a new report from CNN indicates that if you're an existing T-Mobile customer, you may need to call the company to keep your bill from skyrocketing. The major wireless carrier is running a test in which it will automatically switch some customers on older unlimited plans, such as T-Mobile One, Simple Choice, and Magenta 55 Plus, to their current 5G network plan that starts at $75 per month per phone line. You can contact customer service to opt out of that upgrade. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, on the eve of high school football's regular season finale, let's get you some of the standings around the area districts. Class 5, District 5, or Camdenton, pretty comfortable in second place. I don't think they have any worries, and really no chance for them to catch Helias. Camdenton pretty well locked into that second spot. Now their opponent week 1, that remains to be seen. Looks like Washington still a possibility of the Rolla Bulldogs, who the Lakers saw all the way back in week 1. School of the Osage playing in Class 4, District 5. Indians positioned in the number 5 spot, and that looks to be where they will lock well behind Warrensburg, but also well ahead of Marshall. For the Eldon Mustangs, they've been able to score some points this year. They find themselves in the 3 position despite a record of 2-6, but their lead pretty tenuous over St. James, more than likely not catching Mountain Grove for the 2nd seed. And then there's Versailles, Class 2, District 3 in 4th place. In theory, they could catch South Callaway for the 3rd position, just a couple of points behind, well ahead of Cole Camp, who's in the 5 spot. Hockey tonight, the Blues are home against the Coyotes in St. Louis. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
And that's when she turned around and said, "That's what he said." Oh.
I'm so sorry.
Are you okay? That joke wasn't that funny.
No, it wasn't that. The water tastes awful.
What? Oh, that is bad.
I think you did that on purpose.
At Lindy Spring Systems, we purify your water so it tastes and acts, well, heavenly. With state-of-the-art equipment, we can filter out your bad water. Call 573-348-5044. Ask about our bottled water delivery.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the Shootout is 69 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 67.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute, does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GPS for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code GPS for a $5 bonus.
The rotunda of the Cannon House office building was breached on Wednesday by a mob of pro-Hamas demonstrators. More than 300 people were arrested in violent clashes. Several police officers were injured. Capitol Police need to explain how the mob was able to enter the Capitol complex and cause mayhem in the first place. It was, quite frankly, an insurrection, much like what happened on January 6th. But I doubt the response from the Justice Department or Congress will be the same. Will the FBI round up all the insurrectionists? Will they be forced to languish in the D.C. gulag? Will those who accosted lawmakers face 22-year prison sentences? What happened on January 6th was absolutely unacceptable. Those who broke the law paid the price. Some would argue the punishment far outweighed the crime. But what happened on October 18th is also unacceptable. But many suspect the crime will far outweigh the punishment. I'm Todd Starnes.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's the Ozarks Today on News Talk KRMS.
And good afternoon, 411 on News Talk, 1150 KRMS 97.5, 103.3. We are broadcasting from the Radio TV Center in mid-Missouri. We are KRMS Radio and TV, our number one of the Ozarks today for a Thursday afternoon, the 19th day of October. Coming up on the program today, we are going to look at some Hall of Fame thoughts. Jeff Shore, former Laker coach, being inducted into the Hall of Fame. We'll get comments. Luke Hagedorn, along with Dr. Sean Kirksey, the superintendent, and Par Pitts, the current Laker coach. Will play back those comments during the 4 o'clock hour at about 4:45, somewhere right around that time. And then tomorrow we'll have some more thoughts on the Hall of Fame itself, talking it over with two people tomorrow that know Jeff the best. And I'll make you wait to find out who they are, but that'll be coming up tomorrow. Otherwise, in the second hour today, we are going to talk about what is happening with the U.S. border in light of Israel and the Hamas war going on. Can it happen here? Obviously, how is our southern border being affected? You know, there is information that will be coming out tomorrow from the local authorities here about preparations for something, you know, just in case anything would happen and reach into central Missouri. So we have a lot of things to get on the show as far as today is concerned. Right now, by the way, Mike Anthony in the big seat with you, wide angle lens in effect. Camden, Miller, Morgan, Benton, rain free, and we're at 68 degrees here at the Lake of the Ozarks. The Great Shakeout Earthquake Drill held earlier today. Some 400,000 people were expected to participate in that. Also, Dress Like a Dork Day. That's just about every day. National Day of Unity, New Friends Day, and International Gin and Tonic Day. Those are the recognitions. Let's get to the calendar, things that happened on this day in history, and we will start back in 1982. 41 years ago today, car maker John DeLorean arrested in L.A., charged with possessing and conspiring to sell cocaine. FBI spokesman Richard Bretsing and DeLorean financing drug deals, or he said that DeLorean was financing drug deals to raise money to keep his car company going.
He was expressing an interest in financing some type of operation that would produce quickly large sums of money on return from the investment.
And of course, DeLorean was cleared of all the charges. 1987, 36 years ago today, Black Monday, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 508 points to 1738.74, the largest one-day percentage drop since before World War I. This Wall Street Messenger summed up the mood of the day.
Unreal. I saw the big guys crying, sitting at their desk crying. I saw people cursing and yelling, and they're throwing paper all over the place, and the phones are going, and I've never seen it like that.
2021, just a couple of years ago today, a House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol insurrection voted unanimously to hold former White House aide Steve Bannon in contempt of Congress after the longtime ally of former President Donald Trump defied a subpoena for documents and testimony. CBS correspondent Seth MacFarlane had the details.
Steve Bannon wouldn't answer questions outside the courthouse after sentencing, and he didn't speak in the courtroom either. Judge Carl Nichols sentenced the former White House aide and campaign manager for Donald Trump to 4 months in prison and a $6,500 fine. That prison sentence almost exactly what the prosecutors were seeking, but he'll allow Bannon to remain free pending appeals, which Bannon says he will be filing.
Actor John Lithgow, born on October 19th, 1945, 78 years ago today. Among his many credits, the commander of a group of aliens living on Earth in Third Rock from the Sun.
What are you, from Mars?
Mars? Oh, no. People of Earth, we come in peace.
And one more for you, another birthday cut for you. 1945, 78 years ago again. Singer Jeannie C. Riley was born. She crossed over to the pop charts with her hit, Harper Valley PTA.
Tell you all a story about a Harper Valley widowed wife who had a teenage daughter who attended Harper Valley Junior High. Well, her daughter came home one afternoon and didn't even stop to play. She said, Mama got a note here from the Harper Valley PTA.
Just to look at a few of the things that happened on this date in history, the 19th day of October. That brings us up to, or down to 4:16. Time for break number one of the Ozarks Today. Ray Miller coming up in the weatherology office, and a whole lot more right here on KRMS Radio and TV.
KRMS and the Lake of the Ozarks salutes the golf team of the School of the Osage for becoming state champions for the second year in a row. We appreciate the hard work and dedication that it took to achieve this momentous milestone and achievement. We also recognize Hannah Mashkoff for becoming the state champion at Best Individual Golfer in the state. Thank you, ladies. KRMS and the Lake of the Ozarks are proud of you and your accomplishments.
Hey, you know, living in the country or in a small town has its benefits. You know your neighbors, you got breathable air, life is good, but slow internet is kind of the way it goes out here. Your video calls are laggy, websites load at a snail's pace. Well, there's one company that can help us folks out here. They're called Whisper, like whisper, without the H. They bring high-speed internet to rural places. No contracts, no hidden fees, with a satisfaction guarantee or your money back. Check them out at whisperisp.com.
Attention boat owners in need of expert marine repair services? Don't let the winter weather sneak up on you. It's time to prepare your beloved boat for the cold winter weather ahead. Reserve your winterization now. At WFO Marine Repair, we're your one-stop shop for all your boat maintenance needs. Need pontoon welding? Hey, that's no problem. Our skilled welders can handle any welding job, big or small. We're also proud to offer on-site boat repair at your dock, making it convenient for you. So why wait? Schedule your appointment now to winterize your boat and take advantage of our top-notch services. Call now, 302-0744, 302-0744, or visit us online at WFOwatersports.com. WFO Marine Repair, where your boat is our business. Call WFO Marine Repair now and schedule your winterization online at WFOwatersports.com.
AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6-seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com. You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
The freezer. If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone. Enable the skill for your smart speaker or go to KRMSradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit CapricornInsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Rackin', sackin', mama crackin'. This is RJ, your DJ, calling you from RJS Radio. That's a band that was playing in the front seat when you were playing in the back. Have a good time tonight. If you can answer this question, you will win a free trip to the Lake of the Ozarks. If a chicken and a half can lay an egg and a half in a day and a half, how long will it take a grasshopper with a wooden leg to kick the seeds out of a dill pickle? Thank you for your attention. Hi, this is Randy with Crazo Cabs. Remember, Crazo is Ozark spelled backwards. Give me a call for a fun ride to your destination, 573-219-0083.
Osage Nation is proud to announce their sponsorship for Martin Scorsese's newest movie, Killers of the Flower Moon. Osage Casino Hotel has reserved Eagles Landing Cinema on Friday, October 20th at 7 p.m. for the movie premiere. This exciting event is free of charge for residents of Lake of the Ozark. Tickets are limited and on a first-come basis. Tickets may be picked up beginning October 16th, 4 p.m. to close at Eagles Landing Cinema. Enjoy the Killers of the Flower Moon movie premiere, sponsored by Osage Nation and Osage Casino Hotel.
This is the Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
We'll call it 4:22 on the Ozarks today, actually 4:21 and 48 seconds. Ray Miller in the weatherology office coming your way in just a few moments to tell us all about the forecast, and I guess we could look ahead to that weekend now. What's going on this weekend? Are there any events going on? I know there's a few, including another Suits for Veterans or Suits for Soldiers giveaway. That will be this Saturday at the Osage Beach Elks Lodge, 9 to 2. Let's see. This says this Saturday, 9 to 2, September 30th. September 30th is not this Saturday, so got to get in clarification on that one. If anybody is out there listening from the 9 to 2, September 30th, what? I think that's an old email. I think that is an old email, Suits for Soldiers, so we'll just put that one right over there. And we'll get a clarification. Maybe they are having another event and they just didn't change the date. I don't know. I just read them. The Camden County Republican Club, together with the Central Committee, having a presentation to provide information on the upcoming March 2024 presidential caucus, including what is a caucus. The Little Theater on the Camdenton campus will be hosting that get-together on November 7th at 6 p.m. The doors will open at 5:30 p.m. So the Camden County Republican Club Central Committee presentation about the upcoming March 2024 presidential caucus, November 7th, 6 o'clock. It starts 5:30. The doors will open, and that is at the Little Theater at the Camdenton Middle School. Just a couple of the events coming up. About to get really confusing at the gate for United. This month, the airline going to start allowing travelers with window seats to board first, then the middle seat, then the aisle. It kind of makes sense, I guess. But they're going to break the plane up into 6 zones still, and that does not include priority boarding, like active military and disabled passengers. United says if it all goes as planned, it'll save 2 minutes off the typical boarding time. I'll tell you what, the way I see it, it is going to be a cluster, you know what, and it's going to add time on, even if it ran nice and smooth. I don't see that working. First of all, if a parent is maybe flying with a couple young kids, the parent's going to board first, and then the kids are going to be left behind to board when they're called, according to whether or not they're at the window or the middle seat or whatever the case. I just don't find that happening. Don't find it happening the right way. Apparently, 20% still not normal as far as a tip is concerned. A new survey finding that the average tip just below 18%. Millennials are the generation who are most likely to leave a tip of that size. The top states for tipping include California, Florida, and Missouri. So at least we do it right here in Missouri. Illinois and Mississippi are the states that tip the least. No wonder people don't like going there. And about 38% of Americans say they still tip the same amount they did than before the pandemic. I usually tip 25%, maybe even 30% on a really good service meal, but nonetheless. St. Louis last week, are parents ruining the fun of kids' sports or attending them? In St. Louis, the coach of a football team of 9 and 10-year-olds shot 4 times by a parent upset that his kid did not get more playing time. The coach survived, but USA Today says it's just one more reminder of how out of control parents are becoming at their kids' sporting events. Punches have been thrown at kids' events in Florida, Indiana, Mississippi, and California. In a survey of 36,000 sports officials, almost 70% say sportsmanship at games getting worse. Half said that they felt unsafe doing their jobs. Ray Miller in the weatherology office. And Ray, yeah, I know a lot of parents. Well, I don't know them personally, but I have witnessed a lot of parents just really acting like you know what in the stands.
I've seen quite a few. I used to be a volunteer soccer referee myself, so I know exactly how it goes. But, being a meteorologist, you can deal with some unhappy people from time to time, too. So I know what those officials are going through. We'll see clear skies tonight, a low of 49 degrees, light west winds. Sunny tomorrow, high of 73. Saturday, sunshine, 75 degrees, and sunny skies Sunday, a little bit cooler, high of 68. Showers Monday, high of 75. From the Weatherology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Miller.
Yeah, I know it's a case where I don't like all the calls and stuff like that, but man alive, the kids aren't even that bad.
No, they really aren't. It's always the parents who are causing the problem. The kids just want to play.
Ray will do it again coming up in about an hour. It is 4:28. The in-studio Doppler radar, the Radar Lab HD. Nothing showing up. Camden, Miller, Morgan, and or Benton counties. We have a little bit of sunshine out there where I am sitting, or at least my view of it right now, in 69 degrees. Lake level, 656.37. The river level below Bagnell Dam, 551.77. Truman, 704.74. Surface water temp, 2 mile mark, 69.6. Average high and low for the day here in the lake area, 69 and 44. Record high 86, record low 21. Sunset tonight officially at 6:29. Sunrise in the morning will be at about 7:25. Again, no rain showing up anywhere in the lake area of Camden, Miller, Morgan, Benton. And we're at 69 degrees here at the lake. Again, coming up in the next half hour, we'll hear some comments. Dr. Sean Kirksey, superintendent for Camdenton, and Par Pitts, current Laker varsity football coach, talking about Jeff Shore and his induction or election into the Hall of Fame. Dr. Sean and Parr talking it over with Luke Hagedorn, one of the voices of Laker football. We'll talk more about that coming up as well in the next half hour. Just about a minute and a half to go before we get to news. Almost 60% of Americans use a snooze button. Do you use your snooze button? I know people that'll hit it 2, 3, 4, 5 times, and then we have to scream and yell at them to get up because already they've wasted about half an hour. But anyway, sleep study finding that almost 60%, I think the figure was 59% of us are habitual snoozers. Really not too surprising since 1 in 3 Americans don't get enough sleep. Women are 50% more likely to hit snooze than men, but they say that more research is needed to figure out negative impacts, if there are any. Now, of course, if you want, go back to bed. Go back to bed. Time to go back to bed. It is 4:30 on KRMS. To news we go.
CBS News Brief. Hamas has increased its number of hostages to 203, including Americans. CBS's Holly Williams.
It's believed that one of those hostages is a 9-month-old baby boy. And there's actually a video of him apparently being taken captive by the gunmen, along with his 4-year-old brother and his mother. It's quite disturbing.
Jim Jordan says Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry won't keep the position a little longer after all.
We made the pitch to members on the resolution as a way to lower the temperature and get back to work. We decided that wasn't where we're going to go.
The feds are stepping up security at religious institutions as anti-Semitic attacks spike nationwide. Attorney General Merrick Garland.
I've also directed our U.S. attorneys to reach out to religious and other community leaders in their districts to reaffirm our commitment to them and to assess what additional support they may need.
CBS News Brief.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Huntington Beach, California man with a home at the Lake of the Ozarks appears by video in Camden County Associate Circuit Court and enters a not guilty plea. Adam Ramirez is formally charged in connection to a July boating accident with 2 counts of boating while intoxicated, serious physical injury, and 5 counts of BWI, physical injury. After posting a $100,000 bond in September, Ramirez made his video appearance and waived formal arraignment on Monday. His next scheduled court date for a case review is set for November 27th. The court has approved that Ramirez and his attorney can appear again via video. Longtime coach and former Camdenton football star Jeff Shore is recognized by the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame Wednesday during the annual Fall Sports Luncheon. Jeff's friends, coaches, and even former opponents on the field made appearances to celebrate his inclusion into the 2023 Elite 11. Jeff is the son of Hall of Fame inductee Bob Shore, for whom Camdenton's football football stadium is named, and the father of recent Camden football grads Bear and Bo Shore. Head to our website, krmsradio.com, to listen to some comments from fellow Lakers. A metal shop building along Stoutland Creek Road in Camden County is damaged by fire. Personnel from the Tri-County, Mid-County, and Crocker fire districts responded to the blaze shortly before 3 o'clock Monday afternoon. Upon arrival, it was discovered that the medium-sized shop was about 30% involved. An attack was initiated and other responding units under the general alarm were canceled, and the fire was brought under control in about 40 minutes. And new business highlights tonight's Board of Education meeting for the Morgan County R2 Versailles schools. Among discussion items appearing on the published agenda, a district assessment report, an agreement with Roth Environmental Consultants considering an archery coaching position, staff incentives, and the MSBA full policy agreement. An executive session to consider student discipline, legal matters, and personnel also appears on the agenda. The meeting will start at 6 p.m. in the middle school library. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Sale season is on now at Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Great deals, great styles for your living room, bedroom, and dining room. If you see it in their store, you can take it home today with 12-month free financing available. Savings all throughout the store on great furnishings. See why Bashinen continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bashinen Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles or visit furnitureatthelake.com.
All right, on the eve of high school football's regular season finale, let's get you some of the standings around the area districts. Class 5, District 5, or Camdenton, pretty comfortable in second place. I don't think they have any worries, and really no chance for them to catch Helias. Camdenton pretty well locked into that second spot. Now their opponent week 1, that remains to be seen. Looks like Washington still a possibility of the Rolla Bulldogs, who the Lakers saw all the way back in week 1. School of the Osage playing in Class 4, District 5. Indians positioned in the number 5 spot, and that looks to be where they will lock, well behind Warrensburg, but also well ahead of Marshall. For the Eldon Mustangs, they've been able to score some points this year. They find themselves in the 3 position despite a record of 2-6, but their lead pretty tenuous over St. James, more than likely not catching Mountain Grove for the 2nd seed. And then there's Versailles, Class 2, District 3 in 4th place. In theory, they could catch South Callaway for the 3rd position, just a couple of points behind, well ahead of Cole Camp, who's in the 5 spot. Hockey tonight, the Blues are home against the Coyotes in St. Louis. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Get up to 50% off list during the big fall home sale at Slumberland Furniture, one of their best finance sales of the year. Pay no interest for 3 years. Get a stylish sectional for just $7.99. Get a super comfortable reclining sofa for just $5.55. Plus lots of other incredible deals, like a 4-piece modern bedroom group for just $9.99. See store for details. Slumberland Furniture. Take the KK exit and go right on Osage Beach Parkway. Call 888-534-6894 for details on credit costs and terms. Offer expires November the 4th.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 69 degrees, and at the studios, right now, it's 67.
You'd be pretty hard-pressed to find someone who doesn't rave about the food served at RJ's Family Restaurant. Repeat and new customers savor the menu items. From skillet creations, eggs Benedict, lunch specials, enough sides to make it hard to decide, and the menu goes on and on. Try RJ's for their great desserts. Open Tuesday through Sunday till 2 p.m. Located on Highway 54 West in Camdenton with plenty of convenient parking. RJ's Family Restaurant. Close to home, yet far from ordinary.
Show Me Taxi welcomes you to the lake. Professional people, tourists like Show Me Taxi. 573-280-5511. Need a ride to dinner, grocery store, pick up your boat or a car? We are here. Ride the wave at the lake as you enjoy the beautiful scenery and fun at the lake. Call Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Thanks, Cindy Lou. Be safe.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
On the Ozarks today, hour number one of the program for a Thursday afternoon. Another quick week. Coming up just a couple minutes, we'll have some thoughts. Luke Hagedorn, one of the voices of the Lakers football team, talking it over with Dr. Sean Kirksey and Laker current head coach, Par Pitts. Jeff Shore being elected or inducted into the Elite 11 Hall of Fame. He'll tell you all about that when we get to the interviews. But right now, the in-studio Doppler radar, the Radar Lab HD, nothing showing up as far as rain is concerned, and we're at 69 degrees. We're going to do the two discussions today with Dr. Sean Kirksey and Par Pitts and Luke, and then we're going to do two more tomorrow. The two that, out of the list of the interviews that we have, the two that know Jeff Shore the most and the best. You ought to be pretty entertaining, but, anyway, congratulations to Jeff. Some well-deserved recognition after his time with the Lakers, kind of like, like father, like son type of thing, but we'll be getting to that here in just a moment. In the meantime, I know there was something else I was going to tell. Oh, yeah. If you were looking at our website today, you will have seen a story saying that an actual casino, will be opening its doors next week here in the Lake area. You heard it here first. The casino will be opening up next week here in the Lake area. We'll have more details about that coming up in the next hour. In the meantime, let's get to interview number one. Luke Hagedorn talking it over with Dr. Sean Kirksey.
We're here with Dr. Sean Kirksey at the Missouri State Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony, the football luncheon where Jeff Shore was inducted as part of the Elite 11 crew. Dr. Kirksey, again, yet another guy who has a different perspective on Jeff, just because we all kind of grew up together, right?
Yeah, we did. Jeff and I, about third grade, I moved into town and lived in the same neighborhood as Jeff, and so I played a lot of sports with Jeff and just hung out with Jeff and spent a lifetime with him as a great friend.
Well, Jeff talked in our interview earlier today that a lot of his skills and the way he played the game were kind of developed in some of those playground games and everything like that. And, Jeff's one of those guys who's kind of good at everything, I would imagine. What are some memories about playing sports with Jeff, whether it were football or just games you maybe made up in the neighborhood? Sometimes games don't even have a name and you just play.
We made up all kinds of games just because of we didn't have the computer games you have now. We didn't have the internet. You didn't have that stuff, so you just went outside and played. And Jeff was always down for some game, some participating thing. He just did crazy stuff as a kid. You just can't imagine his ability, and he's probably why I ended up playing golf in college, because it's the only thing I could ever beat him in, because everything else Jeff's going to beat you into the ground. He was so good at everything. I mean, to give an idea, he's competing at state and track. He's an all-conference baseball player, and he decides he wasn't busy enough. He just decided to come out one day and play with our golf team, and I think he shot a 42. And he'd been running track and playing baseball and doing both those things, and then he just goes and plays golf and beat people that have been practicing all year. And he just was so gifted and such a natural athlete, and he's got a very unique thing about him that I think is what endears him so much to people, is that he is confident while simultaneously humble, and that is an odd thing. You will never get him to he doesn't ever make it about himself, but he still has this quiet confidence. It's not boastful, it's not braggy, it's just I believe in myself, and he believed in the Lakers, he believed in his team, and as a coach, his players felt that. As a teammate, you felt that, and quite frankly, as a kid in the backyard playing tackle football with him on the neighborhood corner, you felt that too, like, oh, we're going to win because Jeff's on our team. And I think he's just carried that with him throughout his career, and that's I think why, I think he was the only guy here today that got a standing ovation, from a large portion of the crowd, and I think that's just because he is great coach, great athlete, better person. I think that's the important thing to remember.
Do you have any particular memories of Jeff's career on the field? Obviously, it was a historic time in Lakerland, winning the first state championships in school history, and very vivid memories for me. But you were in the high school. What was the vibe like around the school surrounding those teams in that time?
It was larger than life. I think at that time the players and the community and the fellow students believed that they could beat anybody in the whole state. It didn't matter who they were. They had such confidence and such skill around him. It wasn't just Jeff. There was a lot of really good players, but Jeff just found a way to win. And he just the thing I remember is, Central one night, I think he played at Springfield Central, and they were really, really good at that time. And he got hit really hard on a sideline and was spitting up blood and probably injured, probably shouldn't have been playing. And he went right back out there, threw touchdown passes, and won the game. And I think that's just, he looked skinny. He looked like, if you could just get your hands on him, you could crush this kid, because he was not big, but he was super fast, and he was way tougher than people gave him credit. And I always remember that game because that's the kid I kind of grew up with that was tougher than people thought he was, and he was super talented, but also just had a great head for the game. And I think that's what I remember about him as a player, is never feeling like we were beat as long as we had Jeff.
And then, for a time, you both are back here home together, working together. As colleagues, and then you went off for a little bit before you came back to us as our superintendent. What was it like working with Jeff, more on a professional level?
Well, I just think the biggest thing for me was any superintendent or principal wants to know that any staff member you have, that you would want your child to be in that classroom or play for that coach, and that's the way it is with Jeff. I don't know if there's anybody that you'd rather have your kid with, just because he cares so much about the kids, and his character is such a high level. Like I said, he's a phenomenal coach, phenomenal player, better person, and I think that's what I just remember about working with him, is always feeling like, on Friday night we're going to win a lot more than we lose. We might lose a couple that we'd like to have won, but when those kids went to the locker room, I knew they were going to be very well taken care of by their head coach who cared about them. That's the biggest thing for me, and the biggest bonus of working with him.
That's Dr. Schottenkirksey. I'm Luke Hagedorn. Any other last-minute messages out to Laker Nation, or any thoughts about Jeff or the Shore family in general?
No, just love the family and kids and Bob and Marilyn and Jenny and the whole group, and just so proud of that family, and just so grateful for what they've done for Laker Nation. And I know that Laker Nation is also grateful, and we're just grateful for guys like you, Luke, and the media that covers them and gets them the attention they deserve, because they are really phenomenal people, and they've done so much for our community. So thank you for being here and being a part of this and sharing it with the people who couldn't be here.
Yeah, thank Dr. Kirksey. We'll talk to you soon.
4:45 on KRMS, another conversation with Luke Hagedorn and current head coach Par Pitts of the Camdenton Lakers, coming up after the break.
CBS Money Watch.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell told the Economic Club of New York that inflation is still too high, and the key in bringing it down will be weaker economic growth. The housing market is doing its part for the Fed, with existing home sales falling in September to the lowest level in 13 years, when the housing market bottomed out during the Great Recession. The Dow dropped 251 points to 33,414, NASDAQ down 128 points to 13,186, S&P lower by 36 points to 4278. Tesla's stock plunged after the EV maker's profit margins shrunk more than expected from a series of vehicle price cuts this year. Jason Brooks, CBS News.
As the leaves change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
Hey, Hank, what are you up to?
It's time to get the lawn back up to snuff.
You're going to throw out your back again.
I'll be fine.
It's time to start beautifying your residential and commercial properties. And your first stop should always be Holiday Lawn and Landscape. Mowing, trimming, mulching, landscaping, excavating, and more. From top to bottom, all projects big and small. Find them online at holidayLawnCare.com. Work smarter, not harder with Holiday Lawn Care. That's Holiday Lawn Care with an A.
Rackin', sackin', mama crackin'. This is RJ, your DJ, calling you from RJS Radio. That's the band that was playing in the front seat when you're playing in the back. Have a good time tonight. If you can answer this question, you will win a free trip to the Lake of the Ozarks. If a chicken and a half can lay an egg and a half in a day and a half, how long will it take a grasshopper with a wooden leg to kick the seeds out of a dill pickle? Thank you for your attention. Hi, this is Randy with Crazo Cabs. Remember, Crazo is Ozark spelled backwards. Give me a call for a fun ride to your destination, 573-219-0083.
Attention boat owners in need of expert marine repair services? Don't let the winter weather sneak up on you. It's time to prepare your beloved boat for the cold winter weather ahead. Reserve your winterization now. At WFO Marine Repair, we're your one-stop shop for all your boat maintenance needs. Need pontoon welding? Hey, that's no problem. Our skilled welders can handle any welding job, big or small. We're also proud to offer on-site boat repair at your dock, making it convenient for you. So why wait? Schedule your appointment now to winterize your boat and take advantage of our top-notch services. Call now, 302-0744, 302-0744, or visit us online at WFOWatersports.com. WFO Marine Repair, where your boat is our business. Call WFO Marine Repair now and schedule your winterization online at WFOWatersports.com.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
This is the Ozarks This Afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
Coming up in the next hour, we'll be passing along information about more happenings here in the lake area. Also be talking about the casino that will be opening its doors here in the lake area next week, believe it or not. Then we'll turn our thoughts to some national issues. You know, we have the perfect candidate, or at least one of the late night TV shows or daily shows. They have the perfect candidate to take over the House speakership. It might surprise you who they are advocating. And then we'll talk about artificial intelligence, Marines test firing robot dogs. Yikes. And then, of course, we'll go on to different things happening as a result of the new war and concerns over our border here in the U.S. And, with that many people coming in, not knowing where a lot of them are and knowing where a lot of them came from, this world or this country could be in the world of hurt. We'll have a couple Fox reports for you on that coming up in the next hour. In the meantime, if you are just joining us, Jeff Shore, former Laker football coach, being honored and inducted into the Hall of Fame, the Elite 11. Luke Hagedorn, one of the voices of Laker football that you can hear over on 93.5 Rocks every Friday night, had a chance to go to the ceremony. I think it took place down in Springfield. Luke talked it over with several of the individuals, including current Laker coach Par Pitts.
We're here with head coach Par Pitts, former teammate of Jeff Shore's, here at the Missouri State Hall of Fame induction ceremony, where Jeff Shore's being honored as a part of this year's class of Elite 11. Coach Pitts, what was it like being teammates with Jeff, and what are some of your early memories of playing with Jeff or just being around Jeff, maybe off the field?
You know, my first memories, we played Little League against each other, and I caught the ball. The only time I ever caught a fly ball was in the outfield. I was this 10-year-old chubby guy in the outfield, and Jeff hit one finally out of the infield, put my glove up, closed my eyes, I caught it. And so that was really our first interaction, because I went to Max Creek School at that time. But from then on, he and I have been teammates, friends, peers. I just wrote him a note, and I thanked him for being my brother, because the things we've been through together really cement that bond. The best part about Jeff, he's the same guy, whether we're in the state championship going for 2 to tie, or we're ahead by 50, or we're behind by 40. He's the same man and the same guy carrying on his values.
Now, you were part of that group that was able to win the first state championship, especially, bring that home back to Camden. I talked to Bob Shore about this a little bit earlier, about that group. It takes, football, of all the sports, it is a team sport. So, there may be individuals that come through our program from time to time. But what did you see in that group? Was there a time when you knew you guys had a chance to do something special in Laker history?
Oh, heck yeah. As we were going into our senior year, my senior year, their junior year, his class, you could see where the strengths of both groups really were going to be able to come together and do it. And so nobody hesitated putting everything forward. Nobody was like, this is our senior. It was our team, and it took all the way from sophomores on up. And the melding and the connection that we created, it's lasts a lifetime, because there's a bunch of those guys out there that I played with that were in my grade and younger that we've been together since high school.
Yeah, what is it about, we come to these events, whether when we were honoring Coach Bob Shore, Whittle, the entire team, the entire program a few years ago, all those things. And Lakers always have a real good showing at these events at the Missouri State Hall of Fame. What does that mean to you to be a part of that program who has such a rich history in the State Hall of Fame?
You know what? It kind of boils down to this. When anybody asks me where I'm from, I tell them I'm from Camden, and I think that's what every person sitting out that table is proud of, that fact that we are an example of coming together in all different size, shapes, ability levels, and working towards that common goal. And Laker football has been that for us and the guys that are here today, and for Jeff and Bob. And that's one of the things that they've poured their life into, and it shows.
Now, you're head coach now for this Camden program. If you had a young Jeff Shore as your quarterback, how would you coach him? How would you approach, guiding him as if he was your player?
Don't get hit too hard. Get out of bounds and don't take any hits, because he would be a quarterback in our system where we are got all these wide receivers, and let him run around, make plays, give time. One of the most courageous players that I ever played with was Jeff Shore, and I'll tell you, against Central, he gets hit by Sean Moore, and the hardest hit I've ever seen in a high school football game.
Me too.
And then he goes to the locker room, he's hurting and really having trouble, but comes out and plays a great second half. We win, and we go on to the state championship.
It's amazing, because as soon as you said don't take a hit, I immediately flashed back, and especially there's something about being here in Springfield. A lot of special moments in Laker history have happened here. I got to win a state championship here in Springfield, but yeah, that's one of those memories that definitely comes back. And you're right, as a young football fan, that was the hardest hit I'd ever seen, and I've seen a lot of hits since then. And it was a scary moment for Laker fans.
And it's courage. He didn't let anybody know how bad he was hurting, and he just kept going and let us in that game.
That's Coach Par Pitts. I'm Luke Hagedorn. Thanks, Coach, and enjoy the rest of the day here honoring Coach Jeff Shore.
All right, appreciate it.
Tomorrow on the program, we'll have a couple more interviews about Jeff Shore's induction into the Hall of Fame. And all I will say is the two people tomorrow being interviewed by Luke are the two people who know Jeff the best. And we'll have that for you tomorrow, probably, I don't know if it'll be in the first hour or the second hour. Probably be in the first hour again like we did for today. So just tune in to find out. Just tune in to find out. 4:57 on KRMS, hour number one of the Ozarks today. Anybody participate in the Great Shakeout earthquake drill today? At 10:19, it was scheduled to start around the state. Let's see, New Friends Day, Dress Like a Dork Day, fill in your own punchline there. National Day of Unity, International Gin and Tonic Day. Interesting. Got my tonic water right now. No gin, but I got the tonic water at least. Anyway, that is what we have to look forward to in the next hour, plus our southern border here in the country and how it's being affected by everything going on overseas with the new war, because there's definitely concern. There is some concern for right here in the lake area. One of the things where we would hope and pray that nothing will happen here in the lake area because of the open borders and because of what Biden and the Democrats are doing. But nonetheless, there is concern, and we'll have information about law enforcement, local law enforcement, and how they are preparing in the case of the unthinkable happening here in the lake area. That will be tomorrow on the program. Let's take a look at some other headlines from Yahoo.com. Senior State Department official resigns over Biden's Gaza policy. Trump camp reportedly blindsided by Sydney plea deal. Also, let's see, biggest FU Republican almost lunges at Gates as GOP meeting erupts over Jordan speaker failure. Trump trial tantrum, no. A Trump lawyer sniped after an AG lawyer demanded be more respectful. So yes, it is continuing. It is continuing, and it is such an embarrassment for the country. For tonight, we are looking at clear skies, overnight low down to around 49, ample sunshine tomorrow with a high 75. Tomorrow night, clear skies, overnight low of right about 50. Right now here in the lake area, we are looking at no rain showing up anywhere around Camden, Miller, Morgan, and/or Benton, or any of the contiguous counties, and we're at 69 degrees here at the Lake of the Ozarks. Mike Anthony in the big seat with you. We have CBS News, followed by local news, weather, and sports, and then hour number 2 of the Ozarks today right here on KRMS Radio and TV. Stick around. We're coming back.
Boss just pushed me over the limit. I'd like to call him something. I think I'll just call it a day. Pour me something tall and strong. Make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
51 News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Monica Ricks. President Biden's gearing up for tonight's big primetime address from the White House.
The president is expected to lay out his case for an aid package for both Israel and Ukraine as part of a broader aid package that would include border security and aid to Indo-Pacific countries, including Taiwan. The aid package, worth $100 billion, also will include defense funding to shore up U.S. military readiness. Mr. Biden plans to make the case that the wars in Ukraine and Israel represent an inflection point in global security and are therefore in the U.S. national security interests. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
A new CBS News poll shows mixed reaction on the president's handling of the war. 44% approve, which is only slightly higher than his presidential approval rating at just 40%. Airstrikes are still pummeling portions of Gaza as civilians there wait on much-needed supplies. Mohsen Sarhans with the Egyptian Food Bank.
At the border, there are around 120 trucks stationed there. And then you have also
around 7 to 8 cargo planes load of supplies.
But there is concern. State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
The Israelis have very serious concerns about the diversion of humanitarian assistance. They're worried that assistance that goes in will be diverted to Hamas. We are working out an agreement to ensure that any deliveries can be handled appropriately.
Jim Jordan will continue his bid for Speaker as House Republicans shut down a plan to temporarily promote Patrick McHenry. Here's CBS's Scott McFarland.
A plan to temporarily expand the powers and portfolio of Speaker Pro Tem Patrick McHenry of North Carolina landed with a thud. In a meeting of House Republicans today, they realized they'd need Democratic votes to do it. They closed the door on it with no endgame in sight.
California Senator LaFonza Butler says she will not seek a full Senate term next year. She was appointed just a few weeks ago to fill Dianne Feinstein's seat, but Butler says it's not the greatest use of her voice. Murder at a military installation.
Military investigators are handling a murder case in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. A Marine was killed in a barracks Wednesday evening, and a second Marine was taken into custody. No other information has been released, including how the Marine died.
That's CBS's Jim Krasula reporting. Stellantis will temporarily lay off another 100 auto workers in Ohio due to ongoing strikes. Ford also cut 150 jobs late last night in Michigan.
There's a lot going on in the world. We need an example.
Jon Stewart's breaking up with Apple. His show The Problem was set to return for a third season, but just got canceled over reported creative differences over potential topics and guests. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roker, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Missouri September monthly jobs report has been released, and non-farm payroll employment is showing an increase of 5,200 jobs, while the seasonally adjusted unemployment rate has increased by 0.1%. The report also shows that the private industry employment increased by 4,700 jobs, while government employment increased by 500 jobs. Over the year, there's been an increase of 43,700 jobs from September 2022 to September of this year, reflecting an overall increase of the unemployment rate from 2.6% to 2.9%. Manufacturing showed the biggest gains over the past month, of a gain of 7,100 jobs, while leisure and hospitality showed the biggest decrease, losing 1,900. The full report is available from the Missouri Economic Research and Information Center on our website. Log on to krmsradio.com. Two people from Versailles were taken into custody after a search of their residence that they were staying in on Wynn Road uncovers methamphetamine and illegal drug paraphernalia. Courthouse records indicate that an officer performing a knock and talk was given consent to search the property, including a camper near the residence. Inside the camper, in a bedroom, a glass smoking pipe containing a white crystal substance was discovered. The substance in the pipe allegedly field tested to be meth. 29-year-old Tabitha Klein and 35-year-old Daniel Frittig are firmly charged with felony counts of possessing a controlled substance. They were both booked into the Morgan County Jail. And Como Connect is celebrating a milestone of having 30,000 broadband subscribers now hooked up to service. To mark the milestone, representatives from Como, along with state representatives Willard Haley and Tim Taylor, are dropping in on the 30,000 subscribers for a presentation that includes a 65-inch TV, a PlayStation 5 game console, and 1 year of free 1 gig service. All subscribers of the service also have a chance to win the same package by entering a promotion that Como is doing this month on their website. More news at krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, on the eve of high school football's regular season finale, let's get you some of the standings around the area districts. Class 5, District 5, or Camdenton, pretty comfortable in second place. I don't think they have any worries, and really no chance for them to catch Helias. Camdenton pretty well locked into that second spot. Now their opponent week 1, that remains to be seen. Looks like Washington still a possibility of the Rolla Bulldogs, who the Lakers saw all the way back in week 1. School of the Osage playing in Class 4, District 5 Indians positioned in the number 5 spot, and that looks to be where they will lock well behind Warrensburg, but also well ahead of Marshall. For the Eldon Mustangs, they've been able to score some points this year. They find themselves in the 3 position despite a record of 2-6, but their lead pretty tenuous over St. James, more than likely not catching Mountain Grove for the 2nd seed. And then there's Versailles, Class 2, District 3 in 4th place. In theory, they could catch South Callaway for the 3rd position, just a couple of points behind, well ahead of Cole Camp, who's in the 5 spot. Hockey tonight, the Blues are home against the Coyotes in St. Louis. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Get up to 50% off list during the big fall home sale at Slumberland Furniture, one of their best finance sales of the year. Pay no interest for 3 years. Get a stylish sectional for just $7.99. Get a super comfortable reclining sofa for just $5.55. Plus lots of other incredible deals, like a 4-piece modern bedroom group for just $9.99. See store for details. Slumberland Furniture. Take the KK exit and go right on Osage Beach Parkway. Call 888-534-6894 for details on credit, costs, and terms. Offer expires November the 4th.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 69 degrees, and at the studios, right now, it's 67.
The Inn at Grand Glaze Resort offers a clean, comfortable, affordable getaway with amazing views of the awe-inspiring Lake of the Ozarks. With 153 guest rooms and 15,000 square feet of meeting space, the Inn is ideal for family reunions, weddings, and conventions. Conveniently located in a secluded cove just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, minutes from numerous attractions and activities. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Call for reservations or information, 800-348-4731.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-737-9944. That's 1-800-737-9944. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-737-9944. That's 1-800-737-9944.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Meet the cat with...
Number one.
Since my job is and has been for 19 years protection of the public and the visitors of the district, I feel the public needs to be aware.
We think that there's plenty of ignorance to go around.
Trust me on that. 34 years I've made a career out of pursuing public officials who misbehave.
We're going to have to put an iron fist on some of this stuff.
The aircraft departed approximately 10 minutes prior to the event.
Some of the best experts in the United States and world put this together.
In the perfect sense of the word, there'll be no out-of-pocket expense other than our labor, but time will tell that, of course.
You can't force people to come on the radio and talk.
A bigger commitment to news.
I expect them to continue to do the great job they always do. I don't have any doubts that they will.
50% of it is mental.
Since 1951, a trusted source for daily local news. The Ozarks Today.
Holding at 69 degrees at 5:11. Good afternoon again. Hour number 2 now of the Ozarks Today on KRMS Radio and TV. Right now, nothing showing up in the on the radar as far as rain is concerned in Camden, Miller, Morgan, and or Benton counties. We'll throw in Henry and St. Clair. Why not? Just start the argument, if there is one. Coming up this hour, We'll talk about the U.S. southern border, everything going on down there, and how safe is our country right now with the open border policy from the left and our puppet in chief. Anyway, mentioned that a casino will be opening up next week here at Lake of the Ozarks, and it will open up on Tuesday. The doors will open at 6 p.m. A lot of people are arguing they don't want a casino. They do want a casino. It doesn't really matter because this casino is going to open irregardless of what anybody thinks. It is a casino night for the Camden County Shop with the Cop program, the Sheriff's Office. Talked about this yesterday with Sergeant Scott Hines, and thought I'd have a little bit of fun by throwing out the tease today about a casino opening up here at the lake area. And I got a few people. I can say it definitely caught a few people off guard, and getting some different comments online, and just like National Enquirer reporting. Oh, you know what? The headline got you. The headline got a few people really looking at the story real quick. But anyway, the event is going to take place on Tuesday. Jones Chop House on Highway KK in Osage Beach. All the proceeds, 100% of the proceeds, go to the Camden County Sheriff's Office Shop with the Cop program. Last year, they helped out some 200 kids and families and made their holidays quite a bit brighter. So, good cause, great cause on Tuesday of next week. Also on Tuesday of next week, 7 to 10:30 a.m., another good cause, the Osage Beach Health Fair, so you can try to remain healthy. We want you to be around for a little bit longer. All kinds of different free screenings and free information and resources, free labs. You may have to do a 12-hour fast in front of some of them, like the complete blood count, the blood chemistry profile, and the hemoglobin A1C diabetes screening. So you do need to watch on those different labs if you need to fast or not. There will also be a flu vaccination available. You do have to pay for that. Registration required by the end of tomorrow, the 20th. You can do that by calling 573-348-8222. Again, 573-348-8222, or you can visit lakeregional.com/events. And then one more for you coming up on October the 28th, 1 week from this Saturday, will be the Hy-Vee Hollow Trick-or-Treating Maze. Hy-Vee in Osage Beach, located in the parking lot, $2 per kid. Proceeds go to the Dream Factory and Wonderland Camp Trick-or-Treating Maze. The Hy-Vee Hollow, Saturday, October 28th, 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. Always fun time out there, seeing all the different businesses participating and making the kids smile. That's what it's all about. It's all about the kids. So 5:15 on KRMS. The speakership battle continues. I haven't checked it in about an hour and a half, but I didn't see anything saying that there is a new speaker appointed or adopted or elected or anything like that. I'll refresh the page here. Still not seeing it. So that means the report I'm going to run is I guess, valid. But we're going to do, it's actually from The Daily Show. And the House of Representatives still without their speaker. On The Daily Show, host Michael Costa, K-O-S-T-A, saying that the Republicans' latest strategy of going with the person who's holding down the position is advice that other organizations looking to file roles, or if you do fill roles, may want to consider. In other words, the Daily Show host Michael Costa saying the answer is right there in front of Republicans.
3 Republicans have tried and failed to get the votes for Speaker with no end in sight, which is why now there's a growing movement to just let the temporary Speaker, Patrick McHenry, keep the job. And he seems qualified. I mean, he's wearing a bow tie. A bow tie says a lot about a man. It says that every morning he spends 20 minutes watching a YouTube tutorial on how to tie a bow tie. And that's the kind of focus you want in a speaker. But More importantly, Congressman McHenry is perfect for the job because he's already there. Sometimes you just got to go with the guy who's already sitting in the chair. Why keep looking? He's not f***ing up. He's maybe even crushing it, some people are saying. Maybe he doesn't have as many Instagram followers as some of the other guest speaker candidates, but let's not overcomplicate things. He's right there. Just give him the job already, all right?
Well, you know, he does have a point. The guy's already doing the job. Give him a chance until he screws it up and then take it away from him. But that's what they did with McCarthy. And, so far I haven't heard any complaints about McHenry. So give him the darn job. Get over it. 517 on KRMS. Ray Miller coming up.
KRMS and the Lake of the Ozarks salutes the golf team of the School of the Osage for becoming state champions for the second year in a row. We appreciate the hard work and dedication that it took to achieve this momentous milestone and achievement. We also recognize Hannah Mashkoff for becoming the state champion at Best Individual Golfer in the state. Thank you, ladies. KRMS and the Lake of the Ozarks are proud of you and your accomplishments.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Join the Chiefs Radio Network every Monday night as Mitch Holtis hosts Chiefs Kingdom live from Kansas City, 6 to 7 p.m., brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar. Hear from Chiefs leaders head coach Andy Reid, general manager Brett Veach, owner Clark Hunt, as well as players like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Nick Bolton, and Creed Humphrey. Chiefs Kingdom Show is brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar, featuring free pool from 11 to 2 with the purchase of a lunch, and a full menu until 11:30 on weekday night and even later on the weekends.
The next generation of streaming is here. Introducing Spectrum One Stream, bringing together internet, advanced Wi-Fi, mobile, and now TV with the all-new Xumo Stream Box. Get fast and reliable internet for $49.99 a month, free advanced Wi-Fi, a free unlimited Spectrum mobile line, and a free Xumo Stream Box when you add Spectrum TV. Spectrum One Stream. It's streaming simplified. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store for details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Wow, that was a great band.
I agree. Glad we came out tonight, but now I'm hungry and it's almost 11.
We can go to Lake Billiards and Sports Bar. Their kitchen's open till 11:30 on weeknights and 12:30 on weekends. We've got plenty of time.
Oh yeah, I saw them featured on the Damn Food Tour. The food looks great. Siri, where's Lake Billiards and Sports Bar?
Lake Billiards and Sports Bar, located at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Lake Billiards Sports Bar, serving lunch, dinner, and late-night dining 7 days a week.
Osage Nation is proud to announce their sponsorship for Martin Scorsese's newest movie, Killers of the Flower Moon. Osage Casino Hotel has reserved Eagles Landing Cinema on Friday, October 20th at 7 p.m. for the movie premiere. This exciting event is free of charge for residents of Lake of the Ozark. Tickets are limited and on a first-come basis. Tickets may be picked up beginning October 16th, 4 p.m. to close at Eagles Landing Cinema. Enjoy the Killers of the Flower Moon movie premiere, sponsored by Osage Nation and Osage Casino Hotel.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
.521 on KRMS Radio and TV, the Ozarks Today, our number 2 of the program for today. Another quick week here at the lake, or at least it feels like it to me. You know, maybe it's a slow week for you, but nonetheless, quick week. I guess just staying busy really does add to the weeks going by quicker and quicker, and of course, getting older as well. So, Anyway, Ray Miller coming up in the weatherology office anytime soon. And then we'll talk over national stuff in the final half hour for the program today. Maybe get your thoughts as well. 573-302-7000 would be the number to call if you want to chime in with anything on your mind. U.S. intelligence claiming it has proof that the rocket that blew out the Palestinian hospital in Gaza was actually friendly fire and not an Israeli attack. U.S. agents intercepted communication from Hamas fighters, basically admitting it was their rocket that went off course and hit the hospital. Israel saying the same thing, while leaders in Gaza calling it the deadliest attack in 20 years. To the weatherology office we go. Ray Miller to tell us all about the forecast. And Ray, believe it or not, another high school football Friday nights coming up tomorrow. Jackets, raincoats, umbrellas, you tell us.
Oh, just jackets, I think. Should be a pretty comfortable night overall, certainly looking dry. We'll see clear skies tonight, a low of 49 degrees, west winds at 5 to 10. Sunny tomorrow, high temperature of 73 degrees. Tomorrow night, clear, low temperature of 54. During the football game, temperatures likely in the 60s. Saturday, sunshine, high of 75 degrees. Sunday, sunny with a high of 68, and a couple of showers Monday with a high of 75. I'm meteorologist Ray Miller in the Weatherology Weather Center.
Ray, I'll make a deal with you.
Let's hear it.
Okay, the president tonight is expected to get on the tube and talk to the nation about everything going on and why it's so important to us and everything like that. You watch that and let me know what goes and let me know what happens. I'm going to be watching reruns of Baywatch.
I think you'll get the better of the deal. No, I'm working late tonight, so somebody else will have to watch the president.
Okay.
I've got responsibilities to attend to.
Well, we'll have a report for you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Ray Miller in the weatherology office. See, anybody I offer that deal to, they're going to be like, nope, not me, not me. It is 5:23 on KRMS in studio Doppler radar. No rain showing up around the lake area, Camden, Miller, Morgan, and or Benton counties. We are still holding at 69 degrees here at the lake. The lake level as of 4 p.m., 656.37. The river level below Bagnell Dam, 551.77. Truman, 704.74. Surface water temp 2 mile mark coming in at 69.6. Average high and low for the day here in the lake area, 69 and 44. Record high 86, record low 21. Sunset tonight officially 6:29. Sunrise in the morning at about 7:25. Again, right now, no rain and 69 degrees here at the lake. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Almost 20 years after she disappeared, we finally know what happened to Natalie Holloway. The guy long suspected of killing her allegedly fessed up to her brutal murder on a beach in Aruba back in 2005. Jordan Vandersloot told a court in Alabama he went ballistic after the 18-year-old refused his advances. He's already serving 26 years for another murder in Peru. He says before he killed her and pushed her body into the Atlantic, Natalie kneed him in the man spot, for lack of a better term, if he even had a man spot, considering what he did to Natalie. Let's see, even though marijuana has been legal in New Jersey for a couple of years, there's an old state law that prevents anyone who uses drugs like marijuana from possessing a gun. That makes it kind of awkward if you're a cop. It's why Jersey City, New Jersey, now suing the state in a bid to either make cannabis illegal again or at least keep police officers away from blazing up. 5 officers right now are currently facing termination for smoking pot while they were off duty. A Florida man named Johnny Yates, who was wanted for aggravated battery and false imprisonment, tried to throw cops off his scent. So how'd he do it? Are you ready for this one? Are you sitting down waiting for this one? He put a dry erase board on his porch with a message on it. Johnny Yates does not live here. That's all it said. Needless to say, it did not work. The police went to his home with the canine. They found he was hiding in a chest of drawers. So, yeah, if you're ever wanted by the cops, do not put a sign outside your door saying you're not there. It probably will not work. A woman in Miami, another one out of Florida, busted for decking out her Dodge Charger in the same black and tan color scheme as a Florida Highway Patrol car. There are even flashing lights on the roof. She got to see what a real cop car looks like on the inside. The 28-year-old arrested for impersonating a cop. And how about this one? This one just one of them things where just kind of like, ew, gross, but, you could probably actually understand how it happened. At least once every Halloween, somebody will make that creepy prop for a crime scene. And in North Carolina, however, the opposite happened. A 34-year-old man actually died on his lawn. His body laid there for 3 days because everybody thought it was a Halloween decoration. Somebody even mowed the lawn around him. Police don't suspect foul play. You have to wonder about the person who did the lawn cutting, because if the body had been there, never mind, it's about dinner time. I better keep it tame. Space volcano, 4 times the size of Mount Everest, has exploded. What's left now? Heading right towards Earth. NASA says the 20-mile-wide ice comet erupted like a Coke can left in the freezer, spewing gas and cracking the surface. It'll get close enough next year that we can see it without a telescope, but don't get too freaked out. The sun will pull it back into the orbit before it can do any damage down here. So that'll be kind of interesting, seeing the comet coming our way and then all of a sudden the sun yanking it back. 5:28, just about 2.5 minutes to go. If you want to chime in with anything on your mind real quick, 573-302-7000. If you were in the Great Shakeout Drill, or better yet, if you're a kid and parents, if your youngster is right around there and they took part in the earthquake drill, have a little Johnny or Susie give me a call on the air and let me know how it was at school. If they did their drill and what they had to do, and just kind of what they thought about it. Obviously, the ground was not shaking, but the school was probably saying, okay, this is our earthquake drill. You need to do this, do that, hide underneath the desk or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming they were told to get underneath their desk. But if you are out there and you're in school, maybe in high school, and if they did anything over there at the high schools, which I kind of doubt, you can give me a call, let me know. Or if you're in a government building here at the lake and you had to participate in the drill, give me a call as well, 573-302-7000. Be interesting to see how many people around the lake area actually participated in the shakeout today. Jeff Briggs yesterday saying there were some 400,000 across Missouri registered to take part in the drills. So, and that was at 10:19 this morning. 10:19 this morning. Let's see, where was I at that time? I was in Express Care with one of my kids. We got there about 9. We walked out about 12:30. Express Care. New definition of it. 5:30 on KRMS. Time now for news.
Our efforts to identify and respond to hate crimes, threats of violence, or related incidents, with particular attention to threats to faith communities.
And now that House Republicans have scrapped an idea to keep Patrick McHenry on as Speaker, Jim Jordan will continue his push for the position. CBS's Nicole Killian.
Ask him if he's planning for a third vote today, and he just would say as soon as possible.
CBS News Brief. I'm Monica Rick.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Columbia man who pleaded guilty in June on one count of conspiring to distribute fentanyl and illegally possessing a firearm has now been sentenced to 10 years in federal prison without parole. The U.S. Attorney Western District of Missouri office says 31-year-old Ryan Kunston admitted he would typically obtain hundreds of capsules containing fentanyl worth around $1,400 from a source in St. Louis before selling them to customers Commerce in Columbia. At one point during the investigation in 2021, law enforcement tracked Kunzen when he traveled from St. Louis and on the return left a bag containing the fentanyl at a Kingdom City car wash. Kunzen was also found with a 9mm Glock on the same trip. Boone County is identified as one of the top counties in Missouri for fatal overdose deaths of fentanyl, blamed in a majority of the deaths. A big recall for an area discount chain store because some products just weren't stored properly.
Family Dollar has issued a nationwide voluntary recall on dozens of over-the-counter drugs, products, and medical devices that had been stored at improper temperatures. The extensive list includes popular items like Crest and Colgate toothpastes, Listerine, Pepto-Bismol, Vicks Vapor Rub, and more. The FDA said the products were sold at stores in more than 20 states between June 1st and October 4th.
That's Stacy Lynn reporting. Anyone who's purchased one of the recalled items can return it for a full refund. Family Dollar has stores in Tipton, California, Vienna, Dixon, St. Robert, Humansville, and Windsor. And heads up T-Mobile customers, a new report from CNN indicates that if you're an existing T-Mobile customer, you may need to call the company to keep your bill from skyrocketing. The major wireless carrier is running a test in which it will automatically switch some customers on older unlimited plans, such as T-Mobile One, Simple Choice, and Magenta 55 Plus, to their current 5G network plan that starts at $75 per month per phone line. You can contact customer service to opt out of that upgrade. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Sale season is on now at Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Great deals, great styles for your living room, bedroom, and dining room. If you see it in their store, you can take it home today with 12-month free financing available. Savings all throughout the store on great furnishings. See why Bashinen continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bashinen Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles or visit furnitureatthelake.com.
All right, on the eve of high school football's regular season finale, let's get you some of the standings around the area districts. Class 5, District 5, or Camdenton, pretty comfortable in second place. I don't think they have any worries, and really no chance for them to catch Helias. Camdenton pretty well locked into that second spot. Now their opponent week 1, that remains to be seen. Looks like Washington still a possibility of the Rolla Bulldogs, who the Lakers saw all the way back in week 1. School of the Osage playing in Class 4, District 5. Indians positioned in the number 5 spot, and that looks to be where they will lock well behind Warrensburg, but also well ahead of Marshall. For the Eldon Mustangs, they've been able to score some points this year. They find themselves in the 3 position despite a record of 2-6, but their lead pretty tenuous over St. James, more than likely not catching Mountain Grove for the 2nd seed. And then there's Versailles, Class 2, District 3 in 4th place. In theory, they could catch South Callaway for the 3rd position, just a couple of points behind, well ahead of Cole Camp, who's in the 5 spot. Hockey tonight, the Blues are home against the Coyotes in St. Louis. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Experience the ultimate in dining at Bentley's. Open Tuesday through Saturday. Enjoy custom cuts of prime rib, succulent seafood, split crab legs, and hand-cut steaks. Savor the flavors with a glass of aged wine from our extensive wine list. First-class service and an English atmosphere is Bentley's, the perfect destination for a night of sophistication. Call Bill for reservations today at 365-5301. Treat yourself to Bentley's, the ultimate dining experience.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the Shootout is 69 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 67.
If the bank forecloses on your property and then sells it for much, much more than you owe, do they owe you the difference? You might be very amazed at the answer to this and other actual court cases that we'll explore together on America's Radio Court, Point of Law. I'm Curtis Howard. Join me here every day and be a part of it, and see if you agree with the judge. You might surprise yourself.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute. You're racing to the airport to catch your flight, and when you get to the ticket counter, you make a shocking discovery. You've left your government-issued ID at home. So what can you do? Believe it or not, in the U.S., you can fly without an ID if certain conditions are met. There are ways that TSA officers can confirm your identity by matching your name and current address with existing security databases. Even a credit card with your name on it can often be helpful. And now, TSA has a program with Apple Wallet to use digital ID on your iPhone. That program is already available at airports in Arizona, Colorado, and Maryland. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute.
As the leaves change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
This is the Ozarks This Afternoon with Mike Anthony on News Talk KRMS.
My wife was like, why don't you treat me like you first treated me when we first started dating? So I took her to a dinner movie.
Nice.
And then dropped her off at her parents'.
Some people are saying that women shouldn't have kids after 40. I kind of agree. 40 is way too many kids.
Just seen a burglar kicking in his own door. He must have been working from home.
"21 minutes now before 6 o'clock on News Talk 1150 KRMS. Broadcasting from the Radio TV Center in mid-Missouri. We are KRMS Radio and TV. Nothing showing up on the in-studio Doppler radar. The Radar Lab HD as far as any rain is concerned. Camden, Miller, Morgan, and Benton counties. And we are still holding at 69 degrees here at the lake. Tomorrow on the program, the usual Friday right now, the Dogwood Animal Report with Ellen. Also have the Camdenton Laker Student of the Week feature. And, of course, the Song of the Week. Couple more interviews as far as Jeff Shore being inducted into the Hall of Fame Elite 11. And we've got a couple other things that are in the works. I believe we're going to be talking it over with Michael Blakely, and he is from an amateur radio group talking about some upgrades that are going to be made to the Skywarn system. Skywarn is kind of a bunch of amateur radio groups or people getting together, broadcasting over repeaters down to the National Weather Service in Springfield so they can get real live time updates as far as weather is concerned. A bunch of upgrades are going to be made in the system, and we'll talk it over with Michael Blakely. Of course, KRMS Radio and TV is a reporting station for the National Weather Service. So we'll talk it over with Michael tomorrow, and that will be probably be a pre-recorded interview. He's actually out in Vegas right now enjoying life with his family. So we'll just kind of go with that for right now. 540 on KRMS, 573-302-7000. How you doing, Sarge?
Good. Hey, listen, Mike. You know, all the people in the area that are locked up for a hate crime, because they said they were going to kick the S out of their neighbor or whatever, and they found out a neighbor was Mexican or Italian or whatever, and they locked them up for they should all be let out, because there's thousands of people all over the United States right now. You know, we're going to kill Jews. We're going to kill. I mean, they're verbally exercising the First Amendment, okay, of the Constitution. They have a right to verbally speak their mind, per se. Not anymore, because you get locked up in Missouri and some of these other states. But all these people that are saying we're going to kill Jews and everything, you know, it's funny how they come from countries that the Biden family has made money from. And I don't know where he's going to find they said 100 million, but I think that it was 100 billion, because it said it had a B on it, to fund these wars. Are we just going, obviously we're going to, like a newspaper, put it through the press and run it and make it. But, you know, the irony of it is there's another good case that what one person is punished for, the other one gets away with. And taking Trump's First Amendment right away, I mean, this country, and Republicans, yeah, I'm a Republican, okay? And I'm a Republican because the man that ran this country before Biden was a businessman, and this country needs to be run like a business, because we're running this place like a free shelter for everybody. Only not everybody's paying into the shelter. And it's just ironic how all these countries and these people that are saying we're going to kill Jews and this and that, they're not being locked up or anything. And there were some that were locked up when they went to the White House and protested, but they posted a little bond and got out. And they're not going to go to prison like all those retired military men and those soldiers that fought for our country, and they thought they were doing the right thing in Washington. The White House and the Senate, that belongs to the people. Our tax dollars paid for those buildings, unless we're paying off the Bidens. I mean, you know, it's just ridiculous what's going on. And between you and I, I'm telling you, within the next 60 days, something major is going to happen in this country. It's already started. And somebody needs to educate these young, dumb kids nowadays. They think they know everything, just like blaming Israel on that hospital bombing when it was the other way around. You know, don't speak until you have the facts. So be careful, my friend. Everywhere you travel, travel with your weapon. You never know when somebody might come at you thinking you're a Jew. Have a good one, my friend.
You as well. And, you know, of course, how many of those people coming into the free shelter don't like Americans? You know, maybe they're just waiting to team up and get, you know, all the different components of their attack set to synchronize with each other to really make it, you know, difficult to defend. But yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people who hate a lot of different ethnicities here in the country already, because they're getting in illegally, because the Democrats don't give a rat's butt about anything. And yeah, like the caller said, you know, it's just a matter of time, and the caller seems to think sooner than later. And yeah, it's not a matter of if, but really I think it's a matter of when, like the caller said. Had a couple of emails, or one in particular, talking about artificial intelligence. Does the balance of worldwide military superiority lie within artificial intelligence? That is the question put out there. China and the U.S. locked in a race to develop new weapons controlled by AI, a battle that could determine the balance of power. This is a story out of Fox News by a Michael Lee, L-E-E. Christopher Alexander, Chief Analytics Officer at Pioneer Development Group, saying the race to build autonomous weapons systems is the defining defense challenge over the next 100 years. I would say it will be a lot sooner. This is me personally speaking. I would say it would be a lot sooner than over 100 years. The comments coming as Reuters report last month detailed the ongoing struggle between the U.S. and its allies in China over the development of AI weapons, a competition only becoming increasingly heated as the world observed the successful use of technologies to resist an invasion of seemingly superior Russian forces for over a year. Unlike the nuclear arms race, the AI arms race coming with constant dangers. The report warning of killer robots, because these robots may not be able to make the decisions independent of human input. And that's also a risk. At the same time, the Marines apparently, from another email from one of our off-site producers, test firing robot dog armed with rocket. Test firing the robot dog armed with a rocket launcher. Yeah, and you watch the video, and it just seems like you can just picture all these little AI doggies running around, and then all of a sudden they turn, the missile raises up, and then it fires off, or whatever the case is. But, the rocket launching, toting robot dog could give the Marines a valuable new way to remotely attack armored vehicles, especially in urban areas. I'm assuming they're talking about urban areas outside of our own homeland. I would hope they are, at least. But yeah, AI is here. AI is being weaponized, and AI is going to be used as a major component in the next World War if it comes to that. The Hamas attack fueling U.S. border security concerns. Not really breaking news, but a couple reports from Fox News talking about that. And let me make sure I have the right report brought up first. And I believe this is the one, but this is report number 1. Hamas attack fuels U.S. border security concerns.
Well, good morning, Bill, and that is because Fox News can confirm that in the first 14 days of this fiscal year, which began on October 1st, there have been at least 2 incidences of apprehended Iranian migrants who have hit that terrorist screening database, meaning they could have potential terrorism connections and pose a serious threat to the homeland. It comes as on Sunday morning around 3 a.m. right here where we are in Eagle Pass, they apprehended an Iranian man. In fact, across the entire southwest border, as you're looking at migrants that have just arrived, by the way, under the bridge behind me. The groups come all day long, and in this very location, early Sunday morning, 3 a.m. in Eagle Pass, an Iranian apprehended. Thursday evening, 2 Lebanese men apprehended. All of these special interest aliens that we've talked about is what's alarming the officials here. They're mixed in with all the other migrants from Venezuela, Ecuador, and the Northern Triangle, Central America. And some concerned citizens were out here this weekend, Bill, very upset about what they see as an unsecure border as they watch what's playing out in Israel. One gentleman, Cal Sims, talked to us. Here's some of what he had to say. Take a listen.
We're letting so many people into this country, there's no way that they're going to catch all of them. And even the ones they do process, do they really know who they are? We don't know that.
And Bill, let me just quickly rattle off the first 14 days, the number of special interest aliens. We've had more than 30 Iranians, nearly 60 Syrians, 35 from Pakistan, over 285 from Afghanistan, more than 100 from Russia. And get this, nearly 2,000 Chinese migrants have come. That's just in the past 14 days. Bill, we'll send it back to you.
On and on it goes. Griff, good to have you back down there today. Griff Jenkins on the border.
CBS Money Watch.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell told the Economic Club of New York that inflation is still too high and the key in bringing it down will be weaker economic growth. The housing market is doing its part for the Fed, with existing home sales falling in September to the lowest level in 13 years when the housing market bottomed out during the Great Recession. The Dow dropped 251 points to 33,414, NASDAQ down 128 points to 13,186, S&P lower by 36 points to 4278. Tesla stock plunged after the EV maker's profit margins shrunk more than expected from a series of vehicle price cuts this year. Jason Brooks, CBS News.
As the leaves change, leave the hiring to Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
Join the Chiefs Radio Network every Monday night as Mitch Holtis hosts Chiefs Kingdom live from Kansas City, 6 to 7 p.m., brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar. Hear from Chiefs leaders head coach Andy Reid, general manager Brett Veach, owner Clark Hunt, as well as players like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Nick Bolton, and Creed Humphrey. Chiefs Kingdom Show is brought to you by Lake Billiards Grill and Sports Bar, featuring free pool from 11 to 2 with the purchase of a lunch, and a full menu until 11:30 on weekday night and even later on the weekends.
The Inn at Grand Glaze Resort offers a clean, comfortable, affordable getaway with amazing views of the awe-inspiring Lake of the Ozarks. With 153 guest rooms and 15,000 square feet of meeting space, the Inn is ideal for family reunions, weddings, and conventions. Conveniently located in a secluded cove just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge, minutes from numerous attractions and activities. Meet, stay, play at the Inn at Grand Glaze. Call for reservations or information, 800-348-4731.
The community calendar is sponsored by Jeff Hedberg Realtor. Visit lakehedberg.com. The First Christian Church of Eldon will host a ham and bean dinner on October the 19th. In addition to dine-in, carryouts will also be available. That's today's community calendar.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana. But we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. This all-adult paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, partial ocean view room, airport transfers, top shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package. All for just $18.99 per person. We've already sold out of run-of-the-house rooms. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the Winter Blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks this afternoon with Mike Anthony. News Talk KRMS.
5:54 on KRMS Radio and TV. Well, anytime you turn on any news on the national level, we hear about the war, Israel and Hamas. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson saying that the department is, quote, closely monitoring unfolding events and will continue to engage in information sharing with our intelligence and law enforcement partners at home and abroad, end of quote. And a statement like that leading to new concerns about security at the U.S. southern border. Fox News with another report.
Joining me now is former acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf. Mr. Secretary, what's going on down there, and how do Border Patrol, CBP make sure that they have an understanding or an idea of who's crossing into the United States?
Well, look, I think the border just continues to be wide open, and it has been since day one of this administration. And what the Border Patrol has to do now, whether it's the 70,000 special interest aliens or it's over the 260 known or suspected terrorists, they obviously need to apprehend them, they need to interrogate them, they need to vet them. And it's very, very difficult to do when you have thousands and millions of migrants coming across that border every week and every month and having to process them as well. It's the same Border Patrol agents that are doing both. And so the more that you allow this open border policy and strategy that this administration has embarked on, the less and less safe it makes our country. And so those 70,000 special interest aliens, my guess is that the vast majority of them, even though they've undergone vetting, have been released into the interior of the country. And the DHS and the Biden administration has no idea where they're at.
So when you look at people who are crossing into the United States, these are people who are coming from all over the world. And because they are coming from the Middle East, does it raise flags, or should it increase flags? Because even before this attack, you've had people who were coming here for no other reason other than they want to be in the United States, build a new life.
Well, I think that's right. It's not only just the country or the region that they're coming from, and yes, many of them are coming from the Middle East, but it's also the route in which they take to come to their southern border. Lots of them fly into Brazil, then make their way to Colombia, through the Darien Gap, through Central America, into Mexico. Some of them fly into Mexico City, and they take routes. These special interest aliens take routes that are very similar to known terrorist routes. And so that's what elevates them, and that's what Border Patrol agents and intelligence folks at the Department of Homeland Security should really, really be concerned about. And then that's where that extra vetting comes in. But again, it's very, very difficult to do when you're apprehending 8, 9, 10,000 migrants a day along that border. You simply don't have the resources to do all of it very well.
The United States, a long-standing ally with Israel. The response that we've seen to the United States so far has been a very strong and forceful one behind the Israeli government, behind the Israeli people. Does that also make the U.S. a greater target for violence?
Well, I think certainly in this heightened time, we need to be vigilant. The Department of Homeland Security should be sharing as much information and intelligence to local law enforcement, and they do that through 70 different fusion centers, and we're able to push that information out. And then local law enforcement obviously is operating in their individual localities and cities, and they take the extra precautions. But everyone should be on a heightened state right now, particularly as the conflict continues. And that's really a day-by-day and a week-by-week determination.
And, you know, when you look at what could be a target in the United States, typically what are the places that law enforcement are looking at to make sure that the defenses are in place in case something happens?
Well, I think there's two things that come to mind. One is iconic buildings, landmarks, things of that nature. And then the other one would be soft targets. So that's concert venues, movie theaters, shopping malls, things of that nature that are very big venues and perhaps are very difficult to put security around here in the state. So we at the department, we constantly looked at those two types of facilities, iconic facilities, and then what we would consider soft targets as well.
And very quickly, Mr. Secretary, I mean, this is something that could last a while, and this is going to be a big job for law enforcement, right?
I think so. They've got a long road ahead of them. But the intelligence and the information collected and then given to them should guide their decisions. They don't need to stay, super high alert all day, every day, because it's just not sustainable. So they've got to go where the intelligence and the information being provided to them by the federal government takes them.
Former Acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf joining us this afternoon. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And that will bring us to 5:59, just about a minute left in the program for today. Coming up tomorrow on the program, among other things, we'll have the usual features. We'll have the Laker Student of the Week feature, the Dogwood Animal Shelter Report. We'll also have the Song of the Week as well. But we will talk about anti-terrorism efforts right here in the Lake area. You may not think that we need to prepare anti-terrorism efforts here in the Lake area, but it is underway, and we'll talk about that and what extent tomorrow on the program. So that will do it as far as right now is concerned. Camden, Miller, Morgan, Benton, rain-free. No rain coming down, and we have dropped down to 68 degrees here at the Lake of the Ozarks. It'll all start tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. The Morning Magazine, and then yours truly back for the Ozarks today between 4 and 6 right here on KRMS Radio and TV. Have a great night.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
President Biden's address tonight.
The president is expected to lay out his case for an aid package for both Israel and Ukraine.
Congressman Jordan still wants the House gavel.
I plan to go to the floor and get the votes and win this race.
Trump ally guilty plea in Georgia election case.
This is a remarkable about face.
This is the CBS World News Roundup Late Edition. I'm Jennifer Kuiper. In 1 hour, President Biden will deliver a rare Oval Office address to the nation. CBS's Linda Kenyon in Washington.
The president had initially planned to deliver what was termed a major speech about America's need to stand by Ukraine. But in the intervening weeks, Hamas attacked Israel. Now Mr. Biden will discuss the need for an aid package for Ukraine and Israel, as well as other security priorities in the Indo-Pacific and at the U.S. border. President Biden and his team worked on the speech aboard Air Force One while flying back from Israel, and he has been tweaking the final points tonight ahead of the Oval Office remarks. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
To Israel's north, the Israeli military says fighters in Lebanon fired at least 2 anti-armor missiles into Israel, striking the village of Manara. No casualties. This as Israeli airstrikes hit Gaza and areas in the south. CBS's Roxana Saberi in Tel Aviv.
A few days ago, Israel had told Gazans in the north they should evacuate to the south. Many did, but strikes have continued across Gaza Strip. Israel has said it will not let up its bombardments against Hamas.
Israel's government press office reports more than 1,400 deaths, and Gaza's health ministry says at least 3,700 people have died. The U.S. State Department says 32 U.S. citizens have been killed in Israel. 11 are unaccounted for. A U.S. official telling CBS News the U.S. is preparing to send the 2 Iron Dome missile defense systems the U.S. has to Israel. The Pentagon confirms that a U.S. warship shot down 3 missiles and drones today in the Red Sea. Pentagon spokesman General Patrick Ryder.
Information about these engagements is still being processed. We cannot say for certain what these missiles and drones were targeting, but they were launched from Yemen, heading north along the Red Sea, potentially towards targets in Israel.
The State Department issues a worldwide caution alert, warning Americans to be extra vigilant amid increased tension over the Israel-Hamas war and the potential for terrorist attacks. Congressman Jim Jordan says he is still running for Speaker of the House, even though he lost 2 votes this week. He says of a proposal to extend the authority of Acting Speaker Patrick McHenry.
We made the pitch to members on the resolution as a way to lower the temperature and get back to work. We decided that wasn't where we're going to go.
Stocks ended lower on Wall Street. Now this.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Huntington Beach, California man with a home at the Lake of the Ozarks appears by video in Camden County Associate Circuit Court and enters a not guilty plea. Adam Ramirez is formally charged in connection to a July boating accident with 2 counts of boating while intoxicated, serious physical injury, and 5 counts of BWI physical injury. After posting a $100,000 bond in September, Ramirez made his video appearance and waived formal arraignment on Monday. His next scheduled court date for a case review is set for November 27th. The court has approved that Ramirez and his attorney can appear again via video. Longtime coach and former Camden football star Jeff Shore is recognized by the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame Wednesday during the annual Fall Sports Luncheon. Jeff's friends, coaches, and even former opponents on the field made appearances to celebrate his inclusion into the 2023 Elite 11. Jeff is the son of Hall of Fame inductee Bob Shore, for whom Camden's football stadium is named, and the father of recent Camden football grads Bear and Bo Shore. Head to our website, krmsradio.com, to listen to some comments from fellow Lakers. A metal shop building along Stoutland Creek Road in Camden County is damaged by fire. Personnel from the Tri-County, Mid-County, and Crocker fire districts responded to the blaze shortly before 3 o'clock Monday afternoon. Upon arrival, it was discovered that the medium-sized shop was about 30% involved. An attack was initiated and other responding units under the general alarm were canceled, and the fire was brought under control in about 40 minutes. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Sale season is on now at Bashinen Furniture in Versailles. Great deals, great styles for your living room, bedroom, and dining room. If you see it in their store, you can take it home today with 12-month free financing available. Savings all throughout the store on great furnishings. See why Bashinen continues to be the favorite family furniture store for 3 generations. Take the little drive to Bashinen Furniture on South Highway 5 in Versailles or visit FurnitureAtTheLake.com.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 69 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 66.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Our number, 877-381-3811, 877-381-3811. Joe Biden's giving a speech, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be going to that speech live and full. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't much care what he has to say. But our affiliates do, and some of you might. And I don't care what he has to say. We already know what's going on. We already know what he wants, and we already know how we got here. Why didn't he give a speech 2 days ago and talk about how he strenuously opposes and will do everything he can to prevent the cap from being lifted on the Obama-Biden nuclear deal, which enables Iran to buy, sell, distribute missiles? Why didn't he say 2 days ago that he will cut off oil exports by Iran and cut off the money that they get to do what they're doing? And by the way, now they're attacking American installations through surrogates in Iraq and Yemen. Boy, do they see weakness in this administration. Why doesn't he say that we will cut off the funding to the Palestinian Authority? Instead, he announced they're going to give them another $100 million. Instead, I know what he's going to say. You know what he's going to say. We've seen precursors to this already. And there will be friends of mine, Jewish and non-Jewish, who will be saying that was a fantastic speech. But how did we get here? And look, ladies and gentlemen, the Democrat Party has conquered our culture. It owns our universities. It owns our schools. It owns our media. And how's that going? How is that going? These are people who hate our own country because the Democrat Party hates America. They prove it every day. The media hate the country and hate you. Colleges and universities, they hate our country and they hate you. And I just want to make something very clear. I think I touched on this last night, but it doesn't matter. I want to hit it again. All those people in the streets, who are talking about gassing the Jews, exterminating the Jews. All those people in the streets who are trashing our country. Trashing our country. Not one of them, I guarantee you, is a Republican. And I'm sure if they vote Democrat. Why is that? Why is that? The media, Democrat. We've been discussing now this hospital in Gaza, 3 days, 4 days now? For the purpose of countering the corporate media in America. I was the first out of the box to look at this and tell you what I was told from my sources, that this missile was an errant missile fired by the terrorists, that it did not actually hit the hospital, it hit a parking lot, that the casualty numbers are not what Hamas is saying. Go ahead, check it out. I posted it days ago. Not because I'm the first, because I think through things and I gather the information. And the New York Times has disgraced itself, CNN, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, all of them. All of them have disgraced themselves. There's a new poll out, and it basically says you hate the American media. And if you tell the American media that you hate them, then they call you Stalinist. But it's the American media that are Stalinist. The American media that covered for Stalin in 1932 when he was blowing out the Ukrainians. It's the American media that covered for the Third Reich when Hitler was exterminating 6 million Jews. It's the American media that covered for Castro, promoted Castro. The American media, with blood on its hands, on its feet, on its legs, on its arms, all over its body. Why should we even believe anything they say? The answer is we shouldn't. And here, except for just a few, they were all in, ready to trash the Israelis and the Jews for hitting a hospital. Now let's say the Israelis did hit a hospital. They didn't target it. It wasn't purposeful. They're not trying to kill civilians. It wouldn't have mattered. And they know that's exactly what Hamas is doing. And yet, the moral equivalence, it just can't stop. Joe Biden needs to be held accountable for rearming the Iranians and rearming the Palestinians. He needs to be held accountable politically. He needs to get his ass kicked out of office. He should be impeached. But over there at the New York Times, that's not their focus. In fact, I just saw this the other day, a couple of days ago. Jeremy Peters, who seems to appoint himself as an expert on me and other concerns. I never talked to this ass in my life. And what's the headline of this New York Slimes piece? In conservative media, Biden is to blame in the Hamas-Israel war. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jeremy. I shouldn't do that. I know he's your hero. You're the special pleader for him, you and the entire phony profession. I'm sorry. I should never have criticized Joe Biden for rearming the Iranians, for rearming the Palestinian terrorists. Not for any of it. And I want to remind you that when Biden talks today and wraps himself in Israel and the Jewish community, he refused to meet with Netanyahu. He demanded a two-state solution, which is Israel's final solution. He was interfering with the Saudi-Israeli negotiations for diplomatic ties right to the end. I have the article right here. He and 20 Democrat senators were demanding that Israel give up large areas of land to this Palestinian Authority. Oh, that would have gone great, don't you think? Much of the coverage from the right is focused on the Biden administration's decision to transfer $6 billion to Iran in a deal to secure the release of 5 Americans. You know, ladies and gentlemen, what I say is not exactly classified. It's not exactly a secret. I mean, I'm speaking to 14.5 million people. and on TV, millions and millions of people. It's not exactly a secret that several days ago, it was I who reminded people that Joe Biden would not enforce the sanctions when everybody was focused on the $6 billion. And look, it's outrageous. I mentioned it too, and I said, well, what about the other $70 billion? What do you mean? What do you mean the other $70 billion? I started it here right behind this mic and said it on my weekend show. But Jeremy Peters would rather report about me than report about the enemy. Jeremy Peters works for a newspaper that covered up the Holocaust, but he's proud to work for this newspaper. It's a corporation. They made a corporate decision not to cover the Holocaust. They've obviously made a corporate decision right now to lie about the war in Israel, to attack those who are speaking the truth, and publicly so, and to undermine the Israelis' ability to defend themselves. It doesn't matter the atrocities, the video of the atrocities, the photos of the atrocities. It doesn't matter that we had 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, peace in this area with Arab nations, building diplomatic ties with Israel, with Saudi Arabia about to do the same thing, with the Palestinian terrorists in a box, whether it's the Palestinian Authority or Hamas, they were in a box. Peace was breaking out in the Middle East. Don't you dare compare what Trump did to what our great Joe Biden has done. My God, the last 10 days he's been unbelievable. And wait till he gives his speech tonight. It's going to be a spellwinder. Oh, my God. He stands with Israel. So why is it that there's hell on earth right now in Israel? But there was peace on earth 2.5 years ago. Oh, they haven't figured out. You see, because Iran, they were concerned about the Saudi-Israel deal, and they didn't want that anymore. Really? They were rearmed. Biden sent to negotiate the nuclear deal an Iranian puppet who had 3 Iranians who were in communication with the foreign minister's office in Iran. You know what that is? That's Alger Hiss times 100. And we don't have to have a legal case. We don't have to have an investigation. That's Alger Hiss by 100. And now he wants as ambassador to Israel a man who was responsible for the entire strategy on how to get Iran $1.7 or $1.9 billion in cash. Remember that one? Among other things? This guy, Jack Lew. Jack Lew, who has been building up Iran and trashing Israel. There's a little cabal here with Blinken, this guy Malley, who was the envoy, our envoy to Iran, who had his classification pulled by the FBI and the State Department, and the Biden administration won't tell anybody why. I can figure it out, can't you? He must be passing information to the enemy. Why else? I don't know for sure, obviously. So I'll speculate. I'll bet I'm close to the mark. I'll bet I'm close to the mark. He was pulled, and they will not reveal why. How do you get away with this? With this secrecy? Will Joe Biden say today in his speech this evening, we are not going to allow Iran, if he mentions Iran by name, and he might, we're not going to allow Iran under any circumstances to get a nuclear weapon. No, he won't. What do they do? I just saw it on TV with one of the lib guests. It's Trump's fault, you see, because he pulled out of the Iran deal. No, Trump had Iran on its back, on its knees, economically, destroying it. Took a page out of Reagan's book with the Soviet Union. The people were rising up. They wanted to overthrow that regime. That's what Biden inherited. You know, Biden keeps talking about what he inherited. He inherited a vibrant nation, a patriotic nation, an increasingly secure southern border, a strong economy after the pandemic, a military that Trump built up. He inherited a country in which our foreign policy was respected, where Soleimani was taken out, where Baghdadi was taken out. where our enemies not dare fire a bullet at us, where communist China feared him, where Russia would never invade Ukraine, where North Korea stopped firing missiles. That's what the idiot inherited. That's what he inherited. It has taken hundreds of years to build this country into what it is. Doesn't just happen overnight. Hundreds of years. And blood and toil and sweat. The strongest economy on the face of the earth. Energy independence. An industrial base like no other. And it took 2.5 years to basically ruin it. Destroy it. It took 2.5 years to destroy the Abraham Accords and peace in the Middle East. That's all. In conservative media, Biden is to blame in the Hamas-Israel war. No, actually, Iran is to blame, and Biden is to blame for rearming them. You moron. New York Times. Do you realize, New York Times, what a sickening joke you've become? All the media, you've exposed yourself to the entire world. You are grotesque. You are liars. You are propagandists. Something I've called you forever, because that's what you are. And let me tell you something else. We talk about the divide in the House among the Republicans, and I'm going to talk about that later. But look at the Democrats. Look at the Hamas wing of the Democrat Party, the Marxist wing of the Democrat Party. Look at it. Look at our college campuses. Look at our schoolrooms. Look at the newspapers. Look at the tenured professors. All Democrats. All Democrats. And all protected by the Democrat Party. They have a big problem, which means we have a big problem. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Your family depends on you, so it's time to get serious about something every family needs, life insurance. No one likes to think about it, but what if something happened and you weren't there? Who would pay the mortgage, the car payments, kids' tuition, and all the other monthly bills? With a term life insurance policy from Ethos Life, you may not have to worry about it. With Ethos, you can get same-day coverage in just 10 minutes, all online. Up to $2 million of term life with no medical exam. Just answer a few simple health questions. It's that easy. Don't be that family without life insurance, folks. Get the peace of mind knowing that you can help your family be protected in case of the unexpected. I urge you to check out the modern way to get life insurance, up to $2 million in term life protection in just 10 minutes with no medical exam. All online and hassle-free. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free personalized quote today at ethoslife.com. That's ETHOS life.com. ethoslife.com.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost. regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
I have to tell you something that speaks to the very core of our values as Americans. About a veteran-owned company on a mission to make a real difference in the lives of our military members. And of course, I'm talking about our great sponsor, Pure Talk. Our veterans gave everything to protect our nation, and Pure Talk understands the sacrifices they've made. Now, they've set an ambitious goal to eliminate $10 million in military debt by Veterans Day. But they can't do it alone. They need your help. When you switch to Pure Talk's lightning-fast 5G network, they'll donate a portion of every new order to this noble cause. And you can make a real difference just by choosing superior cell phone service. And Pure Talk's plans start at just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, and say the keyword Mark Levin to make the switch. Let's show our unwavering support for our veterans, fantastic phone service, at an affordable price. Dial pound 250 and say Mark Levin to switch to Pure Talk today. It's the right move. It's the American way.
Mark Levin by going to his website, marklevinshow.com.
Well, a little note to you. Some of you are curious about this. It happened. It's just a matter of time. The more I criticize the New York Slimes, the more childish it becomes. The Democratic Party Hates America was the number 2 top nonfiction selling book last week. Number 2. Because people want to understand what's happening to the country, who's behind it, the whole history, and all the substance. Now more than ever, because it's relevant. Now more than ever. So what did the New York Times do, Mr. Producer, on their list this week? Pushed it to number 5. It should be number 2. Pushed it to number 5. And if Barnes & Noble were actually selling the book, it would be number 1. But those of you who want access to it, you know where to get it. Amazon and elsewhere. We'll keep plugging ahead. I'll be right back.
If you're a business owner with salespeople, how in the world could you say no to this offer? The top 20% of your salespeople close 80% of the business. 80% of all sales are closed after the 5th attempt, and 83% of all salespeople don't even ask for the sale once. Did you know that 90% of all salespeople have never even read one sales book? How many sales are being lost each month? Simply because your salespeople are not professionally trained how to sell. Hi, this is the world's top sales trainer, Jason Evans. I'm going to give you a free 45-minute video of pure sales training techniques that will increase your company's sales within days, guaranteed. This could double, even triple your company's sales. This video is closing, handling objections, and more. Just call us and leave us a voicemail with your email address, and we'll send you this amazing video for free. Call 800-500-8320. This is how to close from A to Z for any product or service, regardless of industry, whether you sell face-to-face or over the phone. Call 800-500-8320. That's 800-500-8320.
Paid for by Power Sales University. Individual results may vary.
Exciting news. news. The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the lake has to offer in the palm of your hand.
The Home Service Club.
All but one of the people I have charged in municipal court for operating without a business license were people who couldn't get their certificate of no tax due.
Okay.
So we're requiring quite a bit of documentation to prove that they are on the up and up.
All right, so back to number 2 on the request. Verification they're in good standing with the Secretary of State.
Repeat that, Bob. I couldn't.
Verification they're in good standing with the Secretary of State. Anybody can get a business license. Anybody can show tax exempt letters, show tax IDs, et cetera. Not to say they didn't liquidate or terminate the company in the last 6 months. So we can, on our own, basically pull up that company to the Secretary of State website and verify that they are in good standing with the state. But I think we should also.
We actually can, but
I don't know if we should do that on our end or make them provide that.
I want to say that that's also covered in the business license process, but I don't handle the day-to-day.
I'm pretty sure the city, before they issue theirs, they have to verify they're good with the state first. That's a hard question, but I'm pretty sure because I know I had to.
And they can't be a felon.
And again, to get a certificate of no tax due, I think they may also need to do. It may be one of those things that's a prerequisite for something else.
But I just wanted to expand on businesses.
Sure. Totally understand.
That's all.
All right. Alderman Ross.
Just for clarity, is Tara going to be back for the next meeting? I don't know how long she's.
Yes, she's just
okay.
yeah.
So we can get that figured out.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So Kevin, to help you out, the language on the ballot said this: shall a fee, by the way, this thanks to Luke Hagedorn for looking this up, shall a fee of $500 be charged for a peddler's occupational license?
That was the ballot question.
That's the entire question.
In 1982.
And then by ordinance, the board created the definition.
As far as the definition is in our ordinances. Okay, it's under 610.00 or something.
010.
010. And I can read that if that would help.
It's on.
I got it here.
It's on 108.
Okay. And that one, as I read it, I went, maybe not, that it covers food trucks. So it's not, the bottom line is they weren't really concerned about that at the time because they generally didn't exist in the way that they exist today. So it's just a timing thing from my standpoint. So that's all I have.
Any other comments or questions? Alderman Rucker.
2. First of all, before I forget it, thank the Citizens Committee. I had opportunity to Zoom in a couple different times with the discussions, and they really did a good job. They did a very good. I enjoyed the conversations and the debates and back and forth and back and forth. Okay. With that being said, once this is passed, since we're saying a peddler does not include mobile food establishments. Once that's done, what happens to the food trucks then? Where under what guidelines do they come in? Under what fee? Under what parameters? Is that still within this? And again,
yeah, that's in here.
I apologize for not having read this in detail, and I know I'm normally dot the I, cross the, but I've been traveling.
Yes, it's $10 for a single day, $20 for a 5-day, $200 for 6 months. Yeah. So.
Okay. So the day the mayor signs the ordinance and TAR adds it to the book, somebody walks in, they register as a mobile food establishment instead of as a peddler. Obviously, anybody who's already purchased a peddler's license, that's still good. They don't lose that. But then they'll renew under the mobile food establishment.
We currently have 4 that are still within their 6 months. We had 1 drop off and hadn't renewed yet.
And part of the requirement is, I'm sure you know this as well, but they will be required to get a business license and then the mobile food establishment on top of that.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
I just haven't
No
done my research like I normally get a chance to do.
All right.
I enjoyed the mountains instead of the reading.
Very good. Do I have a motion to approve first reading? Alderman Rose. Do I have a second?
So move.
No, do I have a second?
Second.
Alderman Rucker. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. First reading passes. Next, we're going to move on to a motion to approve the updated cost for the purchase of 2 F-150 trucks at a cost of $38,249, each from Joe Manchin's Ford, using the State of Missouri Cooperative Bid Contract Number CC 222-37405. Assistant City Administrator Mike Welty, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the board. You may remember, you may not remember, back in February, I had brought all of the vehicles that we were going to purchase through Joe Mawkins to the board and got them all kind of approved on one motion. All of those vehicles have been delivered to us except for these 2 F-150s that were budgeted. Unfortunately, I was contacted by Joe Mawkins Ford a few weeks ago, and they informed me that the engines that we had requested, which are 3.3 liter V6 engines for these trucks, are no longer available. The replacement for those engines is a 2.7 liter V6 EcoBoost engine, and there's a difference of $1,285 between those two changes there. We had originally asked permission to purchase these trucks for $36,964. With the engine change, the new price of each vehicle is $38,249. Those changes were provided to Gina and added to the forecast for 2023, which I believe you guys already have in your budget packets that you have received. So that's already been included in the forecast that we provided. I am told by Kelly Sells with Joe Mawkins that these vehicles can still be delivered by the end of the year. So I still anticipate that we will get these trucks by the end of the year. And just a reminder, these are both replacements. And so the vehicles that they are replacing are 2 of the oldest police Explorers that we have in our inventory that were handed down from the police department a couple of years ago to the department. Both of the vehicles in question, I didn't bring it back because we had went over all this earlier in the year, but both of the vehicles in question are over 120,000 miles currently. I do recommend approval.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Comments or questions? Alderman Ross.
Yeah. So I'm just curious because it looks like we don't have much money left in the budget, but are you trying to say that this isn't going to pay out till the next year's budget? Did I read that wrong, that we're short 10 grand?
No, I don't think I commented in much detail that, yes, this is a little over than the not to exceed that you guys had already given Mike in addition to what's available. But what Mike was saying is, no, if the trucks are delivered this year, they'll be paid this year. So it'll follow delivery and payment. So the money will leave. We will go back and determine if it needs to have a city administrator budget adjustment or another line item that's under to take care of the budget overage. But we do expect to expend it if they so do to get delivered. If not, it'll be carried over.
Thanks.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, Alderman Schuman.
I just have a quick question. When we originally ordered these, did we have any kind of contract on them? Like, did they sign any contract that stated they would give it to us at this price?
The state bid and Sourcewell pretty much work the same, and they work like this. The profit margin for the vendor cannot change. So that's basically what a state bid is all about. It's locking in the profit margin for the vendor. Anytime there is a change in a material used to build it, they can change that.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. if they had any-
And you're going to have another one with the dump truck that I'm going to be bringing to you in a couple of weeks. So it's not the first time we're going to talk about this, but that is out of their hands and it's out of our hands.
Okay, that's good to know. I was just curious. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Alderman Rucker. Second, Alderman Schuman. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. Next, we're going to move on to discussion of the Fort of the Osage Tower. I was contacted by Thomas Lorraine months ago. I believe, Brad, is that you? Thomas texted me. Now, yeah, he texted me. He said he was not going to be here tonight, but he talked to me months ago about the tower. And then last Friday, he dropped off the packet, and it has copies in your materials tonight, but what he's wanting to propose. So hopefully he had a chance to read it, and he wants to donate it to the city if we would like to take it. And anyway, this is up for discussion tonight, and thank you for being here. Did you want to say anything before we started? If you do, please come on up so the people at home can hear you.
Well, I'm just here to try to answer any questions if I can, if anybody has any.
Okay.
So I can
All right.
stick around for that, yeah.
All right. Alderman Hoffman.
When was the last time a structural analysis was done on this artifact?
Seems like that was in there.
Last year, December 1st, 2022.
Yeah, that was.
Well, Cole, we discussed this earlier today, and does that look like it's structurally viable still from that?
I would just say, based on this letter, I think we would need to know a lot more about it to feel comfortable that it's structurally sound. I mean, this indicates that Matt Marshke inspected the base, found it to be solid, but it says the sections above need to be inspected, and recommend the entire tank be inspected as well. So I mean, I think without knowing the structural integrity or inspection results of those recommended inspections, I'd be really concerned about.
Well, sure.
We just don't know.
My concern is that we take this over, and then we find out that we've got to tear it down, and it costs $100,000 to tear it down, and we just got handed a piece of junk. And
I would share that. I would share that concern.
Okay. I personally, if it is structurally sound, I think it would be an interesting decorative piece that perhaps could be half Osage Indians, half Camdenton Lakers, and it's not an eyesore. All of a sudden, it's something that builds community. It's something to look at, something that's cool. And that's right at the line of demarcation between the two schools, is right around that area. So I'm interested in doing something with it if we can prove that it's structurally sound.
Right.
That's my 2 cents.
Anyone else? Alderman Morose.
I'm concerned of the amount of money that we spend to paint our water towers, of what the cost would be to redo something that hasn't been painted for many, many years, and to have it all sanded down and everything to go through that. Obviously, we don't know unless we get an estimate, but I'm just thinking, the hundreds of thousands of dollars that we spend on getting our water towers painted, I think, I don't know if we can actually want to put that in our budget. That's what I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Just a little cautious.
Anyone else?
Just to
Alderman Hoffman.
Alderman Morose, I agree with you on that. I was forward thinking, and that maybe we could create some kind of fundraising project that includes the two schools, and that helps to pay for it. Also, I think it builds community and rivalry between Osage and Camdenton, which has always been interesting. And it gives us a chance to work with both the schools. So I agree with you. I don't think that we should jump into this and waste $100,000. But I think if we can find an avenue where we're sharing that cost, or we're able to raise money to do it, I would be interested in looking into doing something like that. Again, to me, it starts with it being structurally sound. How are we going to get it sandblasted and make it look decent? How are we going to generate enough money to do something artistic with it? If it's just going to be, hey, here you go, now you guys got to tear it down, no, that's just a pass for me. But
Any other comments? Alderman Ross.
So as I look at this information that's provided, there was a somewhat structural engineer in 2012 engineering assessment, but they couldn't even assess how the structure itself was attached to the foundation because that was on the interior.
Because what?
It was on the interior.
Okay.
In other words, the way there's a foundation and it's connected to it, the way it's connected, it was on the interior. They only observed it from the outside. Okay. The second one that was done in 2022 by Midwest Engineering basically said the bottom section of it seemed okay. Right. I have similar concerns. Before I would support taking it over, I'd want to make sure that everything's been validated, that it's structurally sound. One of the suggestions that Midwest Engineering made is that as it's painted, that all the welds, because it's a series of welded panels that go up, be inspected and repaired at that time. So it almost lends me to think, at this point at least, that before we would accept it as a donation, that it needs to be structurally sound and it needs to be coated and all the welds inspected and repaired. And at that point, then neat ideas like you talked about for the schools and so forth.
Yeah.
You know, I know there's some historical nostalgia with this for a lot of folks.
I think your mic is off, Alderman Ross.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize it's been off all night, apparently. I realize there's some nostalgia to this, and it'd be neat, but at the same time, we have to be, and I think that's what everybody's saying, we'd be very cautious of what the investment would be. That's all I have. Thanks.
That tower, for some of you that, well, because of course I'm a lot older, but that was the Fort Osage Park. That tower was there. And many of you may not even remember that, but it is very nostalgic, and it would be nice, like you say, the demarcation to honor both school districts and do something with that. I like that premise, but I'm very concerned about the structure, as you said, and the cost. But I appreciate Lorraine's generosity of wanting to give it to us. It's just a matter of, we just have to be careful of what we're looking at.
Alderman Hoffman.
Okay, thanks. Just a bit of a quick backstory. That is the last thing left, I think, from Fort of the Osage. And I know when I growing up here, taking that ride to the top with.
Remember that?
Oh, okay. Yes, with my friends. The view.
You are that old.
I am. They had the swings that went around. They had the Madman's mixer. It was pretty cool. But that ride was awesome. It was the first thing you did when you walked in, and you could see the entire lake. So like the Ferris wheel that's going in, that was our Ferris wheel back then. So sure, there's some nostalgia to it, and again, I would really like to find a way to support this and do something with it. Again, it just needs to be. Now, was there something also about if we take it over and we do have to demo it later, that the land goes back?
That was in the letter, yes.
I don't. Why?
What good's a land?
Well, I mean, because then it looks like, hey, we gave it to you. You paid to tear it down. Now go ahead and give us our land back. I mean, if we're gambling, they got to gamble a little too. I'm thinking, but just something that we discussed earlier, which I thought was a bit of an odd write-up.
And obviously, I know we discussed it, but just with its structural uncertainty. If you're familiar with the location of that tower and the base of it, it is in extremely close proximity to an office building. Right. I don't know if the daycare is still a daycare, but it's okay. It's no longer. So it's no longer a daycare, but I'm sure it could be. There's a hair studio. There's a flower studio. There's your dad's office building.
There's east, west.
There's both parkways
and there's 3 roads. Basically.
If it were to fall, the liability on the city would be enormous.
Alderman Rucker.
Yes. First of all, I have concerns about the liability, the structural stability of it. We've talked about that being a hinging part. Who's going to pay to have that done? There's going to be some cost to have the information that the board is concerned about to have it done. I have no idea if we're talking a nickel or if we're talking $10,000, but we're talking somewhere in between there, somewhere in that range to have some people tell us it is good or it is bad. So that's something that we need to think about if we even want to take on that expense or if we want to make that the expense of the donor or what. The other thing is, I did not have the ideal of the 2 schools. I had the ideal that we talked about a welcome center, or a welcome sign that we have at one end of the town. Why not one on the other end of the town? And why couldn't that be utilized for that? That's what I visualized that being, with a nice American flag up at the top, and some kind of welcome to Osage Beach or something of that line. Again, it all comes back to the same thing, though. What's it going to cost us to have that done? Because I'm assuming none of us is wanting to go down the road of reenacting the amusement portion of it or the elevator portion of it or any of that, because that would really be extremely expensive. So
I think that ship has sailed.
Well, Mr. Lorena, sounds like everybody's appreciative of the offer. Maybe visit with your dad if they want to hire somebody to find out if it's structurally sound, maybe an estimate on what it would cost to refurbish it. And then if you'd like to bring it back to the board at that time, we'd be happy to hear you.
Okay. Yep, I can pass that on.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Murray, I have one more question. This is kind of just throwing it out to the board. I wouldn't be opposed to, if it, like, let's say it came back at $10,000, I wouldn't be opposed to splitting that with them. This is something I think that I wouldn't mind investing a little bit with them, but I don't think it should all be on us either. So just a thought.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you guys.
Appreciate it.
How much did he say?
All right, now we'll move on to department update list. Start with City Administrator Gina Woods, please.
Yes, Mayor, members of the board. I didn't really make, I don't think, any changes to the list in the entirety, nothing new on my end. The only comment I want to make is the next 2 weeks, we have 2 meetings each week, so we're going to be seeing a lot of each other. Tuesday's the first budget workshop. A couple items that you did not find in your draft budget is I'm finalizing the cash flow estimates that I always provide and some more details on the reserves and what you're going to find in the budget. I know HR information will also come as expanding on that. So you'll still have more information coming. So that is my only update.
All right. Assistant City Administrator Mike Welty.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the board. I do have one thing that I want to share with the board. I think I've made 2 or 3 promises over the last month to move the odor control blower to station 53-1. And every time I've made that promise, I've had to break it. And so I wanted to give the board an update on that. If you're not familiar with the station number, it is the station in the backyard of Steve Carr's. We have tried and tried to get the manpower to get that over there, and every time it has happened, we've run into another issue that had more priority from a sewer standpoint, and we had to kind of shift our resources to that. But I can say with some confidence right now that we will have that blower moved next week. So that is my final answer, and I am sticking with it. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Do you have anything, Jen?
I do not.
It's your chance to talk. All right. All right. City Treasurer Carrie Bell, please.
Take just a second. Mayor and Board of Aldermen, this is the annual time of year that I file the city's most important TIF reports. Basically, there's 3 of them. There's a property tax that is annual. You see that around March. There's a one per project that has to be done every 5 years. And the Alderman, City Attorney Rucker made sure those were all up to date before he left. So we're in good shape with those. These are the annual that, according to the state of Missouri, we have to file one of these reports for each of our projects. And if we do not comply, we are prohibited from adopting any new tax TIF projects for a period of 5 years. So just to let you know, those were all, we have 3 this year. Deerberg's, Arrowhead, and OB Commons. Those were all filed this week. And they're available online under the City Treasurer's Department, under financial reports if you'd like to see those. They're also available through the Department of Revenue's site as well. Our reports are easier to read than the ones you'll find on the state's. But that's all I have.
All right, thank you. City Attorney Cole Bradbury.
I have, Mayor, members of the board, I have just 2 very brief updates. Number 1, the one that made Carrie Bell very happy. We had a very productive meeting, myself, Mark Spikerman, and the Camden County Councilor, Jeff Green. And we are working towards having a TIF monitor hired on the Arrowhead TIF, which has been a source of, has been severely delayed, but with some of the Camden County audit and financial reporting issues. And the county has agreed to, Mark and I are going to work on getting the bid out to help them set that up. But they will be hiring a TIF monitor to ensure timely reporting and disbursement of TIF revenues and all of that fun stuff for Arrowhead. The second one, if you'd like details, please reach out to me offline, but we did have another productive meeting working on the last item on your list, the Tantera sewer issue, and expect a couple more to get scheduled in the next few weeks.
Very good. All right, thank you. Chief Davis.
If you see Officer Rosenberg out, he completed his field training process and he's out on his own now.
All right.
So we're working toward that, getting full. We've got, I think, 2 to 3 that we're trying to get scheduled for interviews and testing next week. So 2 of them will need to go to the academy. One's a possibility that he's in the Army police officer now, so it's not an MP. There's something different there. I'm not real sure what it is, but he's already been certified and just have to test with Missouri Post, so we can get him on the road a little bit sooner.
Very good. Building official, Ron White.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take a moment to inform you and the board of a program that we're taking advantage of. Wow. Sorry, Gina. Your name slipped me for a minute. Only known you for a little while. Gina had emailed a program that Ameren was sponsoring just a few months ago. It's something that Alderman Rucker and I had discussed actually a couple of years ago. But it is called the Ameren Missouri's Biz Savers Program, and we have the contractor on site beginning today. The vendor is PCS Energy out of Imperial, Missouri. They're an Ameren sponsored or approved contractor. And what they're doing is converting almost all of our lights, about 350 bulbs in City Hall, taking out the ballast and putting in LED lighting. The estimated cost, the engineer's estimate for this project is $29,983, saving us about 56,853 kilowatt hours a year, which equates to about $4,500 in savings. With their incentive, the expense to the city is $0. So this is something that is completely managed by the contractor. They take care of all the paperwork, and really I have very little to do with this. Gina sent it to me. I passed it on to our maintenance tech, Doug Damron, and he took the ball and ran with it, made the contacts, got the scheduling set up, and that should be completed next week, and will be a much brighter City Hall for less money.
Very good. Thank you. City Planner, Kerry Patterson.
Not much to say, and I won't steal the thunder from Eric here to talk about the Fall Festival and stuff, but we're staying busy. As always, if you have any of your constituents that call, have questions of you, feel free to send them to us. We're always here waiting to answer their questions. So,
very good. All right, thank you. Human Resource, Eric Gregory. What the heck did I just say? Sorry, I read
Congrats on the promotion.
All right, you guys switch chairs. to talk about the Fall Festival? Michael Ray.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No problem, Mayor. Mayor, members of the board, current postings, we still have city engineer still up, 911 dispatcher has gone back up, and we have received applications for that. Police officer, sewer technician, and paramedics, again, those are our continuous postings. Just as a reminder, email went out tonight, loggers discussion, January 11th. Mark your calendars for that. If you have any questions, please get those to me. We're going into the holiday season, and so I need to be able to make sure that we have ample time to get responses for any of your questions for anybody I need to contact. And then regarding the job fair that we held on October 3rd with the Missouri Job Center, our numbers came back. We had 27 attendees, 10 employers that showed up. The industry representation was between retail, construction, healthcare, and government. The advertising that went along with that were posts on many social media sites. There were advertisements and commercials on 2 different radio stations, as well as a email/text message blast to everybody on their contact list. And talking with the organizer from Missouri Job Center, they do expect this event to grow, being a set location, central to everybody, easy to get to. We have the room. They just expect this event to grow the more that we do it.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right. Thanks, Eric. Dave Van Leer, Cochran Engineering.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple quick items. We do have multiple projects currently out to bid right now that are out on the street for contractors. We did open bids on the Sands Lift Station sewer main replacement today, and we do anticipate bringing a recommendation to your next Board of Aldermen meeting to get that project moving forward. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Eric Gregory, Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that came out to the city park this past Saturday for the Fall Festival, the Dragon Smoke Barbecue Competition. Weather was a little cool. We still had almost 3,000 people attend, so, you know, under the circumstances with the weather, that was more than I was expecting, but everybody still had a great time. I also wanted to especially thank all of my coworkers from City Hall for volunteering their time, because we absolutely could not do an event this large without them. Michael Ray, Wyatt the Sun, April White, Jen, Tara, Annie, everybody, Mike Welty jumping around, helping where he could. Mike had a very difficult job that day. He had to step in and serve as a judge for the barbecue contest. So it's so hard on him. He was complaining he was a little full, but twisted his arm. So thank you. The guy sitting next to me spent all day Friday cooking 24 pork butts so we could serve barbecue at the concession stand, and just about sold out. It was so popular. Everybody, it was a hotbed place. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody again. Thank you for everybody that came out, and another successful fall festival. So
very good. Thank you. All right. Alderman Rucker.
Yes. I just want to shout out to Mike Welty specifically, but also the rest of the staff for your courtesy and the way you handle citizens. I could not do it. I would be difficult to be so polite and nice. Many times I just walk away from my email because after I type it up, I'm like, no, I'm not sending it. Because it would just create more problems. But I just appreciate that, and it is noted that you do a good job with that, all of the staff. I know Mike has been dealing with some specific ones, and I very much appreciate that. The other thing is, there's a number of items on the updated department list that I have on there that I will be sending an email to Gina to remove, because we do have those items that are being taken care of. They're being taken care of in budget items, and that's the main reason we wanted them on the list until they were going to be getting taken care of. So I'll send a copy to the board of those, so if anybody disputes that, they can ask it to be put back on the list. Do you want me to ask my question, or do you want to take care of it?
No, you just go right ahead and ask. I already read your note. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know, I just wanted to make sure that the rest of the board was aware of the situation with the city of Lake Ozark and the communication system. They have gone elsewhere. And
It's not signed yet.
well, it's right. Facebook is well, it's not Facebook. It was the newspaper it was in. So, but I don't know if Gina has some other information according to the paper she does, but.
Well, I'm not going to tell their story because it's not signed, but I was asked today, you know, what its status on that. And the status is that our police chief was going to get back with their police chief and verify some numbers, which was a direct relation to how I calculated. So the board was questioning the calculation and was the fee enough? And so I need more information from the source, in other words, to do that. I had told another alderman a couple weeks ago, I said, as soon as police chiefs can get that back, we will turn that around. And I said, I suspect that will be 1st of November, or, you know, packets next week for 1st of November. In the meantime, I have been told that I would expect a decision at their board level very soon of another contract.
Front page of the paper. So, for whatever it's worth, I won't make any further comments on that. Everybody knows my feelings of it. That's all I have.
All right, Alderman Schuman.
I just wanted to thank again all the city staff and Eric Gregory for all his work on the Fall Fest. We went, it was fun. Never seen that many bounce houses in a row. Kids loved it. Got to see everybody. I think I missed you about 3 different times. We were walking around, but my kids were dragging me all over the place. But it was a very fun event. It looked like everybody there that was having fun. I got to pet a baby kangaroo. That was fun. And then just upcoming Halloween coming up. So everybody keep an eye out for the littles that'll be out on the road and walking around. And as parents, we always try and watch them, but they're just so fast sometimes when they're excited. So just everybody be careful and have a good holiday.
All right, thank you.
I call it a holiday.
Alderman Hoffman.
I wanted to thank the Citizens Advisory Committee. I know they did a long process on the food trucks. I want to specifically say thank you to Luke Hagedorn. He did kind of do a deep dive into it, which brought to light the voting issue. I'm very happy that we knew it, we vetted it well, and we got to a point to where we're comfortable with what we're doing and confident in it. And I think that he really helped that process. So thank you, Luke Hagedorn. And obviously, Mike Welty, I second what you said, Alderman Rucker. Appreciate the way you guys are handling the public. It can be difficult. We are trying to help you as much as we can. So thank you for staying professional and staying on top of the sewer. Everyone asks me when I'm out, just at the grocery store or wherever, and I keep telling them our people are on it, and we're asking them, and they're doing it. And I feel confident that you guys are making headway, and I really appreciate it. Other than that, happy Halloween, everybody.
All right, thank you. Alderman Osteen.
I only have one quick item this evening. I will not be in attendance for the November 2nd board meeting. I will be in Playa del Carmen.
Good for you.
Oh, cool. FYI.
Forever or?
No.
Excuse me, which meeting?
November 2nd.
November?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because I'm not going to be here at the December meeting. I thought we were both going to be on the same. Okay, no.
All right. Anyway, I will be on vacation. I'm actually going to a wedding, and I'm officiating it in Playa del Carmen. Good friends of mine. So
That's neat.
Yeah. That's all I have. Happy Halloween, everybody, since we won't convene till after that. So that's it.
Thank you. Alderman Osteen. Excuse me.
I just
what
talked.
the heck? I don't know.
1,000 tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Alderman Rose, my apologies.
Obviously, the Harbor Hop was the same weekend as the barbecue competition, which was unfortunate, but the weather was not too conducive for either event. we did have a lot of people that stopped, I should say, that went by car instead of by boat to different spots at Harbor Hop. I was at Kelly's Port, and it was fun because this one neighborhood had rented literally a bus for a lot of neighbors in the subdivision to go harbor hopping around, so they had a good time. And then there was a boat that came with 10 people in it. They were all dressed up as pirates. So it was, anyway, and Kelly's Port was very kind to us. I was obviously working it, and they had us located in the shed where they sold beverages, which was very nice because it was handy to get one whenever I wanted one. But anyway, it was good. On another note, Ron, I think our landscaping looks fantastic. And the railings and everything that's finished off in front of the City Hall, right up to snuff. The only thing that I think that needs to be corrected is the main entrance sign. As I was driving in, it said board meeting, I don't know who was responsible, November the 19th at 6 p.m., which it's October 19th
That's right now. City clerk's office, so we'll get that corrected.
Okay. Anyway, no biggie, but I just thought I'd bring it up. Eric, have you had any progress on getting the sign there for the city park?
I have, it is on.
Oh, it is on. Well, I'm sorry I missed it. Okay, very good, because I know you've been very frustrated over that. Super. Okay, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Alderman Ross.
Yeah, just a few things. One, from a staffing standpoint, so from a road patrol, are we still short?
3.
We're still short 3, okay. Sewer, we are? Short 2, okay. And then 911, I'm sorry, I skipped around.
2.5. 2.5.
We're short 2.5.
Yes.
Against a number, so
We're at 7. 7
Oh.
full-time, 1 part-time.
much different than it was.
Oh,
Very
we've
good.
made progress.
Nice progress. Okay. The 2 months ago, we had the presentation and talked about the parks fields to Ballparks of America. Is there any update on that?
It's out for bid.
It's out for bid.
Bid's been
Okay.
posted.
Okay. Okay. And the other thing, most importantly, is had an opportunity. Part of our neighborhood association still has a well and folks on it, and there were some questions by some folks, and got a hold of Keegan, who did an absolute awesome job in helping figure out a couple of things, and it was extremely quick. And man, she does a great job. So please let Keegan know thank you. And lastly, I hope everybody has a fun and safe Halloween. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Just 3 short kudos and then one other thing, but Fall Festival, yeah, it was great. Eric, everybody that helped. I know Carrie, you had a big part of that too, and Harmies was out there serving hooch and might even had 1 or 2, so right next to the Osage Beach City table, so I think Alderman Schuman might have had 1 too.
1?
Yeah.
It was
a great event.
big size.
It was a great event, and yeah, weather could have been a lot better. I keep telling people it was a little chilly, but it's a fall festival, and it was fall, so there you go.
Yeah.
Also, thank you, Michael Ray, the Osage Beach Wellness. That was appreciated. That I think hopefully you guys had a part to take in that, but I appreciated it, and so far it sounds like I'm going to live at least another couple of years.
That's it.
Yeah. And also Citizens Advisory Committee, because one of the things I did run on for mayor was that food trucks was an issue. Also, the signs was an issue. And so it's kind of pleasing to me that the first item that they did, you almost checked that off the list after the second reading. So I appreciated all their help. And then they're working on the signs now, and I know that Cole and Carrie have been talking with them. And if you do have anything that you would like to talk to me about to put on their next list, because once they tackle the signs, and I would like to keep them working. I mean, we appointed them in order to help us. So if there's something that you see out there, then let me know and we can talk about it. And the only other thing, this is just to think about, because I am going to put on the next agenda, and I was driving down the road the other day and I heard Lake Ozark say that their Board of Aldermen meeting was Tuesday night at 5:30. And I got to thinking, I said, why is ours at 6 o'clock? And I know, at least for the staff, you know, they sit around for an hour after work and waiting till 6. And most people, I mean, that work in Osage Beach, they can get here in 15 minutes. So I'm going to put on a discussion item for next, just to think about moving meetings, citizen advisory, whenever we have special meetings, move them to 5:30. Start 30 minutes early, and in doing that, I know that Alderman Ross has said, hey, he would love to move it away from Thursdays, because if you're taking Friday off for a long weekend, you can't leave or whatever. So just think about that. I was talking to Mayor Newberry today at an event and talking to him about it. They just recently went to 5:30, same reasons. Basically, don't keep people there all night, and then get them in, get them out. But then also, we're the first and third. And they're the second and fourth. So it's nice if they did alternate in case we ever wanted to attend there. So my personal opinion is Tuesday nights 5:30. But give us some thought. We'll discuss it at the next meeting.
That could also relate to our budget meetings.
Yeah. So
Just bringing that
Hey,
up.
those special meetings, you guys have all kinds of control.
anyway, just think about it. We can discuss it at the next meeting. Have a happy Halloween. And with that being said, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.
Alderman Ross, do I have a second? Alderman Schuman. All those in favor? Aye. All right. Meeting adjourned. Thanks, folks.
Okay.
Give you a call, or you around tomorrow?
Unanimously nodded when he
Give you a call.
Yeah, all day.
All right. Yes.
tough steps against the Palestinians, where he's giving them another $100 million. What is your take on this?
My take on it is that Joe Biden should go out there tonight and say, we're going to do aid to Israel. We're not going to tie it to a bucket list of other things. He's going to freeze that $6 billion that, as you said, I was joined by other Republican senators in calling for that this week. He's going to place oil sanctions on Iran. He should say, look, we're tired of them making $1 billion a week selling oil. Biden eased those Trump-era restrictions, Mark, and they've gone from producing a few hundred barrels a day to 3 million barrels a day. They're bringing in $1 billion a week. If Iran gets $1, it is going into enriching uranium. It is going into terrorism. He should cut that funding to Gaza, as you said. He should cut funding to the UN Relief and Work Agency that is there for Palestinian refugees. He's already put $1 billion into that. And he should close our border. He should fire Jake Sullivan, and he should get out there and make the case of why the U.S. stands with Israel. And he should talk about who the good guys are, who the bad guys are, and he should lay out who these terrorist groups are, whether it's the Islamic Jihad or Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis or ISIS in Syria and Iraq or the Iran Revolutionary Guard or any of the 13 other smaller groups. And he should be very forthright in that. That is what leadership would be, laying it out and making it clear to the world where we stand.
And what about Qatar, who he seems to embrace like a close friend, that gives safe haven to the leaders of Hamas and also has spent over the years billions supporting Hamas? And what about Turkey, which also gives safe haven to the leaders of Hamas? I mean, we have hostages over there. The Hamas has killed 31 Americans. Why do we treat Qatar and Turkey like they're buddies? Why aren't we giving them a tough tongue lashing as well?
And this is why it would be so important for the president to lay it out and make it clear that we stand with Israel and stop trying to appease people. Look at where this appeasement has gotten us. Look at where that first Iran deal, coupled with this latest $6 billion ransom payment, the way we came out of Afghanistan, the way you've had the Taliban go back in there, all of these things show weakness. And when you see that weakness, we see what has happened, whether it is Qatar or whether it's Turkey or whether it is others that are in the region, whether it is countries that say, no, President Biden, we don't have time to meet with you this week. Thank you for coming over here and calling, but we're just too busy.
I look at this president, and of course he's going to be praised. He's going to say there's no distance between Israel and us, and we have their back, and what he said before, and he's going to talk emotionally and passionately, which will touch the hearts of a lot of people. But shouldn't there be some accountability here for the lead up to this? I mean, under our former President Trump, there was peace breaking out all over the place. The Abraham Accords, they've now been effectively destroyed. We almost had Saudi Arabia into that process. We had the Palestinian terrorists were in a box. Iran was on its back. It was crumbling. The people were rising up to try and take it out. All of that has been destroyed. All of that's been turned around. And yet you and I both know that after this speech, he will be praised. But won't he be praised by the same media that's taken the side of Hamas against Israel?
He is going to be praised by the media because he gets out there and he makes this speech. But, Mark, I'm going to tell you, I think he's going to go out here and do an appeasement speech. I don't think he's going to go out here and lay it out and hold people to account and say, we're watching and we know what you've been doing, and it is not serving free people and freedom well. He needs to be that pointed when he gives that speech tonight. He needs to take some actions. You know, it's fine to talk about things, but let's take some actions. That's why freezing the $6 billion is important. It's why it is putting oil sanctions back on Iran, why that is important. And who is Iran selling that oil to? Russia and China, they are stockpiling oil. They're stockpiling it. And Iran is using that money to fund these terrorist organizations. You know, Mark, Iran gives their proxies, which I just rattled off. They give them about $100 million a year. And they supply Hamas, in addition to the $100 million, Hamas and Hezbollah are getting supplies and training and equipment and fuel and food and armor and ammo and weaponry. All of that is coming from Iran. So if you give them money, like I said, nuclear weapons and funding their proxies to go do their dirty work, that is where they put their money. So this is why you have seen Republicans step up and say, here are things we need to do right now. And being one of those being, we need to close that southern border, because under Joe Biden, you've had 151 terrorists this year come in. This month of October, you have had 30 Iranians, you've had 35 Pakistanis, you've had 100 Russians and 2,000 Chinese come across this border. And it is important that we know who's coming into this country and why they're coming into this country.
Senator, thank you very much. You've been steadfast, and you've been highly moral and outspoken, and God bless you, my friend.
Thank you. Take care.
Senator Blackburn, she's terrific. And not to mention, he won't mention how he's going to stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. And he won't mention that he didn't say anything about the cap being lifted 48 hours ago, allowing Iran to buy and sell missiles. Our closest ally, Israel, is under attack. American citizens have been killed and taken hostage, and the numbers are growing. Israeli towns are being bombed. Hamas is ruthlessly murdering our friends and allies and their children. Atrocities we've never heard of and seen before. Of course, we have the predictable Hamas wing of the media, the Democrat Party, and of course, real Hamas activists on our college campuses and so forth. We're in support of these atrocities. When we need true leadership, what does Joe Biden, leader of the free world, do? Well, he's got time to think, tinkering around with some damn legislation, whatever. At Levin TV, at the Blaze TV network, we firmly and unequivocally stand with Israel. And during these troubled times, we will be bringing you uncensored, unfiltered, and factual updates about what is actually happening and how this will affect America, Israel, and the rest of the world. So to stay informed, subscribe to LevinTV.com right now. You can try it for free for 7 days without any risk when you go to LevinTV.com. Again, that's Levin, Levin TV.com. Join us today.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates, on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS. AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. This all-adult paradise, 5-star, all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, partial ocean view room, airport transfers, top-shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package. All for just $18.99 per person. We've already sold out of run-of-the-house rooms. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the winter blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years. And thousands of people contact them every month. With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Mark Levin.
What good is it to be a genius if you can't even go out on a school night?
On the Mark Levin radio program.
The establishment's worst nightmare. Mark Levin. Call in now, 877-381-3811.
What all this is demonstrating is the level of inhumanity that exists in our own country as well as around the world. What all this demonstrates is that when I wrote American Marxism, you can see what's happening in our country. The Marxists hate America. They hate Israel. They hate the Jews, and they hate Americans. I've told you over and over again. The same people and groups and countries that hate America hate Israel and vice versa. Show me one where that's not true. But this ideology in America is pernicious, and it has a home in the Democrat Party. Terrorist-supporting, Hamas-supporting politicians have a home in the Democrat Party. Terrorist-supporting, Hamas-supporting professors have a home in the Democrat Party. Terrorist-supporting, Hamas-supporting terrorists have a home in the student groups that are set up on our colleges and universities. And terrorists and Hamas-supporting individuals have a home in American media, starting with the New York Times. Starting with the New York Times. Think about that. Now, this has all been exposed. It was exposed by us, you and me, in American Marxism, and long before that. The role of the Democrat Party is exposed right now, and the Democrat Party hates America. Remember, people say, oh, that title, that's no good. Barnes & Noble won't show it, which they haven't. But the title of the book is Truth, looking you right in the face, which is why the book does not appear at most Hudson bookstores and the airports where people walk by and they see the titles of books. That's why it doesn't appear in the windows of most, not all, but most independent bookstores. That's why Barnes & Noble was concerned and didn't put it in its windows. And that's why not a single corporate media platform has even mentioned it, because they're in it. They're in it. And I got to thinking earlier today, unfreedom of the press, liberty and tyranny, American Marxism, the Democrat Party hates America. The press have a prominent role in all of this. In all of it. They're exposed. And look here domestically, how they cover up for Biden, his crimes, his destruction of the border, the inhumanity on the border. Look what they do. They cover up for Hamas. Now, if you have a media that's going to cover up for Hamas and attack Israel, the Jews, after they've just been slaughtered in the most horrendous way, what is that? Who are these people? Who are these corporations? It's shocking. It's stunning. We even get Jeremy in his Peters. He writes an article attacking me and other conservatives. For what? For blaming Biden. For blaming Biden. All the hell that's swirling around us as a nation, Israel as a nation, the entire world, maybe on the brink of World War III, that's what he writes about? He's at the New York Times. Shouldn't he do a self-examination of the corporation he works for? Shouldn't he be thinking on his own that I work for this immoral corporation that covered up the Holocaust and now is taking the side of the Hamas terrorists? But he writes about me. Me. Because he blames Biden. No, I blame the terrorists. But I blame Biden. I blame Biden for being worse than an appeaser, for rearming the enemy, and that includes the terrorists. And he needs to be held to account. That's what we do in a republic. We hold politicians to account, except when they're Democrats. So rather than writing about conservatives, rather writing about me, Jeremy Peters, who you don't even know, isn't it more consequential to talk about how money's still flowing to Iran? Iran's slaughtering its own people. It's raping its own women. It is a fundamentalist Islamist regime. I haven't killed anybody. I haven't molested anybody. I haven't taken property from anybody. I haven't done anything to anybody. Why don't you write about them who do all those things, you idiot? Sickening. They sit there in their offices or maybe at home, you know. I don't really want to go to work. I can do this at home. Sit on my fat ass, eat donuts, you know, talk to my friends and just call it in. Call it in. Let's see. What do we do to hate Trump? All right, that's Tuesday, Hate Trump Day. It's Wednesday, it's Hate Levin and Conservative Day. Okay. It's Thursday. Okay, that's an open one. So that's Pro-Hamas Day. And we'll include in there that Israel struck the hospital. We don't need any verification. It's okay. It's okay. If we have to fix it, we'll fix it in day 7 or 8 when it's all done. Yeah, okay. Next day is Defend Biden Day. Next day, Defend Biden Day. Next day, Defend Biden Day. Then it's Sunday. Oh, we're sure as hell not going to church. We'll go to a local bar and watch the football game. Well, yeah, okay, that's Sunday. That's who these people are. They're disgusting. Jake Tapper is grotesque. And I'll say this, and I've said it to you before, a lot of these people are self-hating Jews. They're self-hating Jews. As my wife likes to say, their religion, their faith isn't Judaism. The religion, their faith is left-wing radicalism. That's it. It's the state. over the family, the state over the individual, the state over your faith. That's what it is. And the guy that controls the state is Biden. Why won't the New York Times, CNN, MSNBC, NBC, ABC, CBS, and the rest, why won't they ask Biden, why aren't you turning off the money spigot from oil sales? How about that, Scarborough, you putz? I think Joe Biden gave one of those. Did you hear him? I didn't hear him. I saw a clip of him on Fox. And these phony historians, Michael Beschloss, and that other jackass, I forget his name. It's the most unbelievable speech. And one guy said, it's like FDR and Churchill. These aren't historians. These are hysterics. They're frauds. Because when real historians write the history, 50 years, 100 years from now, if we still have a country, they're going to, hopefully, tell the truth about what's taken place. Who set the world on fire? Who weakened the United States from within? And the insanity, the word's out there now, and I don't know if it's true, but I'm just telling you, word's out there now, he's going to talk about our border. Maybe he'll give more money. Ladies and gentlemen, he can give 10 times more money if he's telling the Border Patrol to stand down. Then it doesn't matter. This guy's throwing money to everybody. Okay, Hamas terror, there's $100 million for you. Okay. Iran, we're not going to enforce the limits on oil, the restrictions and so forth. So, all right, that's $70 billion for you. The Palestinian terrorists, okay, we'll give you, we'll reverse course. We'll give you $500 million a year. What the hell? All he does is fund the terrorist regimes. They don't give that money to their people. Everybody knows this. But we play games. They play games. If Israel was given its way, this would have been over already, I believe, Mr. Producer, don't you? It would have been over already. They would have beaten the crap out of these people. Hamas. Anybody who didn't move like they told them to move, anybody that didn't get out of a building like they told them to get out, they'd be killed. Not intentionally. No other army on the face of the earth gives repeated warnings to civilians. We have bump bombs. Who develops bump bombs? They hit the top of a building. See that? 30 minutes later, you're going to get wiped out. Oh, okay. Don't rush me. Text messages. Flyers dropped from jets. Warnings every way they can possibly. Get out, move, we got to destroy the enemy, or we'll be destroyed. Well, those Israeli Jews, they're really just too much. We can't really take, it's too much. It's too much, No military can fight the kind of war that Biden and Blinken and the other throwbacks, radicals, Obamaites are asking this war to be fought. Your family depends on you. So it's time to get serious about something every family needs, life insurance. No one likes to think about it, I understand, but what if something happened and you weren't there? Think about that. Who would pay the mortgage, the car payments, kids' tuition, and all the other monthly bills? With a term life insurance policy from Ethos Life, you may not have to worry about it. With Ethos, you can get same-day coverage in just 10 minutes, all online. Up to $2 million of term life with no medical exam. Let me repeat that. Up to $2 million of term life with no medical exam. Just answer a few simple health questions. It's that easy. Don't be that family without life insurance. What a disaster. Get peace of mind knowing that you can help your family be protected in case of the unexpected. I have it, that's for sure. And if you're in a position to do something, it's de minimis compared to the benefit. I urge you to check out the modern way to get life insurance. Up to $2 million in life, term life. Protection is just 10 minutes away with no medical exam. Up to $2 million in term life protection in just 10 minutes with no medical exam. All online, hassle-free, just answer a few health questions. That's it. Get your free personalized quote today at ethoslife.com, spelled E-T-H-O-S life.com, ETHOSlife.com, ethoslife.com. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
If inflation is taking a toll on your pocket with the dollar shrinking daily, it's time to join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. With AMAC, you can save from 10 to 65% on products like cell phones and plans, health and wellness products, travel and lodging, vision, dental, prescription drugs, and so much more. Go to amac.us/mark. The savings alone will more than pay for your subscription. They even have an advisory service for Social Security and Medicare that will answer any questions that you have. Join AMAC today at amac.us/mark. Thinking of or in the middle of retirement? AMAC Financial Planning and Retirement Planners can help you learn more about life insurance, IRA rollovers, and investment advice from its referral partners. Head to amac.us/mark and discover savings that help make dreams come true. The Association of Mature American Citizens, better for you, better for America.
About you, but I am planning to scream and run. He's back on the Mark Levin Radio Show.
Well, you've heard me talk about Hillsdale College. Have you ever checked out their site, by the way? levinforhillsdale.com, Levin for Hillsdale.com. It is a fantastic website. You have access free to fantastic courses. You can use them if you're homeschooling or if you just want to teach your kids real American history. Different levels of education, really. You can check out these courses. There's a lot of courses there. It's just a fantastic site for history, philosophy, for education generally that you're not getting in classrooms in this country. Not just colleges and universities, but K through 12. It is really a remarkable university. And I know its president, Larry Arnn, is a remarkable historian and strategist and a real lover of America. He's an expert on the Declaration of Independence. He's an expert on Winston Churchill. He's an expert on Abraham Lincoln. He's an expert on a lot of things. And he has a fantastic way of presenting information. It's really intriguing and compelling. And he and they are behind this effort to get a pocket copy of the Constitution and Declaration of Independence in everybody's hands. But obviously they can't produce 300 million of them. But they have produced 1 million. And that's a lot. And they're almost out of these copies, I'm told, and they want to make sure you have a copy, and maybe if you do, get a copy and give it to a child of yours, or give it to a grandchild, or give it to a neighbor. Spread the word. And so they are supporting and funding that effort. It costs you nothing. They'll ship it to you for free. Free. So I don't want you to miss out on this. I think it's very, very important that you get your copies. So to claim your free copy from Hillsdale College while they last, go to levinforhillsdale.com right now. That's Levin for Hillsdale.com. You complete a simple form so they know where to send it, and receive a booklet through the mail, and only available, till the last one is sent out. And again, you don't even have to pay for shipping. But this offer will end soon because they'll run out of copies. So order your copy now at levinforhillsdale.com. It's all free. The copy's free. The shipping is free. There's no risk. There's no attachment. There's nothing to it. That is Levin for Hillsdale.com. Don't delay. Let me try one on you and Mr. Call Screener, Mr. Producer. Do we have any callers right now? Probably people don't because they're... Well, pick one for me. Pick it out of the hat. WBAP, Brett in Arlington, Texas. Go ahead, sir.
Sir,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you very much. You speculated earlier about why Biden would be trying to give money away to all these oligarchs, all these regimes that are just totally against us. He has had the guy, Malley, negotiating this deal with Iran.
Yeah, shocking.
This nuke deal.
Yeah, an Iranian sycophant.
Well, yeah, and this guy has been in and out of government, so he goes into government, meets people, gets out of government, has probably nefarious activities. I'm just speculating. Meeting these people, talking to these people, and I'm sure no one has ever offered a bribe or any way of hiding money.
Well, we know that he brought in three I don't even know what to call them. I guess technically they're not spies, but he brought in 3 individuals who carry water for the foreign ministry in Iran. And Biden chooses these people, approves these people, and Blinken do, to be our negotiating team on nuclear missiles. Nuclear missiles. And, of course, the Iranians know what they're dealing with. They see this, too. And so this is what I mean. This is why I feel there was a complete breakdown. As a matter of affirmative policy of this administration, they keep praising this guy on MSNBC, which, of course, is sort of a pro-Hamas network. They've demonstrated that through a number of their hosts. CNN and the rest, they praise this guy. Look at his appointments. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 Alger Hisses right there. In my humble opinion, based on what we know. What are you praising him for? Now he wants to appoint somebody as ambassador to Israel from the United States who was also pushing this Iran policy. So the Iranians see this. They see the spigot still running, filled with cash. And they're the ones behind the whole thing. And so they're flush with cash. They've rearmed themselves. They're moving for nukes. They've built close now associations with Communist China, Russia, and North Korea. And I'm supposed to applaud Biden after tonight's speech. I'm not applauding him. I'm denouncing him. Whether he gives a great speech or not, it's irrelevant. All right, my friend. Thank you for your call. Very, very good. Let's grab another one quickly. Greg, trucker, XM, you have 1 minute. Greg, go for it, baby.
Thank you, Mark, for taking my call. I just wanted to say I'm sorry about all this. It's one of the saddest things I've ever saw. When I saw what was going on over there, like I was telling your screener, how do you kill, children and then rape a lady at the same time? It was the craziest behavior I ever saw. And then to solve the way that people over here are acting, like I said to your screener, you always wonder how Nazis took over, but you can actually see it happening. I mean, and these are the same people that was calling us Nazis, I think.
You're 100% right. If they're not Nazis, they're Nazi sympathizers, the modern Nazi movement in this country and elsewhere. All right, President Biden is expected to begin speaking at 8 p.m. Eastern. We will run it live. I'll be right back.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glazed Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Get 11% off your favorite food and drinks at Menards. Lots of Matzo Pizza is loaded with over ½ pound of real Wisconsin cheese and piled high with your favorite premium toppings. It's big, bold, and outrageously delicious. Stock up on Brewpub Lots of Matzo Pizza today. Now just $5.99 each after 11% rebate at Menards. Good through October 22nd. Savings or mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Biden has delivered an Oval Office address to the nation to make the case for continued U.S. support of Ukraine and Israel caught up in the grips of war. CBS's Linda Kenyon has the latest.
The president says helping Ukraine defend itself against Russia and Israel against Hamas are matters of vital global and national security.
When terrorists don't pay a price for their terror, when dictators don't pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos and death and more destruction. They keep going.
That's why he's asking for $100 billion over the next year, not only for Ukraine and Israel, but for the Indo-Pacific region and for U.S. border security. He called the funding a smart investment that he said will pay dividends for generations. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
U.S. officials say a Navy warship in the Red Sea intercepted and shot down several missiles and drones. CBS's David Martin reports from the Pentagon.
The USS Carney fired the American military's first shot in what threatens to become a wider Middle East war, shooting down drones and cruise missiles fired in the direction of Israel by Iranian-backed rebels in Yemen.
USS Carney, operating in the northern Red Sea earlier today, shot down 3 land attack cruise missiles and several drones that were launched by Houthi forces in Yemen.
Rockets, drones hit Iraqi bases housing U.S. forces in western Iraq. That according to two security sources who say multiple blasts were heard inside the base. It's not clear yet whether the attacks caused casualties or damage. Iraqi police say rockets also hit another military base hosting U.S. forces near Baghdad's international airport. House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan will take a third attempt tomorrow at becoming Speaker of the House. Jordan lost support between the first and second ballots this week. CBS's Scott McFarland.
Jim Jordan met behind closed doors with some of those Republicans who are not in his camp. And as those Republicans left the meeting, they told us they're still not in his camp. I mean, this opposition feels bulletproof, which makes a very cloudy picture in the future.
In Georgia's election interference case, attorney Sidney Powell, a key figure in former President Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election, has pleaded guilty. More from CBS's Robert Costa.
Sidney Powell, the conspiracy peddling former attorney for former President Donald Trump, sat in a Fulton County courtroom today and admitted to her role in the breach of voting systems in Georgia.
Are you pleading guilty today because you agree that there is a sufficient factual basis, that there are enough facts that support this plea of guilty?
Powell was sentenced to 6 years probation, will pay thousands in fines, and write an apology letter to the citizens of Georgia.
This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Columbia man who pleaded guilty in June on one count of conspiring to distribute fentanyl and illegally possessing a firearm has now been sentenced to 10 years in federal prison without parole. The U.S. Attorney Western District of Missouri office says 31-year-old Ryan Kunston admitted he would typically obtain hundreds of capsules containing fentanyl worth around $1,400 from a source in St. Louis before selling them to customers in Columbia. Boone County is identified as one of the top counties in Missouri for fatal overdose deaths of fentanyl, blamed in a majority of the deaths. A big recall for an area discount chain store because some products just weren't stored properly.
Family Dollar has issued a nationwide voluntary recall on dozens of over-the-counter drugs, products, and medical devices that have been stored at improper temperatures. The extensive list includes popular items like Crest and Colgate toothpastes, Listerine, Pepto-Bismol, Vicks Vapor Rub, and more. The FDA said the products were sold at stores in more than 20 states between June 1st and October 4th.
That's Stacy Lynn reporting. Anyone who's purchased one of the recalled items can return it for a full refund. And heads up T-Mobile customers, a new report from CNN indicates that the major wireless carrier is running a test in which it will automatically switch some customers on older unlimited plans to their current 5G network plan that starts at $75 per month per phone line. You can contact customer service to opt out of that upgrade. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite is the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the Shootout is 69 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 57.
He's here. Now, broadcasting from the underground command post, deep in the bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
All right, we're going to President Biden immediately from the top. Go.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. We're facing an inflection point in history. One of those moments where the decisions we make today are going to determine the future for decades to come. That's what I'd like to talk with you about tonight. You know, earlier this morning I returned from Israel. They tell me I'm the first American president to travel there during the war. I met with the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet. And most movingly, I met with Israelis who had personally lived through horrific horror of the attack by Hamas on the 7th of October. More than 1,300 people slaughtered in Israel, including at least 32 American citizens. Scores of innocents, from infants to the elderly grandparents, Israelis, Americans taken hostage. As I told the families of Americans being held captive by Hamas, we're pursuing every avenue to bring their loved ones home. As president, there is no higher priority for me than the safety of Americans held hostage. The terrorist group Hamas unleashed pure, unadulterated evil in the world. But sadly, the Jewish people know perhaps better than anyone that there is no limit to the depravity of people when they want to inflict pain on others. In Israel, I saw people who are strong, determined, resilient, and also angry, in shock and in deep, deep pain. I also spoke with President Abbas, the Palestinian Authority, and reiterated that the United States remains committed to the Palestinian people's right to dignity and to self-determination. The actions of Hamas terrorists don't take that right away. Like so many other, I'm heartbroken by the tragic loss of Palestinian life, including the explosion at the hospital in Gaza, which was not done by the Israelis. We mourn every innocent life lost. We can't ignore the humanity of innocent Palestinians who only want to live in peace and have an opportunity. You know, the assault on Israel echoes nearly 20 months of war, tragedy, and brutality inflicted on the people of Ukraine, people that were very badly hurt since Putin launched his all-out invasion. We've not forgotten the mass graves, the bodies found bearing signs of torture, rape used as a weapon by the Russians, and thousands of Ukrainian children forcibly taken into Russia, stolen from their parents. It's sick. Hamas and Putin represent different threats, but they share this in common. They both want to completely annihilate a neighboring democracy, completely annihilate it. Hamas' stated purpose for existing is the destruction of the state of Israel and the murder of Jewish people. Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people. Hamas uses Palestinian civilians as human shields, and innocent Palestinian families are suffering greatly because of them. Meanwhile, Putin denies Ukraine has or ever had real statehood. He claims the Soviet Union created Ukraine. And just 2 weeks ago, he told the world that if the United States and our allies withdraw, and if the United States withdraw, our allies will as well, military support for Ukraine would have, quote, a week left to live, but we're not withdrawing. I know these conflicts can seem far away, and it's natural to ask, why does this matter to America? So let me share with you why making sure Israel and Ukraine succeed is vital for America's national security. You know, history has taught us that when terrorists don't pay a price for their terror, when dictators don't pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos and death and more destruction. They keep going, and the cost and the threats to America and the world keep rising. So if we don't stop Putin's appetite for power and control in Ukraine, he won't limit himself just to Ukraine. Putin's already threatened to remind, quote, remind Poland that their western land was a gift from Russia. One of his top advisors, a former president of Russia, has called Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania Russia's Baltic provinces. These are all NATO allies. For 75 years, NATO has kept peace in Europe and has been the cornerstone of American security. And if Putin attacks a NATO ally, we will defend every inch of NATO which the treaty requires and calls for. We'll have something that we do not seek. Make it clear, we do not seek. We do not seek to have American troops fighting in Russia or fighting against Russia. Beyond Europe, we know that our allies, and maybe most importantly our adversaries and competitors, are watching. They're watching our response in Ukraine as well. And if we walk away and let Putin erase Ukraine's independence, would-be aggressors around the world would be emboldened to try the same. The risk of conflict and chaos could spread in other parts of the world, in the Indo-Pacific, in the Middle East, especially in the Middle East. Iran is supporting Russia in Ukraine, and it's supporting Hamas and other terrorist groups in the region, and will continue to hold them accountable, I might add. The United States and our partners across the region are working to build a better future for the Middle East. One where the Middle East is more stable, better connected to its neighbors, and through innovative projects like the India-Middle East-Europe Rail Corridor that I announced this year at the summit of the world's biggest economies. More predictable markets, more employment, less rage, less grievances, less war when connected. It benefits the people, it would benefit the people of the Middle East, and would benefit us. American leadership is what holds the world together. American alliances are what keep us, America, safe. American values are what make us a partner that other nations want to work with. To put all that at risk, if we walk away from Ukraine, if we turn our backs on Israel, it's just not worth it. That's why tomorrow I'm going to send to Congress an urgent budget request to fund America's national security needs, to support our critical partners, including Israel and Ukraine. It's a smart investment that's going to pay dividends for American security for generations. Help us keep American troops out of harm's way. Help us build a world that is safer, more peaceful, more prosperous for our children and grandchildren. In Israel, we must make sure that they have what they need to protect their people today and always. The security package I'm sending to Congress and asking Congress to do is an unprecedented commitment to Israel's security that will sharpen Israel's qualitative military edge, which we've committed to, the qualitative military edge. We're going to make sure Iron Dome continues to guard the skies over Israel. We're going to make sure other hostile actors in the region know that Israel is stronger than ever and prevent this conflict from spreading. Look, at the same time, President Netanyahu and I discussed again yesterday the critical need for Israel to operate by the laws of war. That means protecting civilians in combat as best as they can. The people of Gaza urgently need food, water, and medicine. Yesterday, in discussions with the leaders of Israel and Egypt, I secured an agreement for the first shipment of humanitarian assistance from the United Nations to Palestinian civilians in Gaza. If Hamas does not divert or steal these shipments, we're going to provide an opening for sustained delivery of life-saving humanitarian assistance for the Palestinians. As I said in Israel, as hard as it is, we cannot give up on peace. We cannot give up on a two-state solution. Israel and Palestinians equally deserve to live in safety, dignity, and peace. You know, and here at home, we have to be honest with ourselves. In recent years, too much hate has given too much oxygen, fueling racism, the rise of anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia, right here in America. It's also intensified in the wake of recent events that led to the horrific threats and attacks that both shock us and break our hearts. On October 7th, terror attacks have triggered deep scars and terrible memories in the Jewish community. Today, Jewish families worried about being targeted in school, wearing symbols of their faith, walking down the street, or going out about their daily lives. And I know many of you in the Muslim American community, the Arab American community, the Palestinian American community, and so many others are outraged and heartened, saying to yourselves, here we go again with Islamophobia and distrust we saw after 9/11. Just last week, a mother was brutally stabbed. A little boy, here in the United States, a little boy who just turned 6 years old was murdered in their home outside of Chicago. His name was Wadiha, a proud American, a proud Palestinian American family. We can't stand by and stand silent when this happens. We must, without equivocation, denounce anti-Semitism. We must also, without equivocation, denounce Islamophobia. And to all you hurting, those of you hurting, I want you to know I see you. You belong. And I want to say this to you. You're all America. You're all America. This is in a moment, in moments like these, when fear and suspicion, anger and rage run hard, that we have to work harder than ever to hold on to the values that make us who we are. We're a nation of religious freedom, freedom of expression. We all have a right to debate and disagree without fear of being targeted in schools or workplaces or in our communities. We must renounce violence and vitriol. See each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans. When I was in Israel yesterday, I said that when America experienced the hell of 9/11, we felt enraged as well. While we sought and got justice, we made mistakes. So I cautioned the government of Israel not to be blinded by rage. In Congress, to make sure we can continue to send Ukraine the weapons they need to defend themselves and their country without interruption, so Ukraine can stop Putin's brutality in Ukraine. They are succeeding. When Putin invaded Ukraine, he thought he would take Kyiv and all of Ukraine in a matter of days. Well, over a year later, Putin has failed, and he continues to fail. Kyiv still stands because of the bravery of the Ukrainian people. Ukraine has regained more than 50% of the territory Russian troops once occupied, backed by U.S.-led coalition of more than 50 countries around the world, all doing its part to support Kyiv. What would happen if we walked away? We are the essential nation. Meanwhile, Putin has turned to Iran and North Korea to buy attack drones and ammunition to terrorize Ukrainian cities and people. From the outset, I've said, I will not send American troops to fight in Ukraine. All Ukraine is asking for is help, for the weapons, munitions, the capacity, the capability to push invading Russian forces off their land, and the air defense system to shoot down Russian missiles before they destroy Ukrainian cities. Let me be clear about something. We send Ukrainian equipment sitting in our stockpiles. And when we use the money allocated by Congress, we use it to replenish our own stores, our own stockpiles, with new equipment. Equipment that defends America and is made in America. Patriot missiles for air defense batteries, made in Arizona. Artillery shells manufactured in 12 states across the country, in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, and so much more. You know, just as in World War II, today patriotic American workers are building the arsenal of democracy and serving the cause of freedom. Let me close with this. Earlier this year, I boarded Air Force One for a secret flight to Poland. There I boarded a train with blacked out windows for a 10-hour ride each way to Kyiv, to stand with the people of Ukraine ahead of the one-year anniversary of their brave fight against Putin. I'm told I was the first American to enter a war zone not controlled by the United States military since President Lincoln. With me was just a small group of security personnel and a few advisors. But when I exited that train and met President Zelensky, I didn't feel alone. I was bringing with me the idea of America, the promise of America, to the people who are today fighting for the same things we fought for 250 years ago: freedom, independence, self-determination. And as I walked through Kyiv with President Zelensky, with air raid sirens sounding in the distance, I felt something I've always believed, more strongly than ever before. America is a beacon to the world. Still. Or as my friend Madeleine Albright said, the indispensable nation. Tonight there are innocent people all over the world who hope because of us, who believe in a better life because of us, who are desperate not to be forgotten by us, and who are waiting for us. But time is of the essence. I know we have our divisions at home. We have to get past them. We can't let petty, partisan, angry politics get in the way of our responsibilities as a great nation. We cannot and will not let terrorists like Hamas and tyrants like Putin win. I refuse to let that happen. In moments like these, we have to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. The United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. My fellow Americans, thank you for your time. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Well, here we are. As I'm taking in the speech, I wrote some notes to myself. Now, one of the things he said, somebody else I saw on television mention this too, he says something about continuing basically to tough it out with Iran. But we haven't. We haven't continued anything. So he hasn't said what we're going to do with Iran, not even in broad strokes. He didn't announce any new sanctions. He didn't announce the enforcement of old sanctions. He didn't announce anything. He didn't even mention that Iran is sprinting toward a nuclear weapon. And as Donald Trump used to say, they will not get a nuclear weapon when I'm president. He doesn't say those things, which is very troubling to me. Now, already, people in Washington would say, well, this is one of the greatest speeches he'll be remembered for and so forth. I found it to be a little bit, well, kind of disjointed. And I don't just mean that from a formulaic point of view. He moved from Israel to Ukraine, Ukraine to Israel, Israel to Ukraine. Then, of course, he attacks the American people. I didn't find the speech uplifting. What I basically heard was that he wants money for Israel and he wants money for Ukraine. Now, if you're the leadership in Israel, you don't want to be tied to any other country. Your situation, I'm sure you think, is unique, because it is. Now, unlike many of you listening, I support supporting Ukraine. I support them because they've talked about Poland, they've talked about Romania, they've talked about the Baltic states, Moldavia. I think it's Ukraine that has prevented us from starting World War III or having World War III in Europe, quite frankly, because they're taking all the casualties. I'm not going to beat that to death. I've talked about this before. If it's a forever war, it's not our forever war. We don't have troops there. But consider the shoe on the other foot. Russia wants us bogged down somewhere, everywhere. But now Russia's bogged down because of the Ukrainian forces. But that's a side point. Now, if you're the Israelis and you're listening to this, you're thinking, what are you're going to tie our aid to somebody else's aid, even though you know a lot of Republicans don't support that aid? What's that all about? So they're thinking they have overwhelming support for aid to buy munitions from us. That's what they do with their aid. They buy munitions from us. And the stockpiles, as General Kellogg has told me, the $1 billion or so in stockpiled weapons that are put aside just in case for Israel has been depleted by almost 50% and sent to Ukraine. That's fine, but that needs to be made up. So I didn't hear anything about what we're going to do with Iran. I'm not even talking about some intelligence issue or strategic issue. Just go back to where we were before. There was no comment on that. He doesn't intend to do it. That's what I got out of it with respect to that part. I think his point about Ukraine has been made over and over and over again. It's probably the most articulate explanation of it that he has ever made, but it's still not articulate enough. That's where I am on this. And of course, I understand. Many of you want aid to Ukraine cut off, but everybody doesn't. Every conservative doesn't. I don't. I do absolutely believe we must do a better job in determining where that money's going and how that money's being spent. I have no qualms with that whatsoever. I really don't. But I don't think we should cut off the Ukrainian people. 70,000 of them have been killed. Tens of thousands of their kids, I've talked about it, have been kidnapped and taken over the border to Russia to be indoctrinated and raised by Russian parents. But, you know, as I've talked about before, foreign policy is about prudence. And I think most of the commentators on TV and radio don't understand that. They're ideological about it. They're ideological about it. You ought not be ideological about it. You ought to be prudential about it. What can we do to help one country that's under attack, that is an ally of ours? We can do something. We could be doing nothing. We can do something in between. It's not, oh, I'm sick of the long wars, forget it. That's not the way we help our own country. So I am a little concerned about the commingling because, as I said, there's growing opposition in Congress among Republicans, which I disagree with, and even in the country. When it comes to Ukraine and funding Ukraine, that's just a reality. It's not what I like, it's just a reality. In the meantime, the American people are overwhelmingly supportive and providing assistance to Israel. That's just a reality. So I'm not sure I like this piggybacking, even though I believe both do need our support. They're tiny little countries. Ukraine doesn't have a significant military and didn't. Israel doesn't have a significant population, never has. Now, he pointed out Russia. That's great. But in Iran, it was ambiguous. What is he going to do? He's not going to do anything. That's the problem. And I just want to make this statement one more time. You know, I do not jump on the bandwagon. I do not say things that I think people, even my beloved fellow conservatives, necessarily want to hear. I've spent my life studying history, whether it's military history, civilian history, ancient history, American history, modern history. I read books on philosophy. I read all these things, battles that have taken place in various wars. And I reason these things out. I digest them, and I try and think them through. I don't follow this individual or that individual. So-and-so said this, so I agree with that. I may agree with it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to parrot it. We are in an isolationist mode in a big sector of the Republican Party. It's a big mistake. Doesn't mean we're interventionists. Doesn't mean we're globalists. It means as a prudential, practical matter, the enemy's not isolationist.
Freedom is the key to any good relationship. It's about being around each other because you want to be around each other, not because some contract or some inflexible data plan are holding you down. Consumer Cellular knows that a good connection with somebody isn't something you can take for granted. It's something you earn with every bill you send, every fee you don't charge, every charge you don't hide. That's why Consumer Cellular lets you walk away at any time, no feelings hurt. That's why at Consumer Cellular, you only pay for the data you need each month, whether it's 1 gig or a bajillion. So anyway, listener, Consumer Cellular wanted me to ask you if you're into that kind of thing, you know, freedom, love, having a good time. If maybe you wanted to go steady. If you do, check yes or call us. We love talking on the phone. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
When the winter chill hits, the question isn't whether you've got a cozy blanket, hot cocoa, or a roaring fire. No, the real question is, does your winter plan include a sun-drenched beach? As you know, this year we sold our first Beat the Winter Blues trip in 3 weeks to Punta Cana, but we still had a number of people that wanted to go with us. They wanted to go to an all-adult luxury resort that was very safe, an exclusive place that was easy to get to at a great price. So we put together a Beat the Winter Blues trip to Costa Mujeres, January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino. Now this resort is less than 1 year old. It's north of Cancun in a very uncrowded, exclusive area. This all-adult Adult Paradise 5-star all-inclusive resort has 4 gourmet restaurants, many pools, super soft beach, and your ticket includes airfare, partial ocean view room, airport transfers, top shelf drinks, gourmet food, even your tips are all part of our package. All for just $18.99 per person. We've already sold out of run-of-the-house rooms. We'll leave nonstop out of St. Louis on Frontier. Check it out on the radio station website and click on Beat the Winter Blues for details and to sign up. You only have a short time to book at this price. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall, 309-205-5749. And let's beat the Winter Blues January 13th through the 20th at the Rio Latino in Costa Mujeres with your friends from the lake. Presented by KRMS Radio and TV.
Attention business owners, listen carefully to this important message. Are you tired of struggling with monthly bookkeeping or always being behind? Maybe you're fed up with paying your CPA ridiculously high hourly rates for subpar services. At Finance Pal, we know your pain. We're small business owners who understand your tax and accounting needs. At Finance Pal, we take over your books and design a program custom tailored to fit your needs. Whether it's bookkeeping, payroll, bill pay, inventory tracking, or taxes, we have you covered. We handle some or all of these services for one flat, affordable, low monthly fee. Stop worrying about your books and drowning in paperwork. Let us worry while you focus on growing your business. The setup is easy, and we give you the tools and technology to make your monthly finances streamlined and organized.
Call now at 800-509-1764 for a free business assessment. That's 800-509-1764. 800-509-1764.
Finance Pal, the only friend your business needs.
If you or someone you love suffers from drug addiction, now is the time to utilize your private health insurance PPO plan. If eligible, receive up to $30,000 or more in substance abuse benefits with low or no out-of-pocket cost. We are the National Treatment Network, the premier drug and alcohol treatment referral service operating 24/7. We help connect you with facilities nationwide that accepts PPO private health insurance for substance abuse. If you have PPO substance abuse coverage and you need immediate admittance to a medical detox or residential rehab treatment center, call us now. Call our live referral helpline today. The call is free. This program is not available to Medicare or Medicaid customers.
Call 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. 800-296-1253. That's 800-296-1253.
From now on, the destiny of the whole world is in your hands.
Mark Levin is back on your radio.
The Mark Levin Show, live and national at 877-381-3811.
I feel like some of the things Biden said were quite accurate. Quite accurate. But I think it was a very poor speech because of some of the things he didn't say. He didn't say a damn thing about what he's going to do about Iran, including enforcing the oil sanctions, which are the lifeblood of the Iranian terrorist regime. He didn't say a damn thing about Iran's nuclear program. He didn't say a damn thing about building up our own military, commensurate with all the challenges our military faces, in protecting our own country. Not a word about securing our border as a national security risk. Nothing. He didn't prepare the nation for full-out war in the Middle East, not of our making, of course, but of Iran's making. Then he ends the speech with an attack on us. Racism. So forth. He talks about hatred toward Jews and hatred toward Muslims. The FBI statistics don't show hatred toward Muslims. They don't show hate crimes toward Muslims. They show, despite the fact that the Jewish population is a tiny fraction of the overall population, over 50% of the hate crimes are done to the Jewish community. And who's doing them? Why is that on the rise? Why is that on the rise? Because of the white dominant culture? I'll tell you why it's on the rise. Because of our immigration policies, our student visa policies. It's obvious. Just look in the streets the last week. Jews are under attack, particularly Orthodox Jews, because of their dress and their facial hair and so forth. And women, because of their dress and so forth. They're easy to identify in Brooklyn and elsewhere. They're under attack, not exclusively, let me make that clear, but significantly, due to people here from the Middle East. But they're not going to say that. I'll tell you something else. That's the truth, and the statistics bear it out. Due to attacks in black communities, where Marxism is promoted by their city council members, by their school boards, and more. So it's not like Biden's telling the truth about what's happening in our country. In fact, I see most Americans who are not part of the Hamas network in America, who are not part of the American Marxist movements. I see most Americans rallying around Israel. And in fact, that's what the polling shows. So when you throw everybody together, if you don't want to make the point, then don't say anything about it, Biden. If you don't want to tell the truth about it. But I don't think that speech is going to move anything anywhere. I really don't. I don't think it's going to rally people to a cause. I think we're rallied to a cause because we saw something with our own two eyes and we hear it with our own ears. We see the videos. And for a lot of us, our ancient ancestors come from that part of the world. Jewish, Christian, and yes, even Muslim. And yes, there are moderate Muslims in this country. Some of them are my friends. But there's also Islamists who've been paying for and networking in our country and who attacked us on 9/11. And to ignore that is to ignore our own potential suicide. That's a fact. So Biden didn't rally anybody to anything that wasn't already rallied to it. I don't think he persuaded one member of Congress one way or another on anything. He didn't say anything about America's national security in the middle of all this, like the southern border, which he has thrown wide open and all kinds of inhumanity taking place, as well as people coming into this country who mean to do us grave harm. Nothing. There are things this man could do that he won't do. And by not addressing them, that means he will not do them. Whether it's Iran, whether it's our border. And of course, he didn't talk about what's happening on our universities. You're not seeing hate towards Muslims by thousands and thousands and thousands of people in the streets. There's some sick bastard who slaughtered that baby, that young kid, and tried to kill the mother, which was grotesque, was sickening. Multiply that by 1,500. Then you have what took place in Israel. So this moral equivalency about what takes place in America is grotesque to me. It's grotesque. Show me the rally with 5,000 Israelis or 5,000 Jews in New York or Los Angeles or anywhere in America demanding the extermination of the Arabs, the gassing of the Arabs. Show it to me. There aren't any. There aren't any. More moral equivalency. I just point that out to you. What do I owe you, Mr. Producer? Anything? I want you to think about this, folks. We have 100% volunteer military. Men and women who raise their hands to sacrifice for this country. And when they're done serving, they come back to this: a tight job market, an outrageous cost of living expenses. It's a mess. So that's why I'm very, very happy that a private company like Pure Talk has jumped in to help. And all you have to do is switch your cell phone company to Pure Talk's superior service, and they're going to donate a portion to alleviating $10 million in veteran debt by Veterans Day. So it doesn't cost you anything. You just switch to get the, in my view, the best cell service that's available, period, at the best price that's available, period. After 1 week that we've been talking about this, they're 27% of the way there. Isn't that fantastic? But they need your help. They want to motivate you to switch over in your own best interest, but to help our vets. You actually sacrifice nothing. In fact, you'll probably be saving a fortune because Pure Talk's plans start at just $20 a month, offering unlimited talk, unlimited text, more data, mobile hotspot, free. Just dial pound 250 and say the keyword Mark Levin to make the switch. Let's show unwavering support for our vets who have shown unwavering support for us. Dial pound 250, say Mark Levin to switch to Pure Talk today. That's pound 250. Say Mark Levin to switch to Pure Talk right now. It's the right move, and it's the American way. So basically, Biden's speech was a dud. He didn't rally the nation to anything. He didn't say anything that we didn't already know. And he left out things that we don't know. Crucial things. I don't even think you have to be opposed to Biden as a general matter. What did he say? We want to stop Russia. I agree with that. We want to help the Iranians. I agree with that. We don't want Russia going into Poland and the Balkan states, which they said they would. I agree with that. Russia's bogged down. I agree with that. I agree with what he said about supporting Israel, but all the other static that always surrounds it is ridiculous. And then he laid out no plan, none, nothing, zero, for how we intend to deal with our enemy, Iran. None. I don't expect him, as I said, to give our war plans or intelligence information or give away top secrets about what we should do. Just the basics. Trump was saying constantly and openly, you're not going to get a nuclear weapon. We won't permit it. We didn't hear that tonight. He said, I'm going to crush your economy to Iran. I didn't hear that tonight. I'm going to put sanctions on and cut off the money you're getting from your oil. Says Trump, I didn't hear that tonight. We're going to even freeze the $6 billion, a pittance compared to the $70 billion he's already given them. We didn't even hear that tonight. He doesn't want to offend Iran. He's appeasing Iran as I speak. I got that out of the speech, too. And again, not a word about the border as a major national security risk to we, the people, here, right here in the United States. Nothing. He didn't say anything about muscling up our military, which was built up under Trump and has been drained of resources and personnel by Biden. Hadn't said a word. And he will be praised, and the spittle will be coming fast all over television screens over there at MSLSD and CNN and the rest of the Hamas-supporting media. They have a large contingent in the Democrat Party of Palestinians, of Hamas-supporting elements in our country. You've seen them in the streets. And, of course, the Marxist professors and the Marxist organization. These are all part and parcel of the modern-day Democrat Party. Notice he didn't want to offend one of them. Not one of them. I want you to remember that speech he gave in front of Independence Hall. It was a vile, poisonous, cancerous speech. One of the most horrendous speeches I've ever heard from anybody. Focused like a laser and exclusively on Republicans who support Donald Trump prior to the last election. He has said more horrendous things about so-called MAGA Republicans than he has ever said about the Iranian Nazi regime. Ever. Ever. I'll be right back.
Mark Levin.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-312-9970. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-312-9970. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-312-9970.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Folks, you've heard me talk about Hillsdale College giving away free copies of the Constitution and Declaration to my listeners for Constitution Day. They've set an immediate goal to give copies to 1 million Americans who don't have one. And if not you, then maybe a young person you know. Well, the response has been tremendous. However, this free offer for my listeners ends soon. So if you haven't already, order your free copy right now at levinforhillsdale.com, Levin for Hillsdale.com. Every American should have a copy of the Constitution and Declaration. And these days, when most schools neglect to teach our kids about our nation's great heritage of liberty, it's more critical than ever to make these documents readily available to them. So to claim your free copy from Hillsdale College, go to levinforhillsdale.com right now, complete a simple form, and receive a booklet through the mail, and only available while supplies last. You don't even have to pay for shipping. Order your copy now at levinforhillsdale.com. That's Levin for Hillsdale.com.
Listen up. The Mark Levin Show is on the air.
I am ready to start the show.
I want you to keep something in mind. 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, the Abraham Accords. Israel and 5 Muslim Arab nations. Peace agreements, diplomatic relations. And the list was growing. Saudi Arabia was right at the precipice. Peace in the Middle East. Iran was defunded. They want to defund the cops. Trump defunded Iran. Palestinian terrorists were defunded. Trump took out Soleimani, took out Baghdadi, and he warned them, you're not to cross any red lines around here because I'll take out whoever I need to take out. We had peace. It was extraordinary, unimaginable. Now we have the potential for World War III. While these phony fraud historians, phony fraud hosts, phony fraud reporters and newspapers are going to slobber all over Biden. Biden set the stage for the enemy to attack. They saw this as an opportunity. I blame the enemy, but he set the stage. And they sought to take advantage of it. They didn't attack under Trump. Biden set the stage for Russia to invade Ukraine. They didn't invade under Trump. They saw Afghanistan, and they've dealt with Biden. They sized him up, and they moved. China would never even think about invading Taiwan if Trump were president, or Reagan, or an Eisenhower, or anybody like, or John Kennedy. But they're poised for war. We have a 19% increase proposed for the EPA, 3% for the Pentagon, which doesn't even put it above inflation. We have a border that's wide open. He didn't talk about that tonight. God knows what the hell's coming through here, but it's not going to be pretty. We already know it's killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. And the inhumanity on the border, we already know it. Not one word about any of this. And they're going to be praising this speech. Oh, my God. What a fan. You got these phony historians. You know, that's like FDR. Shut the hell up, you idiot. FDR didn't fund the Nazis. He didn't fund Japan. He didn't fund Italy, you idiots. God, these phony historians, propagandists. If you've been wanting to buy gold as an investment, lots of commercials out there, but who can you really trust? Well, I bought gold, and I buy it from Augusta Precious Metals. Now, if you have an IRA or 401k and you want to diversify with physical gold, well, the smart move is Augusta Precious Metals. This is their powerhouse. That's their wing. And you can eliminate fear and uncertainty from the process. Get your free gold IRA investing guide. Helps you evaluate and choose the best gold IRA company. So to get your free gold IRA investing guide today, text Levin to 68592. That's Levin to 68592. Augusta Precious Metals. I'll tell you what, they've been working with a whole lot of people. They're very trustworthy. Visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com. Learn why they are the best gold IRA company for your needs. And get your free gold IRA investing guide today. All transparency. That's what they believe in. Just go to Levin to 68592. Again, text Levin to 68592 or go to AugustaPreciousMetals.com. Text date and message rates may apply. Performance varies. Consult your financial professionals before making investment decisions. Get risk disclosures at AugustaPreciousMetals.com. Let me just put in one final flag to you here. Wave it for you. There are almost 300,000 people now who've listened to or read The Democrat Party Hates America. That's not true. More than that. Because people read the book and they share it with others. Perhaps there's 500,000 at this point. It's not enough. There's over 300 million people in this country. About 180 million of whom are literate adults. If we count the Democrats, well, then there's a high illiteracy level, but you understand what I'm saying. Make it your mission tonight or tomorrow or this weekend. Get a copy. It's at the lowest price ever on Amazon.now. It's $16 and change. You can get it for the holidays, but I encourage you to get it now. And read it and pass it around like a Thomas Paine pamphlet. Like a Thomas Paine pamphlet. Why are all these people in the streets like this? Who are all these people in the streets like this? What's happening to my country? Who's behind this? Who's doing these things? You know, there's umbrella groups. We talk about these different organizations with these different sort of surrogates and appendages. That's the Democrat Party. They control our culture. They control our media. They control our educational system, our colleges and universities, our public schools. They control federal law enforcement. They control the federal courts for the most part. All I ask you to do is read it. Why, Mark? Because ideas have consequences. All this money pouring into these terrorist networks is to affect the educational system. It's to affect the media. It's to affect the national discussion. One dinner table at a time, one breakfast table at a time. This is my pushback. This is our pushback. The Democrat Party hates America. And you're going to read some of this, and you're going to pat your head and say, good God, he was right. Or I didn't know this. Or we need to do something about this. You know, a friend of mine said, you were number one on the New York Times. Why do you need to keep talking about this? Because it doesn't matter to me. Oh, I talk about it. I joke about it. I hit the New York Times with it. What matters to me is you read it or listen to it on audio. Just digest it so you can use it to help fix the country. We salute our armed forces, police officers, firefighters, emergency personnel, freedom fighters all over the world, our truckers. And we want to salute the United States military, the Israeli military, and all militaries that stand up against terrorists and Marxists. And we stand with our brothers and sisters in it.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glazed Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day, 10 an hour, 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
Service since 1951. News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Biden, in an Oval Office address earlier, makes the case for continued U.S. support for 2 countries at war.
We're facing an inflection point in history.
He's talking about the wars in Ukraine and Israel and the need for continued U.S. support, saying it is a vital national security interest.
It's a smart investment that's going to pay dividends for American security for generations.
Because if Hamas and Putin are not stopped, he says, they will just keep on going.
Hamas and Putin represent different threats, but they share this in common. They both want to completely annihilate a neighboring democracy, completely annihilate it.
Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
CBS's David Martin reports the USS Carney in the northern Red Sea has shot down 3 land attack cruise missiles and several drones launched by Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen and fired in the direction of Israel.
The Pentagon is considering a retaliatory strike again, but is faced with a dilemma that any military action might set off exactly what President Biden is trying to avoid, a wider Middle East war.
The State Department issues a rare worldwide alert for American citizens traveling overseas to exercise increased caution because of heightened tensions. But CBS's Catherine Herridge reports there are also potential threats here in the U.S.
With emotions running high at protests across the country, in New York City to Chicago and Washington, D.C., a new federal law enforcement bulletin obtained by CBS News warns individuals or so-called lone offenders inspired by or reacting to the ongoing Israel-Hamas conflict pose the most likely threat to Americans.
House Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan will make a third attempt tomorrow morning at becoming Speaker of the House. CBS's Scott McFarland says a proposal to elevate an acting Speaker fell apart during a fiery Republican conference meeting.
There are more fractures in the relationships among House Republicans, which are complicating this effort to get unified and get to 217 votes behind anybody, be it Ohio's Jim Jordan or an alternative.
CBS's Jim Krasula on why you may want to think twice about eating too much red meat.
Eating more than one serving of red meat a week may increase your chance of developing type 2 diabetes. That's according to researchers at the Harvard University School of Public Health.
Red meat's high levels of saturated fat is why researchers believe it increases the risk of type 2 diabetes. Bruce Springsteen fans will soon be able to visit a center dedicated to the rock star. Monmouth University will launch the Bruce Springsteen Archives and Center for American Music in his home state of New Jersey. It is expected to open in 2026. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Huntington Beach, California man with a home at the Lake of the Ozarks appears by video in Camden County Associate Circuit Court and enters a not guilty plea. Adam Ramirez is formally charged in connection to a July boating accident with 2 counts of boating while intoxicated, serious physical injury, and 5 counts of BWI physical injury. After posting a $100,000 bond in September, Ramirez made his video appearance and waived formal arraignment on Monday. His next scheduled court date for a case review is set for November 27th. The court has approved that Ramirez and his attorney can appear again via video. Longtime coach and former Camden football star Jeff Shore is recognized by the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame Wednesday during the annual Fall Sports Luncheon. Jeff's friends, coaches, and even former opponents on the field made appearances to celebrate his inclusion into the 2023 Elite 11. Jeff is the son of Hall of Fame inductee Bob Shore, for whom Camden's football stadium is named, and the father of recent Camden football grads Bear and Bo Shore. Head to our website, krmsradio.com, to listen to some comments from fellow Lakers. A metal shop building along Stoutland Creek Road in Camden County is damaged by fire. Personnel from the Tri-County, Mid-County, and Crocker fire districts responded to the blaze shortly before 3 o'clock Monday afternoon. Upon arrival, it was discovered that the medium-sized shop was about 30% involved. An attack was initiated and other responding units under the general alarm were canceled, and the fire was brought under control in about 40 minutes. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS Weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 69 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 53.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish at wish.org.
from the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late-night talk program, featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media, your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Happy to be with you this Thursday evening. If you want to join our late-night national town hall conversation, feel free. 833-482-5337 is the phone number, 833-4-VALDEZ. And the big news today, Jim Jordan says he's going to be backing Patrick McHenry as Speaker Pro Tempore, the Pro Tem Speaker until January. So I'm not sure what's going on, but Jordan says he's still running for House Speaker. This is just a caveat that they're making. We're going to get into that a little bit more in a moment. Now, many people believe, according to this new article in the Washington Examiner, that terror and the threat of terror has increased under Joe Biden. And to that I say, well, thank God people are awake and paying attention. Rasmussen reports asked the question, has the threat of terrorism gone up or down during President Joe Biden's time in office, or has the threat remained about the same? And independents responded that it's gone up 50%, gone down 10%. About the same, 34% and 6% were not sure. Now, I think this is pretty telling because most Americans already felt the threat of terrorism was greater since Joe Biden took office, but now they're voicing that, according to Rasmussen reports and the Washington Examiner. And people feel like they're on edge ever since the Hamas attack, which we're going into the second week now, right? Absolute insanity. Now, reinforcing the report that Americans are worried about Biden's foreign policy blunders dates back to the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, this new Rasmussen report survey shows that 75% fear a domestic terrorist attack will happen. And this is, again, a piece by Paul Bedard. He's a terrific reporter. In the latest poll, Rasmussen shows 4% of likely voters are unconcerned about a new terrorist attack, while 43% called themselves very concerned about a new terror attack. That's interesting numbers. Doesn't bode well for somebody that's really looking to, garner the goodwill of the people. And again, we're in October, mid-October. We're now, 13 months from the big election. Voters expressed their worry about the Biden security plan when more than not said the threat of terrorism has surged since Biden took over from former President Donald Trump by a margin of 49-17. Voters said that the threat of terrorism has gone up, not down, under Democrat Joe Biden. I agree. I'm just glad that we're actually seeing some numbers that kind of support that idea. Because crazy. Now, last night we talked a little bit about this Homeland Security officer that was appointed to oversee asylum claims and whatnot. Let me see if I can go back to this real fast. Nuja Ali, she's an officer at DHS, lives in Washington. Well, it's finally caught up to her. Now there are reports that she is on leave after it was revealed that she worked for the PLO and wrote an F Israel post. Absolute insanity. But the asylum official with the Department of Homeland Security has been put on leave after this big revelation that we talked about last night. And again, it was numerous posts, not just one. I don't know if it makes a difference if it's one post or many, but I think one is one too many. Nuja Ali worked as a public affairs officer for the PLO's delegation to the U.S. in 2016 and 2017. She was hired by the U.S. Customs Immigration Service in 2019 as an asylum officer, and earlier this year was made an adjudication officer, according to her LinkedIn profile. And now Ali has expressed, of course, her support for Palestinian causes and recently posted inflammatory comments about Israel. This is according to the New York Post. So looks like she's been placed on leave for writing Free Palestine and F Apartheid Israel, and any Israeli that supports the BS that goes along with that. Your privilege is blinding, apparently, but ignorance is not bliss, and I hold every Israeli accountable for their government's actions if they do not speak against Israel and the Israeli military. Strong language for somebody who's representing the United States government, who happens to be allied with Israel. So let's see what happens. Because being placed on leave isn't really, the end of the day. It's government. It's hard to fire people in government, and nobody really wants to fire you anyway. In fact, they're probably figuring out where else they could move her so that she could remain in her position. Because, again, people only get fired when you work in the public sector. At least, lamentably, that's how it seems to me. Otherwise, they just find out, oh, they're no longer with this department. Oh, they're no longer in a public-facing role. Oh, they're, we've had a stern talking to with them, and now they're somewhere else. And that's it. That's how they do it. So Ali claimed to the Daily Wire that she still worked for DHS and refused to say if she had disclosed her previous job with the PLO, saying, quote, "That's none of your effing business," she told the Daily Wire. "Mind your business before I call the police. If I were you, I'd respectfully hang up the phone right now." Man, this is one tough chick. I'm looking at a picture of her from Facebook. Listen to this. She's posing in front of a large portrait of Che Guevara in Havana, Cuba. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. People that idolize commies don't fall far from the tree, if you know what I mean. Anyway, the agency spokesperson, Matthew Burke, told the Washington Examiner just yesterday that this individual has been placed on administrative leave. USCIS strongly condemns anti-Semitism and the use of violent rhetoric in any form. USCIS employees are held to high ethical standards both on and off duty, including their presence on social media. Any violation of these standards is taken very seriously by the DHS agency. Emilio Gonzalez, who ran USCIS during the Bush administration, told the Washington Times that Ali should be terminated. He was shocked she was hired in the first place, given her background. I'm also shocked that she was hired in the first place, given her background. But, again, I always reiterate, I can't be shocked at anything anymore because, lamentably, things might be disappointing, but they're just not surprising anymore. That's just how it ends up being. Anyway, tonight we're going to get into a few different conversations. We're going to talk about the speaker's race. We're going to talk about Israel, President Trump's campaign 2024, a little Biden news, and Lara Trump from the Trump campaign is scheduled to be with us shortly, and we're going to discuss that with her. We're also scheduled to speak with Steve Malloy from junkscience.com to discuss Biden's kamikaze climate plan that's going to tank the U.S. economy if it's not stopped. And Dan Schneider from the MRC, who oversees Free Speech America, is going to join us to talk about media censorship. So we've got a lot in store. Kick up your feet, relax, make sure you stick with me. I'm with you for the next 3 hours till 1 a.m. Eastern time. You don't want to miss any part of the show tonight. Of course, Open Phone America is coming up at the tail end. So get ready, get comfortable, turn up the volume, and give us a call. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
I've been taking Nutrafol 4.5 years.
My hair was thinning.
I was under a lot of stress.
I like Nutrafol because it's drug-free and the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
My hair feels thicker,
stronger.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Paid for by Nutraceutical Wellness, Inc.
The 2023 NFL season is here. Nothing compares to witnessing it live, in person. The roar of the crowd, the adrenaline, the rush of high-fiving random strangers. Don't miss your chance to be part of the epic showdowns, classic rivalries, and primetime games under the lights. Tickets to all regular season games are on sale now. Take your seat. Visit NFL.com/tickets to purchase your tickets today.
Liberty Mutual presents How to Be the Life of the Party.
Okay, first turn the music off. Then ask for everyone's attention. Now, tell them that you customized your home insurance with Liberty Mutual and saved hundreds. Boom! Now everyone knows you're not just a pretty face. You have some brains inside that face that know how to save hundreds on home insurance. Woo!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Based on recent survey of new customers who switched and saved. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Simply Safe was named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors and HD cameras are powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for fast emergency response. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to get 45% off any new system today. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Safe.
By the way, your ratings are up. Congratulations, everybody. It's always nice to check. I like to see, even if they're friends, I like to see how are they doing. Are people listening, right?
That's
but
right.
You're doing great.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
I'm still running for speaker, and I plan to go to the floor and get the votes and win this race. But I want to go talk with a few of my colleagues. Particularly, I want to talk with the 20 individuals who voted against me, so that we can move forward and begin to work for the American people.
All right, that's Jim Jordan earlier today saying that he's not in, but he's still in, and he's going to consider moving forward, and I think he should. I think he's the right guy for the job. Welcome back, amigos. Welcome back, familia. I am Rich Valdez. Our guest is Laura Trump, host of The Right View with Laura Trump. Laura Trump, welcome.
Well, thank you. Great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. So, what's your view on what happened today with Jim Jordan? We had some speculation earlier in the week that if he didn't get to where he needed to be today, there would be a significant amount of momentum that would be lost. And it seems that there's the Boehner faction, there's this faction. I mean, there's a lot to look at here. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, look, initially, I think shakeups are good. I think sometimes monotony is bad, and I don't mind seeing that there's a little fight left in the Republicans. And I had hoped at this point, I think, as a citizen of this country, as a Republican myself, perhaps we could have elected a speaker. I agree with you. I think Jim Jordan is fantastic. He is a guy who has obviously been pro-America from the very beginning. He's never wavered on his support for this country, on doing the right thing. I think he would be a fantastic person for the job. I hope that he can convince the rest of these folks to vote for him, because I think it's time. And I think, look, initially this wasn't a horrific thing, because, like I said, I do like to see, that we can kind of shake things up a little bit every now and again. But I do think at this point it's time. America is ready to get things done for this country. We've got a lot to get accomplished. There's a lot that needs to happen, and I sure hope he gets the vote.
Now, what's your thought? There's a lot of discussion. I tend to think it's a bad move to start amending the rules to have the temporary speaker become more of like a longer-term temporary speaker, or even to change that position. I think we already have rules and we kind of need to stick to them. But to give Patrick McHenry more authority, and there was a lot of debate on that earlier today. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, listen, temporary is just that. It's supposed to be temporary. And I actually don't think anybody anticipated this going on this long and having so many holdouts and people who kind of wouldn't get on board and say, okay, let's do what's best for the country. And, let's vote Jim Jordan, obviously, as the guy in. At a certain point, I think we'll get there. But, yeah, it is problematic. I think, look, we saw how changing rules and changing the way things have been done affected many things in the past, and not in a great way. Look at the election in 2020. That's never a great thing. So I would hope we wouldn't need to get to a place like that. But, should we get there? Maybe it's a sign that, look, I've heard a lot of people talking about, well, the U.S. Congress isn't working the way it's supposed to. Let's try and change this. That's obviously a bigger discussion to completely rewrite the way everything is done in the United States. I'm hopeful we'll get there without having to amend any rules at this point.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that. I think we have rules already. We just got to make the rules work. And obviously, we're hitting a hurdle. And I think some people are playing politics. Others are objecting on principle. And whatever the case may be, this is the process. And it's an ugly one at this point, but it's one that we need to get through. Now, what continues to go on is the disagreement among some members. And again, I think that's part and parcel of how it works. But there was some controversy earlier today. I wouldn't say controversy, but I would say words between former Speaker McCarthy and Matt Gaetz. And that's a long clip of audio. I'm not going to play that. But I have a shorter clip of Congressman Gaetz's comments on what we just discussed about changing rules. I want you to listen to this.
I'm against Speaker Light. I'm against Bud Light. I believe it is a constitutional desecration to not elect a Speaker of the House. We need to stay here until we elect a Speaker. And if someone can't get the votes, we need to go on to the next person. But twisting and torturing the Constitution to empower a temporary speaker is having a Speaker Light that is not constitutionally contemplated, is deeply infirm, and I will do everything possible to stop it.
Of course, Matt Gaetz saying he's doing everything he can to stop it, and he doesn't like Bud Light. And I agree with him on that as well. So what are your thoughts there?
A little levity to the situation, yeah.
Oh, you need that. Everybody needs a little levity. I tend to agree with that, and I like the tone, honestly, that he set was saying, hey, look, we got to stay here and figure this thing out until we get there, which is, we see this every time there's a debt ceiling bill or they need to pass a new continuing resolution. There's many times where Congress has had to, put in the overtime, if you will, to get there, and I think if this is one of those times, if ever there were one.
Absolutely. Look, a lot of politics is a game, and there are a lot of people who love to play that game. It's an act, it's a charade, it's a game, it's all these things. But the reality is it's not a game for the American people. And we rely on these folks to represent us in the United States Congress. We are their constituents all around this country, and we send them there to represent us and to get work done for us, to get things done for this country. And, messing around and playing games whenever, you've got a great guy in Jim Jordan. It's enough already, and we don't need to amend anything. We don't need to change any rules to extend McHenry and make him, more of a viable figure as this, pseudo speaker role that he's in right now. I think Matt Gaetz, I love his tone. I love his fire. I love that this is what I think we need to see more of in this party. The Republican Party has been seen for a long time as, we'll kind of lay down. We want to follow the rules. We want to just kind of do what we think everybody will make everybody feel good. Enough. No, I love that Matt Gaetz is coming out hot. He's saying, we got to stay here. We got to stick it out. You're right. You do need to stay there. You need to stick it out. You need to do your jobs. You need to vote a speaker in, and you need to get back to work for this country.
Yeah, I guess that becomes problematic when former Speaker McCarthy says that everybody in America is angry at Matt Gaetz, and I'm not mad at Matt Gaetz. I understand how the timing isn't great, but at the end of the day, I feel like you. I feel he's throwing the bombs that need to be thrown right about now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We see how, I mean, to take it out a little bit more from this particular situation, you have to look at this party as a whole and compare it to the Democrats, right? There's one thing that the Democrats do. They throw bombs all the time, and they don't make any two bones about it. They're happy to do it. They have been playing, when it comes to voting and when it comes to elections, they've played the game much differently than we have. They've gotten a little dirty doing it, and we need to start doing the same thing. Otherwise, we're never going to win. We are never going to bring people over to this side of the aisle. We're never going to win any more elections. So you gotta throw some bombs. You gotta take some risks. You gotta take some chances, and we gotta get more people in there voting them in. And I hope we can see it happen in 2024 who are going to do those things like Matt Gaetz, because I think that people like him really are the future of this party, and I think it's why a lot more people are paying attention. I think a lot of people have learned quite a bit over the past several weeks with the speaker situation. So I say kudos to Matt Gaetz. I'm a big fan of his. I think he's great.
I agree with that. And I want to switch gears. We're about to take a quick pause and come back, but I want to switch gears to the disapproval rating. You were speaking about voting in elections, and we have a really big one for president coming up, 2024. Of course, your father-in-law, Donald Trump, the former president, 45th president of the United States, leading the pack, and Joe Biden asleep at the wheel, leading his pack. And then you've got RFK Jr. We're going to talk about all of that and Biden's sinking disapproval. It's now at a record high of 58% in the new poll. Folks, stick with us. We're on with Laura Trump, host of The Right View with Laura Trump. And if you want to chime in on the conversation, give us a call, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. Don't move a muscle. Coming right back.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month, or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA, and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
3132.
Mr. Call Screener, who is a budding radio star, by the way. Richie Valdez is terrific.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
I met with the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet. And most movingly, I met with Israelis who had personally lived through horrific horror of the attack by Hamas on the 7th of October. More than 1,300 people slaughtered in Israel, including at least 32 American citizens. Scores of innocents, from infants to the elderly grandparents, Israelis, Americans taken hostage. As I told the families of Americans being held captive by Hamas, we're pursuing every avenue to bring their loved ones home. As president, there is no higher priority for me than the safety of Americans held hostage.
That's Joe Biden trying to take a victory lap like usual with his eyes half closed, as former President Trump calls him, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. And he does seem to be not only sleepy half the time, but kind of asleep at the wheel. His disapproval rate is now 58%, record high for him. And it doesn't surprise me in the least, but I think it's a good indication that Biden's not the guy that can win in 2024. Wondering if the Democrats are going to pull a switcheroo. Everybody talks about that. I love speculating because, that makes talk radio great. Let's go to our guest, Lara Trump. Lara Trump is the host of The Right View with Lara Trump. And I got to say, The Right View is a fantastic name for a program. My initials are RV, and if I ever had a chance, I would love a name like that. The Right View with Rich Valdez. You beat me to it. Lara Trump, welcome back.
Well, thank you. Yeah, The Right View is 180-degree departure from what you'll find on The View. You actually get smarter watching my show, not dumber, like if you watch the actual View. So it's completely different, yeah.
Outstanding. I love the name. Now, tell me your reaction to hearing Biden's new record-breaking disapproval. I
mean, who is approving of any of this? That's actually always my question. Only 58% disapproval?
Who are the other people?
Yeah, what are these other people doing? It should be 150%. I swear, it's mind-boggling to think, but I guess these people are so dug into supporting Democrats come hell or high water, or I don't know, World War III, like it kind of feels like we're on the verge of. It's a problem, though. It's a big problem for the Democrats. This is a guy, you call him Sleepy Joe. My father-in-law has now renamed him Crooked Joe because of all the money. We know he took the name away from Hillary, who was crooked for a long time. Now he's given it to Joe because we know that, he's been lining the pockets of his family to the tune of tens of millions of dollars from foreign entities while he's been vice president. We don't know what's still going on right now with that whole thing. But I think Americans are starting to wake up and realize you can't live life like this. You cannot have sky-high gas prices. You cannot have to choose between buying groceries and filling up your gas tank. You know that the euthanization rate right now of pets is at an all-time high in shelters because people can't afford to keep their pets anymore. This stuff is really starting to impact people around the country, and I think his approval rating, if you want an honest poll, is much higher than 58%. But the Democrats are probably getting pretty nervous right about now about next year.
I would agree. I think that they realize they've got a terrible candidate, and they're banking on putting, I like to call Donald J. Trump, Donaldus Magnus, the 45th president of the United States, El Trompito. Oh. And I think they want to put El Trompito in jail because, why not, right? Isn't that the easiest way to try to beat him? And thus far, it doesn't seem to be selling. I have friends. I grew up in New York City, and I still talk to a lot of people. I live in Jersey now. And when I speak to people, all I hear is, even my daughter, she's 18. She came home today, and she said, even my friends, they're all like Trump 2024, and they're not even very politically active. They all just turned 18. And I feel Trump has become a real icon for people that feel like he's representing the little guy. I saw a clip of somebody the other day, African-American gentleman who said, Trump knows the plight of every black man in America getting, locked up on trumped-up charges. And I thought, wow, I hadn't looked at it like that. But Joe Biden certainly can't relate there with his son getting in trouble and him getting him off the hook every which way. And I feel that the momentum is in Trump's favor. What say you?
I mean, that's 100% right. I agree with that completely. You know, when you know that you're going to lose, like the Democrats do, you have to resort to communist tactics, and that's exactly what they've done. They have gone out of their way. You have Joe Biden's Department of Justice trying to lock his obvious political opponent in jail. They do that in third world and communist countries, yet wake up, folks, it's happening here in America. Simultaneously, you have this lunatic Attorney General, Letitia James, in New York, trying to dissolve his businesses, trying to not only take that away from him, but put thousands of hardworking people who worked for the Trump organization and have for decades out of a job. But they really miscalculated this one because they thought one indictment, that'll be enough, that'll take Donald Trump down. And then the polling numbers went up for him. And then they tried it again. And then they said, we know how we're going to get him. We're going to do a mugshot. We're going to release that mugshot, and that will be the nail in the coffin for Donald Trump. That mugshot has never backfired more than anything they've tried. That was probably the worst decision they could have made, because you're right. The people around this country who know that the system has been screwing them, it hasn't been working for them, they feel like they're victims of it. They're like, Donald Trump's a victim of it too now. Look at him. There's the mugshot to prove it. So they have miscalculated this every step of the way. They've done it with him, though, from the very beginning. Think of 2016. They thought he was a joke. They didn't think they would have to fight this hard to actually beat somebody like Donald Trump. And then he became president. And then he did an incredible job as president. And so I think that you are seeing right now people around this country who maybe never gave Donald Trump a single look before, never, like you said about your daughter, never involved in politics or friends. These are young people now who are like, wait a minute, something's different with this guy. And if they're fighting against him this hard, there must be some reason for it. That's the guy I'm going to support, because when the system that is broken and not working for you is trying to take down one guy and they're going against him this hard, there must be something good about him that they're afraid he's going to do for this country.
I agree. Folks, we're on with Laura Trump, host of The Right View with Laura Trump, senior advisor to the Trump campaign. Tell us a little bit of what's going on with the campaign. It seems to be going well without showing up to any debates, which is fantastic. Trump is winning every debate without even showing up. How's the campaign looking from your perspective?
It's looking great. Yeah, we call those the vice presidential debates, because essentially that's what's going on there. Everybody's kind of vying for the VP spot at this point. I mean, and it's kind of silly. You know, I think things are going great for the campaign. You know, we've now done this. This will be the third time, and it's incredible to say. Who would have ever thought we would have a third time running a presidential campaign? And I'll tell you, you ask anyone in my family, we were shocked to do one, let alone three. Right. But you learn a lot along the way. You know, the first time around, we were all very green, and we had to learn on the fly, and we certainly did that. I mean, we went to Iowa and didn't really know what a caucus was when we showed up for the Iowa caucuses. So it's a very different animal now, and it's a very small, streamlined campaign. The money that people donate is being spent very well and very wisely. And, you know, you've seen the impact. You've seen the poll numbers continue to go up despite my father-in-law not participating in any of these debates. The rallies will continue to go on. He's got, of course, very conveniently, thank you to all of the nefarious actors in Biden's Department of Justice, he's got a bunch of court cases that will be stacked up along the way. But don't worry, because I've never seen a guy who has as much energy and as much drive as my father-in-law. And so while they might think they're distracting him or it will take his eye off the ball, he has never been more focused on doing anything than I have seen him right now at becoming the 47th president of the United States. And I believe fully that will happen.
Laura Trump, let everybody know how they can support the campaign and how they can keep up to speed with the work you're doing with The Right View.
Well, the campaign, you can go to donaldjtrump.com if you want to volunteer. Look, there's no doubt we need volunteers. We need poll watchers. We need people to go out and ballot harvest across this country everywhere that it is legal. We're going to play the game differently this time around. We've taken some notes, and we know how to do it better. And so if you want to volunteer, please go there to the volunteer tab. Donate. You can go there to donate as well. You can watch my show, The Right View. It's on 3 days a week at therightsview.com. And you know what? I feel like we're in a really incredible time in American history. We've never seen so many things happen like we have happening right now. And if anybody remembers the win in 2016 and how sweet it was at about 3 o'clock in the morning on November 9th of 2016, when they announced that Donald Trump would be the president of the United States, I want everybody to take a moment and think about November 5th, 2024, because it is going to be even sweeter to come back from the hell that they've put this country through, every single American through, and my father-in-law through, when we come out with a win on November 5th of next year. I can't wait for it. We would love everybody to help and be part of the team.
Outstanding. Laura Trump, therighteView.com, therighteView.com. Thank you for being with us. You're a gentlewoman, a scholar, and a patriot, and I appreciate you staying up late to bring us up to speed.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. All right, folks, there is more to come straight ahead. Your calls and more, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
The brain is unpredictable. Sometimes it works with you, and sometimes it gives you a hard time. But one thing's for sure, getting your thoughts out is therapeutic. If you keep them bottled up, you can get exhausted, overwhelmed, or prone to outbursts. When you talk to a BetterHelp therapist, you can just say what's on your mind. In fact, the more honest you are about your thoughts, the better your therapist can help you sort out what's most important. And that makes you a better parent, friend, colleague, you name it. Life doesn't owe us any favors, but finding happiness doesn't have to feel impossible. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a licensed therapist who shares your values. And it's easy to switch therapists anytime, for no additional charge. Plus, you can schedule appointments that are convenient to your schedule. Give it a try and say whatever's on your mind with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/open today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/open.
Hustle up, we've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
My hands across America to the liberty-loving Latino, Rich Valdez.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, familia, welcome back, amigos. To the phones we go, 833-482-5337, 833-4-Valdez. Let's go to John, Vero Beach, Florida, WTTB. John, go right ahead. You're on with Rich Valdez.
Oh, my God, Jim. Rich, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I take that as a compliment.
Yeah. I'm just enamored that I was able to get on air with you again. I just love your show, and I love your zealous fight for America. Tremendous.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and you really, Jimbo is looking down at you, and he's proud as a peach.
That's very kind.
You earned it. As a service-connected disabled veteran, I like to say that the terrible, corrupt people who are running our government right now have performed so poorly that they've not only awakened all us older voters, but the young now are seeing how terrible it is to live under this type of oppression. And I believe that they have awakened a sleeping giant. I believe the upcoming presidential election is going to be a huge, huge win for Donald Trump.
I hope that you're right. I suspect that you are. I can't trust a Democrat as far as I can throw them, but I do think that the tide has turned. And I think there's a lot of people that were on the fence in the last go-round in 2020, and I think those same people are just kicking themselves in the pants, saying, "Oh my gosh, what did I do? What did we do?" I was talking to a buddy of mine today, John, and I was telling him, you look at what's going on around the world. You've got Europe, disaster, at least, Ukraine and Russia, and obviously all the other NATO countries that are in their vicinity that are affected by that. You've got the Middle East, absolute disaster right now. The bad guys are on the move. Everybody's moving forward. You've got China becoming more and more aggressive in every front that they can. Lots of speculation about Taiwan, which has been around for a while, but now seems the right time. Why not? Right? The United States is projecting weakness. Our economy isn't bouncing back as quickly as we'd like it to. And it seems like lots of things are not working. Our southern border is as open as ever. And I think people are really realizing it. All you got to do is go to, I have the benefit of, being in this area and going into New York City, and you walk through Times Square and it's just sad. It's a sad state of affairs when you see this. When you see the mayor of New York City, he's complaining about Trump, then he complains about Biden. Now he's complaining that they're going to run out of room and the illegal immigrants are going to be on the street. And they've been on the street. But I guess he's expecting more of them to be on the street. And when you look at that, it's I can't help but agree with you, saying this current administration is absolutely terrible. John.
No matter where I go, everybody that I talk to, I hear people talking amongst one another that were avowed Democrats. They are totally fed up. They're fed up to over their eyeballs.
Yeah, it's so true. I've had it too, John. Thanks for the call, brother. I appreciate you and everything you said. And feel free to call anytime. It's always a pleasure to chat with you. And folks, we're going to continue with this discussion on what happened on Capitol Hill today, where former Speaker McCarthy and Matt Gaetz got into a little bit of a war of words. We're going to play that audio clip for you straight ahead. Don't go anywhere.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
At SimpliSafe, our award-winning home security has advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this 24/7 LiveGuard protection. Only from SimpliSafe. Monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Now get 45% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Okay, everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
The NFL is committed to sticking to your game plan and always betting responsibly. If you bet, remember to set your limits, never chase your losses, and only bet what you can afford to lose. To learn more about responsible betting and discover resources to help build your game plan, visit the National Council of Problem Gambling at responsibleplay.org. If you or someone you know may have a gambling problem, please call or text the following 24-hour confidential helpline, 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Until we get there.
Specifically what happened with Matt Gaetz? Did you yell?
Oh, no. I was at the mic, I was speaking, and Matt Gaetz tried to interrupt and so I told him to sit down, and he sat down.
What's your deal?
I told him to sit down. I think the entire conference screamed at him. People are, listen, the whole country, I think, would scream at Matt Gaetz right now. Remember, it was a crazy eights led by Matt Gaetz and every single Democrat that put us into this situation. We've never been in this situation before, but how do you have 4% of your conference remove a speaker when 96% are there? This is why we're here. He had no plan afterwards. Now we have Israel at a war, questions whether Congress can act, questions where we'd be able to go to select a new speaker. I mean, it's a difficult situation driven by one person for his own personal beliefs, his own animosity towards me, and his concern about what's inside an ethics complaint that was filed before I was even Speaker.
There you have former Speaker Kevin McCarthy trading barbs with Matt Gaetz. We heard the Gaetz's commentary a little earlier, and each of them raise very good points. I think this is a healthy debate that has to happen. I would label it healthy communication, although it seems a little toxic at times. I think it's a conversation that has to be had in a process that we need to go through, because there's a battle for the identity of America, a battle for the identity of the Republican conference, and a battle for how we move forward. What does that path look like? And we have to chart the path forward, whether it's in unity or disparately, but we have to have the same end goal. And everything he raised is valid. I think if I were Hamas, I would say, yeah, look, the Americans can't, I mean, I don't think they care that much about if our Congress is in session. But ultimately, they say, oh, they got their own domestic issues going on. There's some infighting there. You know, we know how it gets when things get hyper political. They've been through those processes on their front. So why not strike now? Of course, they also did it with the 50th anniversary of the war. So I think there's a lot of things that go into this. But ultimately, nothing he said was inaccurate in terms of, you know, we need a speaker. We have to have one. And I think Gates said the same thing. And that's one area where they both agree. We need a speaker. I think Jim Jordan's the guy for the job. Honestly, I wasn't even that against McCarthy. I think we need to get it done. And I realize there's a need for somebody that can reach across the aisle. I know a lot of my conservative friends are going to beat me up on that. But that, you know, having worked in government, and the government that I worked in, New Jersey, was a blue state, you have to play nice at times with the Democrats, more often than not. Otherwise, nothing gets done. And that's what we're seeing now. And hopefully we'll land in a better place. And if we land with somebody like Jim Jordan, we'll be in the right place. But until then, we've got to keep trudging ahead. Anyway, folks, we continue our conversation about Biden's kamikaze climate plan that's going to destroy the American economy even more than he's already done. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez, coming right back.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glazed Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
The following ad contains shocking material. Listener discretion is advised. Is someone in your family playing a dangerous game of Russian roulette? Over 43,000 people die a year from drug overdose. 120 people a day. 5 people every hour. 1 person every 12 minutes. 88,000 people die every year from alcohol abuse. Over 240 people a day, 10 an hour, 1 person every 6 minutes. Somebody you know may be next. Learn how to help someone you love get away from the drugs, alcohol, and bad influences. With the FMLA, people can take a leave of absence from their job and still keep it. Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. 800-338-6906. That's 800-338-6906.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Biden will ask Congress for billions of dollars in military aid for Ukraine and Israel. CBS's Peter King.
The president says the U.S. needs to step up.
American leadership is what holds the world together.
That's why he says he's asked Congress for what he calls an urgent request, $100 billion, much of it in military aid for Israel and Ukraine in their fights against Hamas and Russia.
History has taught us that when terrorists don't pay a price for their terror, when dictators don't pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos and death and more destruction. They keep going, and the cost and the threats to America and the world keep rising.
Peter King, CBS News.
A CBS News poll looks at how Americans feel about the latest conflict in the Middle East. Jennifer DePinto is Deputy Director of Surveys for CBS News.
Amid the Israel-Hamas conflict, large majorities of Americans expressed concern about the conflict leading to a wider war in the region and about terrorism here at home. Roughly 8 in 10 express at least some concern about each of these, and this concern is shared by most Democrats, Republicans, and independents.
CBS's Roxana Saberi spoke to an American family in Israel whose hope that loved ones taken by Hamas will return home has turned into heartbreak.
I think it's everyone's greatest nightmare.
It's the outcome Abby Owen was dreading. She says Israeli authorities confirmed yesterday they found the bodies of her cousin, 80-year-old Carmela Dan, an Israeli-American citizen, and Dan's 12-year-old granddaughter, Noya.
Tell me about Noya. She is a Harry Potter fan. She dresses as Harry Potter. She was a 12-year-old with autism. She was very, very close with her grandmother.
Our Jim Crisula on a new concern about e-cigarettes.
It's a growing problem no one is quite sure what to do about. How to get rid of countless disposable e-cigarettes that are considered hazardous waste. They contain nicotine, lithium, and other materials that can't be reused or recycled. They aren't supposed to go into trash under federal law.
Come 2024, Californians will have options to take work leave if their family suffers a reproductive loss.
The new law affects public and private employers in California with 5 or more workers. It allows a leave for up to 5 days if there's a reproductive loss event. That's defined as a miscarriage, stillbirth, failed surrogacy, failed adoption, or unsuccessful assisted reproduction. It applies to any Californian who would have been a parent of a child if that event had not occurred. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Republican Congressman Jim Jordan is staying in the race to become House Speaker. His office says the House will take a third ballot tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late News now.
I'm John Roker, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Missouri September monthly jobs report has been released, and non-farm payroll employment is showing an increase of 5,200 jobs, while the seasonally adjusted unemployment rate has increased by 0.1%. The report also shows that the private industry employment increased by 4,700 jobs, while government employment increased by 500 jobs. The full report is available on our website. Log on to krmsradio.com. 2 people from Versailles were taken into custody after a search of their residence that they were staying in on Wynn Road uncovers methamphetamine and illegal drug paraphernalia. Courthouse records indicate that an officer performing a knock and talk was given consent to search the property, including a camper near the residence. Inside the camper, in a bedroom, a glass smoking pipe containing a white crystal substance was discovered. The substance in the pipe allegedly field tested to be meth. 29-year-old Tabitha Klein and 35-year-old Daniel Fritteg are firmly charged with felony counts of possessing a controlled substance. They were both booked into the Morgan County Jail. And Como Connect is celebrating the milestone of having 30,000 broadband subscribers now hooked up to service. To mark the milestone, representatives from Como, along with state representatives Willard Haley and Tim Taylor, are dropping in on the 30,000 subscribers for a presentation that includes a 65-inch TV, a PlayStation 5 game console, and 1 year of free 1 gig service. All subscribers of the service also have a chance to win the same package by entering a promotion that Como is doing this month on their website. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite is the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the Shootout is 69 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 52.
Discover the power of radio. If you're a business owner looking to grow, you should know that radio sells with intimacy. When you have something important to communicate, which would you prefer? To show them a picture? To write to them? Or would you talk to them using the emotion of the human voice? Radio sells with intimacy. Discover the power of radio. Put the power of radio to work for your business. Call KRMS and 93.5 Rocks. We can help. Call 348-2772.
from the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late-night talk program, featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media. And there's plenty of headlines to discuss. We're going to get into plenty of them throughout the night. Of course, Jim Jordan has put his campaign for Speaker on pause as they figure out what's going on with Patrick McHenry as the temporary Speaker and trying to give him more power. And others are saying, no, we shouldn't do that. And I agree, we should not. We should keep going until we get a Speaker. Let's get this thing done. So that's that. And we also have a new poll out that says that the threat of terror in the United States and globally has increased under Biden's watch. I can't help but agree with that. And the Homeland Security officer that was formerly a Palestinian Liberation Organization spokesperson has been put on leave for making her F Israel comments. And that honestly, I'm going to say, came as a surprise to me. I would have thought that they would have done nothing about it. And even the temporary leave of absence or whatever she's been put on is likely to be nothing anyway. But, it's a little something to appease people. I'm sure she's going to be alive and well doing what she does wherever she ends up in our government. And speaking of things that are going on, over the summer, Joe Biden, after the wildfires in Hawaii, he was really going hard on the environment. And if it's not him, it's Vice President Kamala Harris, that she's the border czar and the climate czar and the gun control czar. She's czarring all over the place. And they're always repeating the same lines. But I have a clip from the summertime where Biden is saying the climate threat is as serious as anything we've ever seen. Listen to this.
I don't think anybody can deny the impact of the climate crisis anymore. Just look around. Historic floods, more intense droughts, extreme heat, significant wildfires have caused significant damage like we've never seen before, not only throughout the Hawaiian Islands in the United States, but in Canada and other parts of the world. We've never seen this much fire. And while we're dealing with this latest extreme weather event, I remain laser focused on recovering and rebuilding efforts in Maui. We were out there, and many of you were there as well. It's devastating what happened there.
So you got wildfires in the United States. There's a wildfire burning in the Middle East. There's a wildfire in Europe. And I'd say Biden's fingerprints are on all of them. We don't hear much about those wildfires anymore because we're too busy talking about new things that Biden has broken. But there's an excellent piece in The Hill. Title, Biden's Kamikaze Climate Plan for the U.S. Economy. And I couldn't have said it any better. It's by Steve Malloy. You know him from junkscience.com, and he's with us right now. Steve Malloy, welcome back, sir.
Hey, Rich, thanks for having me back.
You bet. I want to get into this. Walk us through it. Take your time. We have some time to really make sure you nail all the points here, because I think, the way you've put it, that it's a kamikaze plan, I think it's fantastic. It's really well put, because that's really what he's done with everything, right? It's one thing to be a bull in a china shop. It's another thing to be a kamikaze, and I think that's the exact approach that he's taking. Yeah.
Well, so in my view, not to put too fine a point on it, but climate is just a big fat hoax. I don't think emissions are driving warming. As a matter of fact, over the past 8 years, even though we just came out of the hottest summer, there's been no global warming over the past 8 years, despite 450 billion tons of emissions. We're told that every emission warms the planet. That's obviously not true. But so even if you don't agree with me, simple math can be done. I mean, the United States is a small part of global emissions, and it's a shrinking part of global emissions. And even if we go to net zero, you can use official UN climate models to show that the global temperature is hardly going to change if we went to net zero today. So no matter what we do, nothing is going to happen. Yet, Joe Biden, he has this all-of-government approach to climate, and he's going to shut down our coal plants. EPA has proposed to shut down our coal plants, to shut down our gas plants. We're going to get rid of gasoline-powered cars. Everyone's going to drive an EV. The Defense Department is not going to use gasoline-powered tanks. They're going to use battery. I mean, the whole thing is just crazy. And so we're going down this net zero path. And just on top of that, I didn't mention all this in my piece, but 25 years ago, Joe Biden and John Kerry, when they were senators, were part of the unanimous Senate that voted 95-0 to not do anything on climate unless China was going to do something. Okay, so now last month in September, the UN had its annual climate week, and China chose this moment to say that we're not going to net zero. We're going to keep using fossil fuels. We're going to burn more fossil fuels because we need it, right? And so, okay, well, if the Chinese aren't going to net zero, then why are we going to net zero? Because everybody voted against doing that. Right. And so that's just one thing. So China is not doing anything on climate. China is the world's biggest emitter. China burns half the coal. Okay. As a matter of fact, right now China is building a coal fleet that is the same size as the entire U.S. fleet, and it already has a coal fleet that's 4 or 5 times larger than ours. So China is just burning coal and other fossil fuels like there's no tomorrow. At the same time, the Biden administration is actually starting to make excuses for Chinese coal, which is really bizarre. The Biden Energy Department came out with a report saying, well, Chinese coal plant emissions might not be so bad if they use them to charge EVs, which, they drive for 180,000 miles. And, I mean, it was a very bizarre statement. They're sort of trying to excuse China's, ongoing onslaught of emissions that are dwarfing ours. But we're still going to net zero. And while we're going to net zero, we're bringing on EVs and more solar and wind. Of course, where do all these things come from? What do they depend on? They depend on communist China. We are, as we go green, we are making ourselves dependent on our, mortal geopolitical rival, our enemy. And the Biden administration, has finally sort of come to the realization, at least privately, that we're not going to be energy independent of China. We're just going to get more and more dependent on China, and that's what they think privately. But publicly, they're telling everybody, we're going to be energy independent. We don't need China. Blah blah blah, and the whole thing is just crazy. And so it's this kamikaze plan because, there's no way we're going to accomplish anything. Whether you agree with me that climate is a hoax or whether you think that Al Gore is right. You can do the simple math. The emissions global emissions are not really going to change. As a matter of fact, they're going up. As a matter of fact, although Biden talks about net zero all the time, last week the Biden administration Energy Department came out with a report saying that yes, global emissions are going to go up by 2050, and we're not going to be at net zero. So there's no point in cutting emissions. Yet we're still doing it. And not only are we cutting emissions, we're making ourselves dependent on China. And the whole thing, I mean, this is just going to result in disaster. He is crashing our economy. We need cheap energy. You can see what, just gasoline going from $2 to $4 costs 14% inflation. Right? We cannot, we cannot afford this green agenda, even if it worked, and even if it wasn't going to make us dependent on communist China. But he just doesn't care. I mean, there's no fact that is going to get him off this. It's so crazy, Rich. I don't know if in September, when Biden was at the G20 meeting, Biden said that global warming over the next 10 years is going to be worse than nuclear war. And, a lot of the media didn't report it because I don't think they took it very seriously because it sounds stupid. But then about 2 weeks ago, Martha McCallum was interviewing John Kirby, who is Biden's National Security Council spokesman, and she asked him about Biden's comment. And Kirby, who's got to be one of the biggest liars I've ever heard in my life, he goes, she asked him about that. She goes, is global warming really worse than nuclear war? And he goes, yeah, it's science.
I heard that clip. That was great.
Yeah. No, these people are nuts. And we're strapped to Biden at least until 2025. And, if Republicans can't get their act together, we're going to be strapped to Biden or Democrats until 2029. I mean, they're going to do a lot of damage to our economy and our standard of living and our freedoms with this green agenda.
Steve Malloy, as you're saying this, I'm looking at your piece and in thehill.com. It's a good piece, by the way, if you want to check it out. It's Biden's kamikaze climate plan for the U.S. economy. And something that you said here, and you already alluded to this, but the way it's spelled out here is just so good. China finally drops its net zero pose, and they're the largest emitter, and they've promised to reach net zero by 2060. But their climate envoy, the Chinese climate envoy, now says that, quote, completely phasing out fossil fuel is unrealistic because fossil fuels are essential to maintain grid stability and energy security given the sometimes unreliable nature of renewables. And I think, why is it that we have to allow China to take the lead on this? Allow the communists to seem like they're the ones that figured out the Rubik's Cube when we've known this all along.
Well, yeah, and it's always been true. And, I studied this enough to realize that all this green stuff is just, it's just a big hoax. There's no technology that is on the horizon that is going to replace fossil fuels anytime soon. Maybe one day, but in the very far distant future, I wonder how many of us will be alive to see anything like that. I don't think it's possible. The Chinese realize this. I mean, that quote you just read, and sort of very diplomatically said. I mean, the Chinese are literally burning coal like there's no tomorrow. They're buying all the oil they can. They're trying to produce all the oil and coal they can, and the same with India. And, if Africa ever comes online, they're going to be the same way. Fossil fuels are necessary for development. It's why the United States developed. It's why Europe developed. There's just, wind and solar, they're nice ideas, I guess, but they don't work. They're just not reliable. They're more expensive. They, of course, they don't accomplish what they're supposed to be accomplishing, which is, improving the weather.
I want to get into that straight ahead. Folks, we're on with Steve Malloy. Check out his website, junkscience.com. We're going to continue with discussing why there's such a push for green energy if it costs us a ton of money and it is unsustainable. In the name of sustainability. Folks, don't go anywhere. Again, your calls and more are welcome. 833-4825-337-833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Darius, look who just figured out how to find my Medicare plan options. Just typed in my zip code and boom.
This is not just a search tool.
Look at you go, Mom.
This is Walgreens making it easy to find a Medicare plan with low-cost copays. During open enrollment, use Walgreens Find RX coverage to help you find the right Medicare plan for you. This is being independent. Together. Walgreens.
It's time to gear up for the NFL season.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, where?
Head over to NFLshop.com today for the largest collection of officially licensed gear from all your favorite brands. NFL Shop is your ultimate destination for jerseys, t-shirts, headwear, and more. Kick off the new season in the best selection of NFL gear anywhere. Show off your team pride with styles fit for the whole family. To shop now, go to NFLshop.com.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now?
22.
Wonky work from home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's so full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
Okay. My lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
At SimpliSafe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 45% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplisafecom/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like SimpliSafe.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
This is America. This is Night. This is Rich Valdez.
All right, America, welcome back. We are on with Steve Malloy, junkscience.com. Great website. Check it out. Sign up for their newsletter. And we're discussing this drama. And we discuss it every now and again. And I like to reiterate it because, A, new listeners, and B, there's still a lot of people on the fence, especially when they hear, the whole climate thing's a hoax. They're so sold on this idea that, no. If we don't recycle, if we don't keep destroying our ozone layer, then there's something that we can do to save our planet. And it's a very altruistic thing, and I think that's why people don't like to admit that the percentage of hydrogen in our atmosphere is relatively unchanged. The percentage of increase for temperature globally also hasn't really changed. Steve Malloy, why do you feel that the other side, the side that's saying, oh my gosh, the polar bears are dying, we're going to die in 12 years, why are they so successful in scaring the crap out of most people?
Well, they have captured virtually every institution in America, the left has. And, of course, the left, climate is the left's ultimate, plan for control of everything we do. They captured the schools, they've captured the media, which is where most people get their information from. Unless you listen to a show like yours or Fox News or Newsmax, something like that, or maybe the Wall Street Journal editorial page, you're going to get bombarded constantly with climate alarmism until Elon Musk bought Twitter. People like me were shadow banned and censored, so it was difficult to get the word out. And so people have really just been brainwashed.
Yeah, it's sad. And, I saw something the other day, and it really impressed upon me that the amount of fossil fuel that you have to burn to mine the materials for an EV battery outweighs what you would use to build a car.
Yeah, so, a typical EV battery weighs about 1,000 pounds, which is a lot. But you have to mine 500,000 pounds of material to make a 1,000-pound battery. I mean, that's just crazy. And of course, where does this stuff get mined? It gets strip mined in China, where there's no environmental regulation. China's environment is a disaster.
Yeah, people are running around with masks on. It's not even COVID.
Yeah. If that's right. If environmentalists were really concerned about the environment, they would go to China. But of course, they don't.
Crazy stuff. Now, Steve Malloy, what's your best advice to those that are on the fence or saying, you know what, Mr. Junk Science, you make a good argument. Where do you send them?
I send them to my Twitter feed because I cover this stuff every day. And I often say the same thing multiple times because it just is what it takes for people to, I explain things, I have links. My website is junkscience.com, but I do most of my work on a daily basis on Twitter just because we link into news articles and things like that. I make the case every day. And go there, read what I have to say. If you have questions, ask me.
All right, Steve Malloy. Check him out at Junk Science on Twitter, where I'm supposed to say now known as X, which I don't like to say.
Right.
And, of course, you can go to junkscience.com. Steve Malloy, what do you think happens moving forward? Does the climate alarmism continue? Does Biden continue to get his way? Or ultimately, do the climate crazies kind of succumb to normalcy and just leave it alone?
Well, I think reality eventually is going to collapse this because it's not affordable, not sustainable, it's not happening. The question is, what damage will be done by the time reality sets in? Will we be totally dependent on China? Will we have destroyed our electricity grid? What damage will we have done?
Yeah, well put. All right, folks, that's Steve Malloy. Check him out at junkscience.com. Steve, I appreciate you. You're a gentleman, a scholar, and a patriot.
All right, Rich, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You bet. Godspeed. All right, folks, we continue with our conversation. Straight ahead, we're going to get into censorship in the media, kind of what he was talking about, how he gets censored when he puts information that kind of goes against the existing narrative that everything you do is destroying the planet. And then we look at how much that damage is, and it's not as much as we thought it was. There's a lot of things that the media tends to censor, including that hospital in Gaza that was shot by the Hamas terrorists or Islamic Jihad, and they blamed the Jews instantly. Anyway, we're going to talk about media censorship with Dan Schneider straight ahead. Don't go anywhere. I'm Rich Valdez.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. For right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
I am a non-attorney spokesperson representing a team of lawyers who help people that have been injured or wronged. If you've been involved in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or injured at work, you have rights, and you may be entitled to money for your suffering. Don't accept an offer you get from an insurance company until you talk to a lawyer. And we represent some of the best personal injury lawyers you can find. Tough lawyers that will fight to win your case. And they're so good they stake their reputation on it by only getting paid if you win. So if you've been in a serious car, truck, or motorcycle accident or hurt on the job, find out today for free what kind of compensation you may be entitled to. Call the legal helpline right now.
800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. 800-507-3114. That's 800-507-3114.
This is America. This is Night. This is Rich Valdez.
All right, familia, welcome back, amigos. Rich Valdez with you straight till 1 a.m. tonight. And our phone number, if you want to join our conversation, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. I want to talk about censorship in the media, and I want to do it with Dan Schneider. Dan Schneider is the vice president of Free Speech America at MRC, the Media Research Center. And Dan's a great guy. Dan, welcome to the program, sir.
Rich, it's been a while since we've spoken. I'm glad to be able to talk to you.
Likewise. Thanks for being here and staying up late. Being live and late night is, I tell people, yeah, you're going to have you on at 10:30, 11:30, and then they call in the morning. They're like, where are you? Happens all the time. You'd be surprised. Folks, I want to let you know, Dan Schneider's a lawyer, a policy professional, a political strategist. Through his lengthy career, he's worked in Washington, D.C., New York City, and in Zhengzhou, China. He's currently vice president of Free Speech America at MRC, and he was previously the executive director of the American Conservative Union, which organizes CPAC, and he's done an amazing job with that over the years. His work in government has included roles in the White House, the executive branch, the United States Senate, and the United States House of Representatives. Got his law degree from Columbia University, his undergrad from University of Kansas. And here's the one. I read all this to read this part. In 1988, Dan broke the world record for highest elevation golf shot ever when he used a 5-iron at the second base camp of Annapurna in the Himalayas. That's something. Dan Schneider, I didn't know that one about you. That's cool.
I've enjoyed my life. I've done some interesting things, and the best thing, of course, is marrying my wife.
Amen to that. Now, how often do people call you the player from the Himalayas?
Not many people actually know about that. But,
well, now we know. America, he's the player from the Himalayas.
Yeah, I did not know at the moment that I was breaking the world record, but nobody bothered to take a club up to the top of the Himalaya. So it was a good shot.
Well, I wanna get into first of all, let everybody know because the Media Research Center, you guys do amazing work there. Brent Bozell and the rest of the guys, a lot of stuff, and there's a bunch of divisions and like CNS News and whatnot. And tell us exactly what Free Speech America is all about.
It's about stopping online censorship. Big tech is out to silence people's voices. The legacy media, the print media, the networks, the cable shows, they just don't cover stories. They choose not to cover the stories that embarrass the left, that embarrass the Democrats. But individuals, we have access, to the social media platforms. We can go around the big legacy media, people who refuse to cover the news. So then people like Rich Valdez tell the people what's going on, and big tech tries to silence us. Ultimately, Rich, we know what the First Amendment is for. It is for political speech. It's not, the First Amendment doesn't exist so that we can trade cooking recipes. It exists so we can debate the most important issues facing America. It is what is necessary for a democratic republic to survive. We are supposed to be able to debate these tough issues. We're supposed to have forceful disagreements and see who wins the argument, through the electoral process. But big tech, run by a whole bunch of leftists, they do not like when people disagree with their agenda. And so instead of engaging in a debate and trying to win the debate, they just censor us.
Well, and there was a really clear case of that yesterday, right? Yesterday, this week, with the hospital bombing in Gaza all over the internet. It was the IDF, it was Israel, it was the Jews. They were the ones responsible for blowing up this hospital. And then, a little while later, you get some reports. Well, we have the video. The video looks like it's friendly fire. It looks like it's coming from here. Then the IDF gets their hands on a audio of the guys admitting that they did it. They're like, oh, we hit the wrong target or whatever it was. And now that's out there. And it's just remarkable to me. And then Biden even corroborated it when at his meeting with Netanyahu, saying, apparently it seems we've heard, whatever he said. And it almost sounded like he was upset that it was the other team. That's what he said. Mm-hmm. It was the other team.
I know the other team. It's really, sad. Frankly, if I can just say something, it's offensive that he would refer to these people as teams.
Yeah.
We've got the only democracy in the Middle East fighting for its survival. It's been attacked by a bunch of terrorists. Those terrorists don't form a team. They are a corrupt, evil empire trying to destroy democracy. This is not a team sport. It's a survival of civilization at stake.
I don't disagree with that at all. But when we look at this, to me, it's clear. And this was just one instance where it bubbled up in American media and people were pushing it and saying, no, hold on. What you're hearing is a lie. All these stories that Sky News put out there in the New York Times, the big story in the Times, and then I guess the caveat that they add to it is, IDF blows up hospital, Palestinians say. And it's like, is that really how we make headlines nowadays? So, whether it's online or in print or wherever, there's tons of misinformation and disinformation. And when it comes to putting out genuine information, oftentimes we're censored. So tell us about what, I know you guys are focused on policing online censorship, but how do you do it?
Well, look, we've got a few different teams, as you know. The heart of the organization is the News Analysis Division, NAD. They're the ones who, for decades now, since 1987, have been literally watching every network news show that comes on, ABC, NBC, CBS. They monitor NPR, PBS, all of those things. And they actually calculate the number of minutes that are devoted to one story versus another. The same day that Trump was indicted, news broke that about Joe Biden and bribery, and our news analysis team, they calculated the minutes. 527 minutes the networks devoted to Donald Trump being indicted. And Rich, you know how we work. You know how the media works. You're not going to be surprised by this. How many nanoseconds were devoted by the networks to the Biden bribery scandal? Zero.
Amazing.
Zero. 527 minutes about Trump being indicted, 0 minutes about all the evidence that had just come out about Biden being a part of a bribery scheme.
Absolute insanity. Folks, we're on with Dan Schneider, VP at the MRC. He's in charge of Free Speech America there. And we're going to continue our discussion on censorship, big tech censorship, online censorship, and everything else. Plus your calls if you want to weigh in. 833-4825-337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
At Simply Safe Home Security, your safety is the only thing that matters. That's why you get 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, because every home deserves to be protected. Right now, get 45% off the whole home security system named the best of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to save big today. Advanced Home Security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Now, Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glaze Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-557-7920. 800-557-7920. That's 800-557-7920. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
19 Republican attorneys general issued a damning letter to Eventbrite, the infamous event planning platform which attempted to thwart an event highlighting the dangers of sex transitions for children. The letter was led by South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, lambasted Eventbrite after it unpublished November 6th event hosted by the Palmetto Family Council. The South Carolina event called Stop the Insanity aimed to draw attention to the irreversible damages of genital mutilation and gender transitioning for children. And the event was going to feature testimony from Chloe Cole. She's a famed detransitioner. And Eventbrite claimed in its disturbing takedown notice that the event violated the website's policy on hateful and dangerous events. The attorneys general expressed concern that Eventbrite appeared to be censoring political speech and basically as it didn't like it. Our guest, Dan Schneider, Vice President of Free Speech America at the Media Research Council. Dan Schneider, I mean, again, disappointing but not surprising. What say you?
Well, look, Eventbrite is a platform that's used by a lot of people when they hold events, and that people can register on it for their events. Imagine if Eventbrite canceled somebody's event because they had a black person speaking.
Right.
What kind of uproar would we have about that? And there'd be lawsuits. You know, this is terrible. This is evil. You discriminate against people because of their color. Or let's say that Eventbrite canceled an event because it was a group of women who were speaking. Again, it would be terrible. People have a constitutional right to speak. And this topic, of course, is about the harmful effects of when children are castrated, when girls have mastectomies, young girls. What are the harmful effects of these sorts of things? I think every doctor on the planet would recognize that there are harms that it's perfectly just and right to discuss. And of course, there's also the moral implication. And we can have opinions about morality. That is part of what the political process entails. And for Eventbrite, then to discriminate against a very fine organization, the Palmetto Institute's a very fine organization, to discriminate because of a difference of opinion, this is terrible. Our country has never seen anything like this, except for the most heinous situations where people are discriminated against based on their race or sex, those sorts of things. America has to rise up and understand our civil rights are at stake.
Now, Dan Schneider, I'm supposing, and maybe I'm wrong, and you can tell me if I am, that Eventbrite, just like other organizations in the past, is going to say, well, we are a private company, and those are our rules, and, you don't have free speech in my private company. Are they going to be able to use that as a defense?
Well, again, if somebody tried to cancel an event because there was a black speaker, that would be a civil rights violation.
Right.
But free speech, the First Amendment, is a constitutionally protected right. So there's a big question here. In addition, in 1980, the U.S. Supreme Court issued a ruling, a holding, talking about, when the primary mode of communication occurs through private property, that property becomes essentially government. That related to a shopping mall where there were teenage kids who were trying to distribute leaflets promoting an event. And they were shut down, and those kids sued. And the Supreme Court held that shopping mall served as the primary mode of communication, and thus those kids had a constitutionally protected free speech right that was violated when they were denied the ability to distribute those leaflets. Eventbrite and the people holding the event can make a very similar argument, saying Eventbrite cannot restrict our speech without violating our constitutional rights. Either way, Eventbrite should stay out of the business of politics.
Absolutely.
It's a private company. If it wants to if it were allowed to discriminate, then at least it has got to start filing with the Federal Election Commission as in-kind contributions to the left. All these big tech platforms, they want it both ways. They want to be able to say, well, we can do anything we want to help the left, to help the Democrats. But we don't have to file with the Federal Election Commission as in-kind contributions. They can't have it both ways.
What do you think the outcome of this is with these 19 attorneys general jumping onto this bandwagon? Do you think Eventbrite will change course, or are they going to dig their heels in, double down, and say, screw you, let's fight?
Well, look, I want to just thank Alan Wilson, the Attorney General of South Carolina, who brought 18 additional state attorneys general to this fight. And this is where conservatives can win today. We all know that Joe Biden and the so-called Justice Department they're doing everything they can to silence conservatives, to stop us. They're certainly not investigating when Planned Parenthood clinics, or rather when crisis pregnancy center clinics are destroyed and firebombed. Mm-hmm. They're only trying to stop people who want to protest peacefully in front of a Planned Parenthood clinic. So these state AGs are doing amazing work protecting our rights. And Rich, you raised a genuine question, a good question about whether Eventbrite as a private company has the right to discriminate against people. That's under federal law. State laws have additional protections to people. So I am not an expert on South Carolina law or Alaska law or Arizona law, all these different AGs who have joined this suit. But there may be lots of state protections for these individuals as well.
Oh, I hope there is, because I think it's just bad business, honestly, for Eventbrite to piss off a bunch of people that could have been customers. I can tell you, I will likely not use Eventbrite again just because they did that. Anyway, folks, we're on with Dan Schneider, Vice President of Free Speech America at the Media Research Center. We're going to come right back and wrap up with him straight ahead. Plus, our phone number, Open Phone America, is just around the corner. That's at the top of the hour. 833-482-5337 is the phone number. You can start getting your calls in now. 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337. 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
The brain is unpredictable. Sometimes it works with you, and sometimes it gives you a hard time. But one thing's for sure, getting your thoughts out is therapeutic. If you keep them bottled up, you can get exhausted, overwhelmed, or prone to outbursts. When you talk to a BetterHelp therapist, you can just say what's on your mind. In fact, the more honest you are about your thoughts, the better your therapist can help you sort out what's most important. And that makes you a better parent, friend, colleague, you name it. Life doesn't owe us any favors, but finding happiness doesn't have to feel impossible. With BetterHelp, just fill out a brief questionnaire to match with a licensed therapist who shares your values. And it's easy to switch therapists anytime, for no additional charge. Plus, you can schedule appointments that are convenient to your schedule. Give it a try and say whatever's on your mind with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/open today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/open.
Hustle up, we've got 8 more floors to go before lunch.
Sarusha's window washing business is reaching new heights.
Wipe, and let's roll.
They need more certified cleaners to keep online reviews crystal clear.
Team, I know we're hustling, but watch for streaks. Candace, can you give me a hand over here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're all set with your Medicare prescriptions, Mrs. Brown.
This is not just low-cost copays at Walgreens.
I can actually help you set up 90-day refills if you want.
This is having a partner you can trust. Get low-cost copays, 90-day refills, and delivery from your neighborhood Walgreens. This is being independent. Together. Walgreens.
Restrictions apply. For details, see walgreens.com/pharmacy.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster. On campus or live online, qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career. Accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
I want to listen to you, Rich, all the time.
All right, folks, welcome back. We go to the phones with our guest, Dan Schneider, Vice President at MRC, Free Speech America. Let's go to Brian, Alamo, California, listening on KTEL out of Washington State. Brian, you're on with Dan Schneider and Rich Valdez. Go right ahead, quickly.
Thanks, Mr. Snyder. You hear me okay?
Go right
I
ahead.
can hear you. Thanks, Brian.
Great. Enjoy your program. My son's a policeman in Oakland, California, so I battled the left media about, well, you're independent, but you're biased if you only talk to one side of the equation. And, you know, that happens really on both sides.
Just quickly get to the question.
Okay, I'll get it. It's coming up. Your statistic on NAD, I know so much about Hunter Biden. How do you come up with zero coverage?
All right. Thank you, Brian. Dan Schneider?
we literally had a stopwatch ready to measure every second that ABC, NBC, and CBS discussed the Joe Biden bribery scandal for the whole week, and with the same stopwatch applied to Donald Trump. And the data is the data. 0 seconds devoted to the Joe Biden bribery scandal the whole week, and when they covered 527 minutes of Donald Trump. This is the networks, ABC, NBC, and CBS.
And, I remember that when that story broke, the only place that you heard about it was Twitter or the New York Post or, outlets that actually were reporting. But you're right. Initially, I'd say the first week, even probably the second week, you didn't hear much about it. It wasn't until I think the Comer hearing that they really broke the story and it got out there. Dan Schneider, in the 30 seconds that we have remaining, I want you to let everybody know how they can follow you and support the work that you're doing at the MRC.
Well, we're at mrc.org. My Twitter handle is Schneider_DC. But just on that Hunter Biden laptop, just quickly, the whole Hunter Biden laptop story was censored. And when we at MRC did a survey after the election, we discovered that 45% of Biden voters had never heard of the Hunter Biden laptop story, and 9.4% of them said they would not have voted for Biden had they learned of it. This is election interference.
Absolutely. Dan Schneider, VP at the Media Research Center, Free Speech America. Dan, you're a gentleman, a patriot, and a scholar, and I appreciate you being here.
Thanks, Rich.
You bet. All right, folks, Open Phone America is coming up right now. I am Rich Valdez, and we're coming right back. Get your calls in.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Tom Foti in Washington, where President Biden spoke to the nation tonight from the Oval Office about Israel and Hamas, about Ukraine and Russia, and about the U.S. role in those crises.
In an Oval Office speech, the president said it will be an urgent budget request.
To fund America's national security needs, to support our critical partners, including Israel and Ukraine, is a smart investment that's going to pay dividends for American security for generations.
It will be part of a $100 billion request that includes $60 billion for Ukraine in its fight against Russia, as well as funding for Israel in its fight against Hamas, both nations which were attacked, and both which he says are fighting to protect their democracy and their people from annihilation. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
But at the moment, the U.S. House has no speaker blocking any move there about anything after saying he would not seek a third vote to become speaker. Ohio Republican Jim Jordan now wants one, expects to get one Friday morning. In the Mideast war zone.
The Israeli military resumed its ferocious bombardment of Gaza after the briefest of breaks during President Biden's visit. Gaza's health ministry says the death toll has soared to nearly 4,000.
Correspondent Charlie D'Agata in Tel Aviv. Is North Korea making money by supplying less than legit services to U.S. high tech?
According to the FBI and Department of Justice, North Korea's deployed thousands of IT workers who've pretended to be based in the U.S. as freelancers. It's in line with the North's tactic of earning funds from the wages of overseas workers.
Reporter Alex Jensen in Seoul. 2 San Antonio police officers responded to a domestic disturbance call. They were shot multiple times. Their injuries described as serious. Police Chief William McManus describing the first injury.
He was shot multiple times, and he went down in the cul-de-sac. The second officer he was with was also shot. The suspect went upstairs to the second floor and was firing out the window with a long gun.
The alleged shooter eventually surrendered. A new Census Bureau report shows fewer Californians now moving to Texas, but more of them going to Florida and Arizona. On the Consumer Watch, a warning about some popular children's toys. CBS's Monica Ricks.
Here comes Thomas! Fisher-Price is recalling about 21,000 Thomas & Friends train car toys due to a choking hazard. U.S. regulators say there's a small plastic piece with a strong magnet inside that can come apart and choke a child if it's swallowed.
Baseball playoffs. The Astros have even their ALCS series against the Rangers. The Arizona Diamondbacks edged the Phillies 2-1 in Game 3 of the NLCS. Phillies now lead that series 2-1. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All-Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Times Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Columbia man who pleaded guilty in June on one count of conspiring to distribute fentanyl and illegally possessing a firearm has now been sentenced to 10 years in federal prison without parole. The U.S. Attorney Western District of Missouri office says 31-year-old Ryan Kunston admitted he would typically obtain hundreds of capsules containing fentanyl worth around $1,400 from a source in St. Louis before selling them to customers in Columbia. Boone County is identified as one of the top counties in Missouri for fatal overdose deaths of fentanyl, blamed in a majority of the deaths. A big recall for an area discount chain store because some products just weren't stored properly.
Family Dollar has issued a nationwide voluntary recall on dozens of over-the-counter drugs, products, and medical devices that had been stored at improper temperatures. The extensive list includes popular items like Crest and Colgate toothpastes, Listerine, Pepto-Bismol, Vicks Vapor Rub, and more. The FDA said the products were sold at stores in more than 20 states between June 1st and October 4th.
That's Stacy Lynn reporting. Anyone who's purchased one of the recalled items can return it for a full refund. And heads up T-Mobile customers, a new report from CNN indicates that the major wireless carrier is running a test in which it will automatically switch some customers on older unlimited plans to their current 5G network plan that starts at $75 per month per phone line. You can contact customer service to opt out of that upgrade. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Ray Miller with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast.
Clear skies tonight with a low of 49 degrees and light west winds. Friday, sunshine, warmer, high temperature of 73 degrees. Saturday, sunny with a high of 75. And for Sunday, lots of sunshine with a high around 68. Current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 69 degrees. And at the studios, right now, it's 50.
Live from the city that never sleeps. 17 miles from Madison Square Garden, New York City. It's America at Night with Rich Valdez. America's favorite late night talk program featuring interesting guests from around the world and calls from across America. And now, here is your host, Rich Valdez.
Hi there, good evening, and what's up, America? I am Rich Valdez, Valdez with an S, at Rich Valdez on all of the social media, your liberty-loving Latino amigo. Happy to be here with you this Thursday evening. Our phone number, if you want to join our late-night national town hall conversation this hour, hour number 3, Open Phone America. You get to sound off on anything you like. I'm looking forward to hearing your opinions on everything. Feel free to do it. 833-482-5337, 833-4-Valdez. And today, Kamala Harris was at the White House. Kamala Harris. She's Irish now. Kamala O'Hara. No, Kamala Harris, also known here as Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, was at the White House, and she said that she supports the right of the Palestinian people to dignity, freedom, and self-determination. Listen to this.
I, like so many of you, am deeply grateful for the leadership of President Joe Biden. Throughout, he has, as he always does, demonstrated strength, compassion, and moral clarity. And that is exactly what our country and our world needs in this moment. As we...
Kamala Harris. Joe Biden provides strength, something else, and moral clarity? Really? Has Joe Biden ever done that? I mean, there's a lot of things Joe Biden might be able to do, but I've never heard of strength and moral clarity coming from Joe Biden. Wow. Anyway, go right ahead.
We have constantly made clear our support for Israel's security is unwavering, and Israel has a right to defend itself from Hamas terrorists. And let us be clear, terrorism is never justified. And as I said yesterday, Israelis and Palestinians must have equal measures of security and prosperity. And I support the right of the Palestinian people to dignity, freedom, and self-determination. Hamas does not represent these aspirations.
All right, Kamala. Now, listen, I don't really care to have the debate. It doesn't make a big difference to me. And I'll tell you why. Whether there's a clear delineation between the Palestinian people and Hamas, whether they're all supportive of Hamas or they're not, doesn't really matter to me. And I'll tell you why. Not because I don't care. But it's kind of like saying if there was a terrorist attack in the United States, which we've had, I would never look at America and go, you know, you got Democrats, you've got Republicans, you know, like the people who constantly beat me up on Twitter. And I'm talking about conservatives, right? I'll post something about something Eric Adams did. They'll put something like, New Yorkers deserve everything they get. Everything they get, they voted for those people. You deserve AOC. You voted for her. Do you really think everybody's voting for AOC? Do you think everybody's voting for Eric Adams? Aren't there people like me and others? I mean, when you look at the list of conservatives that come out of New York, Rudy Giuliani, Sean Hannity, Donald Trump, just to name a few. There's a lot of conservatives in New York that I'm sure are not voting for these people. So whether or not all the people or not, because I know you say something like that and right away somebody quickly wants to argue, no, but they're supporting Hamas, irrespective of if they're supporting or not. Hamas is bad. Hamas is bad, hands down, punto y final, period, the end. That's the only way to look at this. They are terrorists, and she made that delineation, saying the Hamas terrorists are no good, they're no bueno, just like Kemal-itis, and that's fine. And I think that this might be one of the smartest things I've ever heard her say, and I never thought I'd say that she said something smart, but she did. Again, wasn't smart, just wasn't crazy and poorly thought out like she usually says. And what's crazy about this is that she said she's deeply grateful for the leadership, demonstrated strength, compassion, and moral clarity. I've never seen that coming out of Joe Biden. But that's the story there. And, of course, things continue to be rocky, to say the least. And the wildfires that Biden has started in the Middle East, shame on him. Anyway, I want to get to your calls on this stuff. Doc's been on hold the longest. He called in first. Let's go to Doc in Wilmington, Delaware, WDEL. Doc, go right ahead.
Yes, Rich. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes,
I heard you a couple of nights ago about your anniversary on your show. A couple of requests before I make my statement, my main statement of the evening. I'd like you to do a show every year about your anniversary and devote a large part of your show to merely yourself. Let the callers like me call in and ask about Rich Valdez.
Period. Oh, that's cool. You can do that any day, though, by the way. Open Phone America. Everything goes.
I'm Open Phone America, but I'd like it to be devoted every year on the anniversary of your starting the show, mainly to you and your career and everything else. Also,
well, thank you.
On Open Phone America, I'd like you to do a memorial every year to Jim Bohannon and Kathy Johnson, just on Open Phone America, and have callers come in and, like myself, and ask directly about that. I'd like you to just think of those ideas. Now to my main point. There are books written about this. There's a publication out of Washington, D.C. called Washington Report on the Middle East, which you can get in any good newsstand or any good library in New York City. It's a scholarly thing. It has an Arab slant, so it's not totally unbiased. But what they pointed out in that magazine is something I've known for a long, long time, which is that Hamas, believe it or not, is a wholly created cloth of the Israeli intelligence service Mossad through the back door, and here's why. There were elements in the PLO back in the day that wanted to talk true peace with Israel. When Israel found that out, they segregated through the back door, and the Arabs didn't know this was being done. Israel funded these people, did not try, just gave them money, that's all. They funded these people to the hilt, the violent extremists in the PLO, which then formed Hamas, and Hamas set about, with their terrorist training, hunting down the people that wanted to talk peace inside Israel and outside of Israel and assassinated them, okay? So Israel had an Arab group doing its dirty work for them. There were elements of Israel then as now, not the Jewish people, not the majority of the Jewish state. Elements in Israel then as now that want a group like Hamas that can justify their existence as an armed state. They have to be an armed state anyway because they're threatened on all sides by Arab states. But had they had internal peace with the Palestinians, half of this crap would not be happening.
Yeah, I guess you can make that argument for any entity, right? If we had internal peace here, we wouldn't need a lot of things. But I get the argument you're making, and I don't know anything about that. But I do know that there was Fatah and Hamas, and Fatah became rivals. Hamas was the religious faction. Fatah was the secular faction, all trying to do a similar type of thing. And it makes sense to me. I mean, and again, no slight on anybody, but the United States, our CIA, is infamous, right, for arming bin Laden, creating bin Laden, then bin Laden turns on us. We've done this a number of times. The Soviet war with Iran, the Iran-Iraq war. We've been involved in everything, and I get it. Intelligence people tend to play both sides against the middle. Oftentimes, it's kind of the nature of their work, and I'm with you on that one. And I think that's why JFK said we should smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces. I agree with that. I guess we'd be better off if we did less meddling with our CIA and more, actual intelligence work abroad. Perhaps it's below my pay grade, and I don't know enough to think that, maybe that meddling that we do overseas is how we keep our country safe. I tend to think not so much, right? But interesting point. And as to your point about an homage to me, I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has about me. Of course, I'd love to do something every year to acknowledge Jim Bohannon, and happy to do that as well as Kathy Johnson. May God rest their souls. So yeah, I think what you're saying makes sense. It's a plausible thing, Doc.
Rich, the person, it's not above your pay grade. I'm going to tell you who said the same thing you said about intelligence work. None other than Richard Helms, former director of the CIA, said the CIA should be in the business, and I quote, of gathering intelligence only and leave military actions to the military.
Yeah, I support that. I support that. Listen, I'm not a war hawk, although some might think I am, and I'm not a pacifist either. I think the approach that you have is the Reagan approach, peace through strength. If we have to go at it, we will. If not, don't start none, and there won't be none. And I think that's how we should do it. And lamentably, I think so many people in Washington are swayed because of the military-industrial complex. I think they have a lot of sway on a lot of people. And for me, it's one of the reasons I like Trump. He was able to figure it out. And he figured out, you know what? We can still feed this monster by keeping a strong military. We keep building bombs, guns, tanks, you name it, so that the military-industrial complex is satisfied and they're making their money. And the country has this arsenal, and we don't have to use it. Right? He can use the tactics that he used, like when he was meeting with the head of the Taliban and showed him a video of the sights on this guy's personal private home. And the guy was like, well, why are you showing me a video of my home? And he said, well, you'll have to figure that out. But if another American soldier dies, we're going to have to visit you. I mean, he probably got that from one of his neighbors in New York City, John Gotti. But you know what? It was a good thing to do. It's the right approach. You don't have to kill anybody to be clear and state your position. Doc, I think you're spot on. Thank you for the call. Really, really insightful. I really appreciate it. And we're going to continue with the rest of your calls straight ahead. We've got a full board. If you're trying to get in and you can't, a line will open up momentarily. Just keep calling. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
Simply Safe was named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. But we don't do what we do for the accolades. We do it to protect you and everything you love. Our advanced sensors and HD cameras are powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for fast emergency response. Visit simplysafe.com/radio to get 45% off any new system today. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Okay, everyone, gather round. It's time for corny jokes about passing the torch.
The team at Kirian's Welding was fused together solid.
Thanks for all the late nights and early shifts.
But double retirements mean the crew must bond with some certified new hires.
You've both gone the extra millimeter.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
There's a whole lot of savings going on now at Staples. During Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $150 on select office and desk chairs. And when you buy a chair, you save 25% on desks, storage solutions, and office accessories. Plus, your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. And when you return an Amazon order at Staples, you receive a coupon for $10 off your next $30 Staples purchase. Now is definitely the time to save at Staples. Chair offer ends 10/28, in-store only. Exclusions apply on Amazon offer.
Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Voted best head of hair in live late night radio 6 years in a row. It's Rich Valdez.
For 75 years, NATO has kept peace in Europe and has been the cornerstone of American security. And if Putin attacks a NATO ally, we will defend every inch of NATO which the treaty requires and calls for. We'll have something that we do not seek. Make it clear, we do not seek. We do not seek to have American troops fighting in Russia or fighting against Russia.
Of course, that's President Joe Biden speaking at Air Base earlier tonight around 8 o'clock p.m. On Thursday night. And he said a lot of things he said. We have a number of clips. But that is what he was saying and talking about lots of things. But mainly what's going on in the Middle East and trying to, absolve himself from any culpability there. And I want to get your reaction to that. Let's go to Michael, Pendleton, Oregon, on KUMA. Michael, go right ahead quickly.
Hey, Rich. Great talking to you. And,
thank you, brother. Likewise.
Great job you do. Yes, and you're making Jim Bohannon proud. My point, the similarity a little bit with I do want to give President Biden, Vice President Harris credit for the good points they made. I look at Ukraine, of course, with my girlfriend over there, in Israel. They were attacked, and they have a right to defend themselves. I want to see, I want to make clear, I think most of the Palestine people are good people. I feel most of the Russian people are good people, but I would like to see Russia and Ukraine live in peace. I would like to see Palestine and Israel live in peace. We're a long ways from that right now, I realize, Rich. But that's my hope.
Well, let me just comment on that because I think that some of these things, again, and they're similar in the sense that Putin, if I'm going to take him at his word, he says he wants to restore the land of the Russian Empire, which included Ukraine as part of Russia. And when you write this in this 500-page document that he authored not last summer but the summer before, one can only believe what you're saying, that you want to take back. And they use words like annex as if that, it's an invasion and you're taking land that isn't yours anymore, right? Kind of like, this is Israel now. All right, we're going to annex this. No, you can't annex anything. It's stealing, right? At least that's how I see it. To me, it's very black and white. So when you have people with such diametrically opposed points of view, where they have beef over real estate, but then moreover they have ideological differences with many in Palestine, they feel they've been pushed out of their land, and Hamas's position is that Israel should not exist, and their goal is to eliminate Israel and every last Jew. When that's your goal, very difficult to say, I hope we have peace one day. I don't know how we have peace one day with someone that wants to eliminate your existence. It's like saying we want the Jews and the Nazis to get along really well back in the 1940s. I don't see that happening, right? Because their goal was the elimination of this people group. And as long as you have that as a goal, it's going to be very difficult to see peace. And you have to, in my opinion, focus on security, making sure that things are bad, but they don't get worse. I don't know if that makes sense. Michael.
Yes, good point, Rich. Like I said, we're a long ways from that. But, I realize that most of the Palestine people, they have needs. I hate to see their utilities shut off, and things like that. They need water, they need food, medicine. And so that's part of the situation. But like I said, they each have a right to defend themselves, Israel and Ukraine. And like I said, I hope someday, they can have a peaceful resolution.
Well,
But
amen to
I
that,
realize
Michael.
we're a lo-
I agree. I hope they get to a point where they can have peace. I don't know that it'll happen. And again, it's to me, it's a tactic. I mean, the cops use this tactic when they're raiding a drug house. They'll turn off the water and the power to get in there and get things back. And in this situation, Israel is in effect trying to rescue hostages. And the easiest way for them to attack these guys is by turning off their utilities and whatnot. And I realize that impacts other people, and they've turned on the water in southern Gaza so that they can have water. I don't think the point is to punish the people writ large. The point is to flush out the bad guys. And I don't know if it's happening fast enough, especially not when the president of the United States decides to come and say, hey, look, here I am. I'm going to say a few words. That's definitely slowing down Israel from moving forward and giving the other side, as Biden called it, the other team that needs to learn how to shoot better. He's giving them a tactical advantage, time to regroup in what is a de facto ceasefire because he's there. Even though they're not necessarily stopping what they're doing, it's definitely slowed because Biden's there. And that only makes sense. Michael, thank you for your call. I appreciate it. Always a great call from you. Let us continue. Let's see. With 1 minute to go, maybe we'll continue on the other side. This way we don't rush anybody off the phone too quickly. Let me give you the phone number, 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. And just a reminder, if there's any interviews that we did, like tonight we had Laura Trump on in the first hour. We had Steve Malloy on in the second hour, and Dan Schneider from the MRC as well. If you missed any of those interviews or any of the interviews we've done at all, you can go to Rich Valdez, AmericaAtNight.com, Rich Valdez, AmericaAtNight.com. And you can hear the recorded version of the daily radio show, or I should say nightly radio show, and get any episode you like and listen to it on demand. Plus, you could sign up for the podcast and subscribe to it absolutely free, no charge to you, and you could share it with your friends as well. So, folks, we're coming right back. There is more to come straight ahead. I am Rich Valdez.
Have you Googled yourself lately? Are there negative posts from an ex-employee or from a former client? Maybe an outdated news article or sensitive personal information about your family? Search engines don't always get it right. But right or wrong, it's your reputation on the line. That's where Reputation Defender by Norton comes in. One of the most trusted names in online reputation repair, Reputation Defender has been fixing people's search results for over 15 years. Their cutting-edge approaches help you to wipe away unwanted information in your search results. They also promote the good stuff so that it rises to the top, helping you put your best foot forward. Your good name is too valuable to leave to the whims of a Google algorithm. Take control with Reputation Defender. You can start by getting your free reputation report card at reputationdefender.com or call 800-401-6681 to speak to an expert. That's 800-401-6681.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glaze Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Have you written a book and want to get it published? Then call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573. Immediately. That's 800-506-3573. Page Publishing is looking for authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Page Publishing will take the time to review each and every book submitted to them and give you their feedback. If they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So if you've written a novel, children's book, cookbook, inspirational work, poetry, or a biography and want to get it published, then you need to call Page Publishing and do it immediately. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-506-3573. That's 800-506-3573. Your road to fame and fortune could very well start with this simple phone call. Call Page Publishing at 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit.
Congratulations on just an amazing show. I know you've worked so hard in the industry, and nobody deserves it more than you do. So I'm happy to see you really succeeding here. It's awesome.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
I'm still running for Speaker, and I plan to go to the floor and get the votes and win this race. But I want to go talk with a few of my colleagues. Particularly, I want to talk with the 20 individuals who voted against me so that we can move forward and begin to work for the American people.
All right, that's Jim Jordan, congressman from Ohio, saying he's continuing to run for Speaker. He had initially said that he was going to be putting his support behind a measure to make the temporary Speaker, Patrick McHenry, the interim Speaker. And he's still not abandoning his cause and is bringing it directly to the members of Congress. Of course, our Commander-in-Chief, Joe Biden, doesn't know what's going on anywhere. He says that, it's the other team that blew up the hospital. Oh, yeah, and they should learn how to shoot straight. Listen to this.
And I'm not suggesting that Hamas deliberately did it either. It's that old thing, got to learn how to shoot straight. And it's not the first time Hamas has launched something that didn't function.
So there we go. They got to learn how to shoot straight, Joe Biden. Of course, we'll circle back with Jim Jordan tomorrow because he's having a press conference at 8 a.m. Eastern time to discuss what I suppose is more of an update on his plans for Speaker. And we'll bring you that. Of course, if it happened during the daytime, we'll talk about it here at night. And I want to get to your calls. Let's go to Sue, Schwenksville, Pennsylvania, WXDE. Go right ahead.
Well, you just played the clip that I was calling about. I can't believe this guy. He says they got to learn to shoot straight.
Unreal. Shooting straight, you hit the Israelis.
Yeah, exactly. No, don't kill your own people. You should be hitting more of them. I mean, like, my head blew off when I read that. I couldn't believe it. I mean, how tone deaf can you get?
That man is something else, Sue. He really is something special. When he was with Netanyahu, he said something like, well, apparently it was the other team. And again, it wasn't that he used the phrase the other team. It was the fact that he was saying, like, he made it sound to me like saying, well, apparently they hit the other guy. And listen to it.
I'm deeply saddened and outraged by the explosion at the hospital in Gaza yesterday. And based on what I've seen, it appears as though it was done by the other team.
It appears as though it almost seemed like he was deeply saddened that it was done by the other team, not by the Israelis. I just can't figure him out. Not that it was a hospital that hit. He seemed to be upset that it was friendly fire, as opposed to, again, same sentiment of like, they missed the Jews, they hit their own guys. What's going on here? Joe Biden's something else. And if I'm reading it wrong, forgive me, but he just sounds so terrible, Sue.
Yeah, I think so, too. The other team, what is it, the baseball game? I mean, I can't get over it. I feel like for someone who's been in politics for so long, he does not read the room very well, does he?
I think you're 100% right on that one. Thank you, Sue. I appreciate it. Big shout out to Pennsylvania, WXDE. Let us continue. We go to, where are we going to? Jim in Las Cruces, New Mexico, KOBE. Jim, go right ahead.
Hi. I think Joe needs to put more polygrip in his dentures. Also, that would help.
Yeah.
But that's not what I'm calling about. I've been puzzled by why I thought it was 22, but maybe it was only 20, whatever the number was, all those Republicans who didn't want to vote for the most popular congressman probably in modern history, which is, Jim Jordan. It's political suicide, it would seem. It's like Liz Cheney or Adam Kinzinger all over again. And I can't imagine why they would want to do that. And then it occurred to me back in 2018, just before the midterm then, about 30 Republicans decided that they didn't want to run again. They wanted to get out of Dodge. And what they did was, I guess they wanted to be lobbyists or something else like that. I suspect that these Congress people want to go out with a bang, and they don't want to run for re-election possibly next time up. That's what I'm thinking.
That's one way of looking at it. I think, you got Congressman Ken Buck, who we've had on this program, taking a tough stance on online censorship and whatnot. Seems like a nice enough guy. However, he's been adamant saying there's not enough evidence to impeach Biden. He's been adamant about saying that he's not on board with the speaker's race. And ultimately, I look at that and I think, well, it's because he's in Colorado. And in Colorado, his constituents, they have an expectation. And it may not really match his. And he's defending himself because he's in a very purple district, venture to say potentially blue district. And he feels like his seat is challenged or could be challenged. And so he's fighting for political survival by not going on the conservative bandwagon. In my opinion, my assessment. If I'm wrong, Congressman Buck, you're welcome to come back and set the record straight. But I believe that that's what's going on there. And then you have others that were, Scalise loyalists. You also have others that are McCarthy loyalists. And while they may not even want to put McCarthy's name in the ring again because he said he's not interested, they want to put his name in there. And this is again, in my opinion, a wasted vote. But they're doing it from what I can gather from Kerry Pickett and from Congressman Rich McCormick and others that we've had discussions with. It seems to me that they're doing this to out of principle to make a point. And one theory was they don't want to hand it right over to Jim Jordan. They want him to work for it. Others suggest that maybe certain members have certain requirements that they want met, whether it's a personal political advantage or something else in the appropriations process. And when you have a guy like Jim Jordan coming in who's not afraid to take on a lot of issues, and you've got people that are typically afraid of taking on the issues in Washington, you have a mismatch. And I think ultimately that's what happens there. So I don't know if it'll be political suicide for them. I certainly hope there is a consequence just so that we can move forward, and we shouldn't be holding things up just for the sake of holding them up as well. But good point, Jim. Thank you. Big shout out to KOBE in Las Cruces, New Mexico. Let's see. What's the next one? We've got Harvard, Illinois, Sedona, Arizona, Boise, Idaho, Morehead City, North Carolina, 80 miles north, and Charleston, South Carolina. Let's go to Scott in Charleston, South Carolina, WTMA. Scott, go right ahead.
Thank you for taking my call, Rich. It's kind of ironic that Joe Biden, who can't shoot straight with the American people, would try to advise someone else to learn how to shoot straight. But what I really wanted to comment on, yes, and it sure is. One of the lines Kamala said was, Israel has the right to defend itself against Hamas terrorism. Not Israel has the right to defend itself against its enemies, but it has the right to defend itself against Hamas terrorism. And I think the unspoken subtext there is that Israel does not, from their view, have the right to defend itself against Iran, which sponsored and paid for this despicable raid. And it's, I think that was what Joe was going over there to tell her. It's what I suspect. Joe went over there to tell them is hands off Iran. You know, for 8 years, the most powerful man in the free world was Valerie Jarrett. And I suspect that she still is up there in D.C. So
I don't disagree with you. I think Jarrett and her closeness with former President Obama has a lot of juice, and I agree that those folks likely have a lot of influence on what happens. So I don't think you're wrong on that one. We don't know the nuts and bolts of it, but there's enough out there for me to make that same inference, and I think you're right on that one, Scott. Scott in South Carolina on WTMA. Folks, don't move a muscle. We're coming right back to your calls and more. 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez.
Liberty Mutual presents How to Be the Life of the Party.
Okay, first turn the music off. Then ask for everyone's attention. Now, tell them that you customized your home insurance with Liberty Mutual and saved hundreds. Boom! Now everyone knows you're not just a pretty face. You have some brains inside that face that know how to save hundreds on home insurance. Woo!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Based on recent survey of new customers who switched and saved. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and Affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Simply Safe, our award-winning home security has advanced sensors, HD cameras, and now this 24/7 LiveGuard protection. Only from Simply Safe. Monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Now get 45% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's the back pain now?
22. Wonky work-from-home desks have Dane's Acupuncture booked up.
You need to get in, but this week's so full.
But finding more practitioners has them on pins and needles.
You know, my lunch is in 20 minutes. How fast can you get here?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your small business is always top of mind. Well, top of your mind. To get it to the top of other people's minds, you need to get your name out front, which is where Staples Print and Marketing Services can put it. A yard sign over there, brochures right here, a banner up there. In fact, your business's message could appear anywhere. And right now at Staples, get $100 off your print purchase of $250 or more. Make a splash with your small business print and marketing materials at Staples. Ends 11/4. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels. 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Gap TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, the KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station information at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32, KRMS TV is free TV for you.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of similarities there. Biden needs to rein things in and do it quickly.
Yeah, and he can't let it spread everywhere else because he's got a lot of people over there of the persuasion that does not like us.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Now, did you have a comment on Eventbrite and the legal challenge by the 19 attorneys general?
I think it'll end up in court, and then I think that they'll lose in court, and I think they'll win on appeal, and I think it'll go their way.
Yeah, I hope so, because I think it's just pretty. Like I said, I think it's just bad business to alienate these people just because you think that their philosophy that, kids should be kids and not boys, that feel like girls or girls that feel like boys, that they're just sharing their story. I mean, Chloe Cole is somebody we've played audio on this program. It's quite a remarkable story, and I just can't imagine how they would see that as hateful in any way. But thank you for your call, Paul. I appreciate it. Big shout out to everybody in KBOI. Now, Rashida Tlaib, she never leaves us short of interesting things that she's saying. She's always got something controversial, up her sleeve. Listen to this.
Continue to watch people think it's okay to bomb a hospital with children.
I've heard enough of her and her whining and her crying. I don't know about you, but I've heard enough. Matt, near Morehead City, North Carolina, 80 miles north. Matt, go right ahead.
Yes, sir, Rich. How you doing tonight?
Good, brother. Thank God.
Okay, good. Well, about Rashida Tlaib, I think it's Rashida should leave. We talked about this days ago. Because she has no business representing U.S. Congress. If she doesn't like it, she should leave. Because she's been perpetuating that lie for 2 days when she knew that their own terrorists, Hamas, is the ones that hit that hospital with a misfired missile.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, whether she knew or she was in denial, but she's definitely pushing that story. False narrative saying, look, it's them, it's them, it's them, it's them, it's them. I mean, it's a sad thing, but it's a real thing. I don't know what to do about this one, Matt. I think that, she's been caught in the lie, and I think people just are giving her a pass.
Well, that's wrong.
I agree with you. We need better, we expect better, and she should be better. Matt, I appreciate the call from WTKF. And, folks, we continue with the rest of your calls and more straight ahead. We got calls in Arizona, calls in the middle of the country in Chicago, and more. 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ.
This is America at Night with Rich Valdez. Call now, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's 833-482-5337, 833-4-VALDEZ. That's Valdez with an S.
Want even more excitement on game day? It's time to get on Prize Picks, the best way to win big on fantasy sports. Here's how it works. Just pick 2 to 6 players and choose more or less on their stats. If you get them right, you could win up to 25 times your cash. It's quick and easy to make your picks, and with fast and safe deposits and withdrawals, Prize Picks is the place to play this season. Prize Picks has awesome weekly promotions, and they're the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Sweat it out, watch your entry update in real time, and continue the fun by making picks on second half and fourth quarter stats. Take your game day experience to the next level with Prize Picks. And right now, you go to prizepicks.com/primetime and use code primetime. Prize Picks is matching your first deposit up to $100. That's prizepicks.com/primetime with code primetime for a 100% deposit match. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
At Simply Safe, our 24/7 lifeguard protection helps stop crime in real time. Because during a break-in, every second counts. And these days, every dollar counts. Right now, get 45% off any new system with Fast Protect monitoring at simplysafe.com/radio. It's U.S. News and World Report's best home security of 2023. Advanced home security, 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
There's a whole lot of savings going on now at Staples. During Staples Sit-a-thon, you can save up to $150 on select office and desk chairs. And when you buy a chair, you save 25% on desks, storage solutions, and office accessories. Plus, your local Staples now accepts Amazon returns. And when you return an Amazon order at Staples, you receive a coupon for $10 off your next $30 Staples purchase. Now is definitely the time to save at Staples. Chair offer ends 10/28, in-store only. Exclusions apply on Amazon offer.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready. Tonight's gonna be a late one.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
And Doug. With Liberty Mutual, you can customize and save hundreds on your car insurance. But what to buy with those savings? Yep, I bought a sound effects machine.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Savings may vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
America at Night with Rich Valdez.
All right, it's your turn, America, to weigh in on the conversation. What's going on in America? Let's go to Pat, Sedona, Arizona, listening online to Rich Valdez, AmericaAtNight.com. Pat, go for it quickly.
Yes, my friend. Rich, thank you, and congratulations on that 1 year.
Thank you.
First thing,
by the way, tonight, Pat, tonight is our 200th live broadcast since we brought the new name of the show on.
Couldn't have been a better person to replace old Jim.
Oh,
hey,
thank you.
This is what I'm coming here for. I'm going to talk about that missile that hit the hospital.
Yeah.
Okay, this missile basically did not hit the building. It hit the parking lot. That's where most of the damage happened, and most of the damage was caused by the leftover fuel that was inside that rocket. It incinerated everything. Put some of the people in the hospital, too. But I think I'd tell you, you can tell the people in our country, in our government, that were cheering Kamala Harris when she was talking about the Palestinians, not the Israelis. And I'll tell you what, if you're an American Jew, you better be careful, because you vote only Democrat and always Democrat. Look at these people in our government that are Democrat and what they stand for. They stand for something that will end you. And I'll stand in front of you to protect you, because I have before. But do not let these people get away with their lies. And that whole missile thing proves it with our media. Oh, my goodness. So that's it, Rich. That's all I need to say.
Thank you, Pat. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. And I think you're right. Great warning to your friends, colleagues, fellow Americans. You're playing with fire. Be careful. Excellent. Let's continue. Let's go to John in Oxnard, California. KVTA. John, go right ahead quickly.
Yes, I was just concerned about the president and his speech, and I'm not sure whether he's for the people of the U.S. or against the people,
because the past few years he seems to be against us with open borders and everything else, and yet he wants money now for this fight that's going on over in overseas there.
Yeah, well, John, I agree with you. I think there are so many policies that have been destructive to America that Biden's put forward. When you hear him talk, he seems to always be on the wrong side of the conversation, missing the point time and again. And excuse me. And it's for me, it's exhausting. I have Biden fatigue syndrome, if that's a thing, because he's just too slow. He seems to miss the mark just over and over and over again, and it's very sad. Thank you for the call, John. I appreciate it. Big shout out to KVTA. Let's go to Harvard, Illinois, WGN, and check in with Jim. Jim, go for it quickly.
Hey, Office Politic, Rich. Congratulations, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Jim. It means a lot.
All right, so Office Politic, if you post or say anything that's degrading to any race, culture, whatnot, your job's gone. So that's the other thing. That's one thing about Office Politic. The other thing is grant money. With grant money, you can, depending on the wording, the applicant can actually pay themselves, depending on how that grant is worded.
Oh, yeah, definitely get a grant for whatever project, and in the grant you put, I need an executive director, I need a field researcher, and I need an administrator, and there's only one person in your nonprofit. You're clearly going to be able to pay yourself a portion of things. And I think that they know that, and that's kind of how it's intended half the time, because that's how they're creating this. This is how they get people to do things in life, by enticing them financially. So I always thought the way we give foreign aid to some countries is the same way we give grants, block grants and whatnot. These are just payoffs from the government, my opinion. Jim in Harvard, Illinois, thank you very much. Big shout out to WGN in the Windy City area. And folks, hasta la próxima. Until the next time, take care, good night, and God bless. I am Rich Valdez. God willing, we're coming back and we're doing it again tomorrow. So don't move a muscle. Hasta la próxima. I'm Rich Valdez.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align, because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit Make-A-Wish@wish.org.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Tom Foti in Washington, the site of a rare Oval Office address by President Biden, speaking of wars in the Middle East and Eastern Europe and what he sees as America's involvement in them.
I'm Peter King. Hours after his return from Israel,
we cannot give up on peace.
President Biden has asked Congress for a $100 billion military aid package to help Ukraine and Israel fight off Russia and Hamas, respectively.
We're going to make sure Iron Dome continues to guard the skies over Israel.
With Mr. Biden saying the security of both countries countries is important to that of the U.S. and other democracies. Peter King, CBS News.
That high tension in the Middle East has the State Department putting out a rare worldwide alert for American citizens traveling overseas, and also federal law enforcement officials warning of potential threats right here in the U.S.
The intelligence bulletin details reports of physical assaults, bomb threats, and online calls for mass casualty attacks. A separate alert from New York City police identifies an uptick in violent neo-Nazi messaging online and finds foreign terrorists like al-Qaeda are calling on followers to attack Americans and Western Europeans.
Correspondent Catherine Herridge. 2 weeks and counting, the House of Representatives has no speaker, meaning no action on not only the president's aid request, but anything else either. After 2 failed votes, House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan first said he didn't want a third vote. Now he does.
Jordan met behind closed doors with some of those Republicans who are not in his camp. And as those Republicans left the meeting, they told us they're still not in his camp. I mean, this opposition feels bulletproof, which makes a very cloudy picture in the future.
Congressional correspondent Scott McFarland. Back in the U.S. after defecting to North Korea.
Army Private Travis King is facing 8 charges. Documents obtained by CBS News show they include desertion, assaulting other soldiers and officers, and soliciting and possessing child pornography. His sudden bolt into North Korea came after he had been released from a South Korean prison on July 10th, where he had served nearly 2 months on assault charges.
Correspondent Jennifer Kuiper. Halloween's usually a pretty good time to advertise big studio films and sell related merchandise, but this year, striking film and TV actors want to do nothing of the sort. Monica Ricks reports.
The Screen Actors Guild just announced new rules for Halloween costumes on picket lines, and basically any popular characters on TV shows and movies are out, from Barbie
You look unrecognizable, ridiculous,
to Wednesday Addams and even Marvel superheroes.
On the Health Watch, Harvard medical researchers are warning that eating more than 1 serving of red meat a week could increase your chances of developing type 2 diabetes. Checking gasoline prices, AAA's national average $3.57. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Huntington Beach, California man with a home at the Lake of the Ozarks appears by video in Camden County Associate Circuit Court and enters a not guilty plea. Adam Ramirez is formally charged in connection to a July boating accident with 2 counts of boating while intoxicated, serious physical injury, and 5 counts of BWI physical injury. After posting a $100,000 bond in September, Ramirez made his video appearance and waived formal arraignment on Monday. His next scheduled court date for a case review is set for November 27th. The court has approved that Ramirez and his attorney can appear again via video. Longtime coach and former Camden football star Jeff Shore is recognized by the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame Wednesday during the annual Fall Sports Luncheon. Jeff's friends, coaches, and even former opponents on the field made appearances to celebrate his inclusion into the 2023 Elite 11. Jeff is the son of Hall of Fame inductee Bob Shore, for whom Camden's football stadium is named, and the father of recent Camden football grads Bear and Bo Shore. Head to our website, krmsradio.com, to listen to some comments from fellow Lakers. A metal shop building along Stoutland Creek Road in Camden County is damaged by fire. Personnel from the Tri-County, Mid-County, and Crocker fire districts responded to the blaze shortly before 3 o'clock Monday afternoon. Upon arrival, it was discovered that the medium-sized shop was about 30% involved. An attack was initiated and other responding units under the general alarm were canceled, and the fire was brought under control in about 40 minutes. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite's the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Michael Cotter with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. We'll have mostly clear skies this early morning, a low around 49. Friday looks sunny, high near 73. Friday night will be clear, low around 54. Saturday warms up to 75 with sunny skies. Saturday night will be mostly clear, low around 45. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studio is, right now, it's 50 degrees.
Channel 32 KRMS TV is on the air everywhere, all over the Lake of the Ozarks, and it's free TV. 11 channels of free TV. There's something for everyone. Local lake news and national news, local sports, hit shows from every era, and so much more. All you need is an antenna to receive this digital superstation and watch these channels: 32.1, Cozy TV, network TV series from the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. 32.2, Real America's Voice. It's like Fox News. 32.3, One America's News, national news and commentary. 32.4, Gap TV, network entertainment series like Walker, Texas Ranger. 32.5, The Buzzer Channel, all game shows all the time. 32.6 is new to Channel 32. It's YTA, U2 America, entertainment talk shows, I Love Lucy, and a whole lot more. 32.7, Daystar, religious channel for all faiths. 32.8, Nost, nostalgic movies and series. 32.9, The Weather Channel. 32.10, The Country Music Channel, music videos from the greatest artists. 32.11, The KRMS Local Information Channel, featuring daily local talk shows, local news, local sports, city council meetings, and other local events. 11 channels, and it's all free. All you need is an antenna, which you can purchase at Walmart, Menards, or other stores for very little. Or if you need help, call the station at 348-2772. That's 348-2772. And we'll get you in touch with LO Volt Electronics or 21st Century Electronics that will hook you up for a discounted rate if you mention KRMS TV. Now, enjoy the lake's first over-the-air locally owned and operated TV station. You can also watch us on the KRMS TV Roku app or LOZ app or KRMS.TV. Channel 32 KRMS TV is free TV for you.
It's increased caution due to increased tensions in various locations around the world. The Israeli defense minister has told troops gathering at the Gaza border that they would soon see the Palestinian enclave from inside, suggesting an expected ground invasion with the aim of annihilating Hamas could be nearing. A U.S. Navy warship intercepted 3 cruise missiles and several drones launched by the Iranian-aligned Houthi movement from Yemen, potentially toward Israel. Washington is on heightened alert for activity by Iranian-backed groups as regional tensions soar during the Israel-Hamas war. My gosh. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration has taken a momentous step toward banning menthol cigarettes, banning flavored cigars, proposing a rule that public health experts say could save hundreds of thousands of lives a year. Christian Wild from myheartbook.com is with us here. Christian, what do you think of this one?
Well, George, according to the FDA, smoking, and I did not know this, smoking is still the number one cause of preventable death in America.
Wow.
Unlike 10 years ago, today, George, we seldom see someone smoking, at least in public. Now, 2 states, Massachusetts and California, had decided on their own to not wait for the final pending FDA approval on a smoking regulations ban. And the 2 states have implemented the ban on their own to protect their children. Now, the American Lung Association reported that this ban may be the most important action the agency has taken in the 14 years since it was given the authority to regulate tobacco use in protecting our children. Orlando Richardson, who was the president and CEO for Tobacco Free Children, said it this way, George. She said, once the ban is implemented, it will protect our kids from tobacco addiction, advanced health decline, and save hundreds of thousands of lives. Now, there is some good news regarding smoking in general. The CDC told us last year that smoking in the country had reached an all-time low. Now, George, you remember a few years ago we'd walk into a nightclub or a restaurant, everybody was smoking, you could barely see across the room.
That's right.
It isn't that way anymore. You have a good evening, my friend.
All right. MyHeartBook.com is Christian's website. I saw a little clip on YouTube today of Joey Bishop, the late Joey Bishop, filling in for the late Johnny Carson. And Joey had a cigarette in his hand, and he introduced his two guests, Dean Martin and Frank Sinatra, who came out with cigarettes in their hand. All three of them were sitting on the Tonight Show set, smoking away. My gosh, how times have changed. China and the U.S. are locked into a race to develop new weapons controlled by artificial intelligence, a battle that could determine the world's balance of power. How about that? Kevin Randall has, for more than 45-plus years, studied UFO phenomenon in all its various incarnations and is with us with his weekly UFO report today. Hey, Kevin.
Hi, George. How's it going?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Well, about an hour ago, I learned that just Tuesday, the DOD said they had 270 new UAP reports, and they gave this information to Congress, and they said those reports came in between August 30th and April 30th of this year. None confirmed as foreign, which would rule out, of course, extraterrestrial as well, and that we've heard the same sort of thing for about 75 years. There's just no evidence of extraterrestrial presence or any threat to national security. But it seems that nearly everyone in the UFO community is talking about disclosure, and most seem to think that we are on the brink of learning what the government knows about UFOs, which they now insist on calling UAP. There are some of us who believe that we are seeing an implementation of a plan outlined by the CIA-sponsored Robertson Panel in 1953. In other words, a plan that was intended to reduce, if not eliminate, interest in UFOs. Don Ecker, a fellow Vietnam veteran and former police officer, and one-time director of research and media liaison for UFO Magazine, which was one of the best UFO-oriented publications, has produced an analysis of the current situation, suggesting that disclosure is not close at hand and may never come if it is left up to the federal government. In his analysis, Ecker outlines that he sees the duplicity of the government and in the hiding of evidence that so many of us wish to see. Ecker mentions, for example, some 22 years ago, after the last moonlighting, actually some 22 years after the last moonlighting, the DOD and NASA launched the Clementine mission to fly by an asteroid and to map the moon. During the mission, 2.5 million photographs were taken. Ecker reported, and I quote, "I contacted and spoke to the assistant director of Clementine, who informed me that all Clementine's photographs were beamed to a separate department inside the mission quarters, and unless you held the proper security clearance, the photographs were classified," end quote. Makes you wonder what might have been in those photographs.
That's right.
Ecker concludes, and I quote again, "The original purpose of this paper was to explore whether we might be on the verge of a mass public disclosure of the reality of the UFO phenomena, or at least in the very near future. I must answer this speculative desire with a resounding no," end quote. For those interested, I put Ecker's paper up on my blog with his permission to, of course, publish it. As I've said, I'm always a bit suspicious of abduction cases, given the nature of most of them. Some are intriguing because the testimony of the witnesses and the suggestion of independent corroboration. On April 5th of this year in McLean, Virginia, one of many witnesses reported that several people saw three triangular-shaped objects that just suddenly appeared. They heard the dogs barking in the distance, and they said their phones and what they described as their music-playing devices shut down. They saw three bright triangular-shaped objects hovering about 500 feet above them. According to the witness, there was a haze or aura around the UFOs, and that it changed color. The UFOs began to descend, and then, according to the witness, everything went black. And again, according to one of the witnesses, as evidenced by the failure of their electronic devices, there were EM effects, animal reactions, and finally missing time. The witness said they found marks on their bodies after that period of missing time. All of these manifestations are indicative of alien abduction. At the moment, I don't have additional information, but I'll continue to search for the updates and report them when I get them here. And that's what we have for tonight, George.
All right, Mr. Randall, we'll talk to you next week, indeed. And, of course, in our highlight reel at coasttocoastam.com, Lex has posted the Department of Defense report on UFOs. It's not very encouraging. They don't talk about the fact that they believe that they're from extraterrestrial sources at all. But go take a look at that story in the highlight reel. That's the first little button at coasttocoastam.com. In a moment, after about 8 or 9 years, Jim Quick back on the program with his book, Limitless, the expanded edition. Upgrade your brain, learn anything faster, and unlock your exceptional life. Next on Coast to Coast AM. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of titles. I Waggit, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggit Jr. Join them at iWaggit.com. That's iWaggit.com. Last month, the G20 announced a plan to impose digital currencies and digital IDs on their populations, essentially allowing the government to track every purchase you make. Concerned Americans are diversifying their assets into physical gold to protect their savings, and you can too. Harness the power of physical gold from the Birch Gold Group, held in a tax-sheltered IRA. Text COAST to 989898 and claim your free info kit on gold, because if digital currency becomes a reality, it'll be nice to have some gold to fall back on.
Real people, real stories.
I had acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It was pretty miserable. So I started taking the Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Our little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try Carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet to have him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside.
My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, let's go ahead and remove the eye. I heard the Carnivora advertising, so I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. That's carnivora.com.
Makes me forget about work for a second.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Jim Quick with us, an authority in the realm of brain optimization, memory improvement, and accelerated learning. With more than 30 years of experience, he has dedicated his life and career to helping people tap into their brain's full potential. Now, through his teachings, Jim inspires others to unlock their inner genius, empowering them to live a life of greater power, productivity, and purpose. He's also the expert behind the podcast Quick Brain with Jim Quick. Jim, welcome back to the program. You were last on with our Lisa Garr about 8.5 years ago.
Oh, my goodness. So good to be back.
Where does the time fly, my friend, huh?
Yeah, this is special times. It's been a minute.
Great job with the Limitless expanded edition, by the way. Well done.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. It's a real labor of love.
You suffered a traumatic brain injury years ago when you were younger. Tell us what happened.
Well, when I was 5 years old, I was in kindergarten class, and there was some commotion outside, some sirens, and, as children, we couldn't see outside the window, but we all grabbed our chair and brought it over to the windowsill so we could peer through the glass, and I lost my balance, and I went headfirst into an iron grade radiator, and I was rushed to the emergency room covered in blood, and, what happened afterwards was my parents said I was never the same. Before I was very curious, very playful, very energized. But then I became very shut down. And where it really showed up was in school. I had poor focus, poor memory. It took me 3 years longer, George, just to learn how to read.
Oh, my God.
And that was very embarrassing and, and very I had a lot of self-doubt and fears around it. And when I was 9 years old, I remember slowing down the class as I usually did. But this day, particularly, I was being teased pretty harshly for it. And the teacher came to my defense. She pointed to me in front of the whole class and said, "Leave that kid alone. That's the boy with the broken brain." And, you could say that label became my limit. So every single time I did badly in school, which was weekly, I would always say, "Oh, because I have the broken brain." When I wasn't picked for sports, which was all the time, I would say, "Oh, because I have the broken brain." And so you could say my inspiration really was my desperation. At the same time, my grandmother, who really did a lot of my raising, she started showing early signs of Alzheimer's, and she eventually passed when I was 7 years old. So all of this kind of informed, the work I do today in terms of education, brain health, and learning.
How did you get back to where you are today? How did you pull yourself together?
It wasn't easy. Everybody has their own struggles, but I also do believe that with struggles come strengths. I don't know one strong person that had an easy life. For me, it was a mentor at the age of 18 that, I didn't do well in school. When I was lucky enough to get into local, state university, I took all these classes. I thought being a freshman meant I can make a fresh start. And so I took all these classes and I did worse. And I was ready to quit because, my family didn't have the money for me to really go to school. I didn't want to be wasted. And so when I was telling that to a friend, my friend's like, this is a big decision. Before you decide that you're going to quit school and tell your family, why don't you come home with me this weekend? I'm going to visit my family and get some perspective. So I agreed to go, and family's pretty well off, different than how I grew up. But the father walks me around his property and before dinner by the water and asks me a very innocent question, which is the worst question you could ask me at this time. He says, "Jim, how's school?" Oh. And I just broke down. I started bawling in front of this complete stranger. I tell him my whole story and how I had my broken brain and I just can't learn like everybody else. I'm really stupid, and I'm going to quit school. And he's like, why are you? And then he says, "Why are you in school? What do you want to be, do, have, share?" And I honestly didn't know, George. Nobody's ever asked me that question. It's just something people, I thought that's what people do, is go to school and get a job. And so, he asked me to write down my dreams, and nobody's ever asked me to do that before. He takes out a piece of paper, and I start going through the exercise very tentatively, and after a while, I have a couple pages full of goals and dreams, and I start folding up the sheets to put it into my pocket, thinking this exercise is over, and he grabs it right out of my hand, and he starts to read my bucket list, my dream list, and I'm freaking out. I'm 18 years old, very insecure, and obviously this person's pretty successful, and he's looking at my dreams, which I haven't shared with anybody. And when he's done, he looks at me, George, and he says, "Jim, you are this close to everything on this list." And he spreads his index fingers about a foot apart. And I'm thinking, are you kidding me? There's no way. Give me 10 lifetimes, I'm not going to crack this list. Mm-hmm. And he takes his index fingers and he puts them to the side of my head. So my head is in between his fingers, and kind of implying that my brain is the key. And he takes me into a room at his home that I've never seen before. It's wall-to-wall, ceiling to floor, covered in books. And I'm a poor reader. I've never, it's like being in a room full of snakes. I'm very intimidated. But what makes it worse is he starts grabbing snakes and handing them to me. And I started looking at these titles of books, and there are these biographies of some incredible women and men in history, and some very early personal growth books like Norman Vincent Peale, The Power of Positive Thinking, the Power of the Subconscious Mind, and all these, Dale Carnegie, right? And he says, "Jim, leaders are readers. I want you to read one book a week." And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? I just told you, I'm a very poor learner and I have all this schoolwork." When I said schoolwork, he says, "Jim, don't let school get in the way of your education." The Mark Twain quote. And I was like, that makes sense, but I still can't promise to read all these books. And very smart man. He reaches into his pocket and he takes out my list of goals and dreams, and he starts reading it line by line. And it's hard to describe, but just hearing your goals or intentions and dreams in somebody else's voice kind of incanted into the universe. That's with my mind, in my spirit, something fierce. And honestly, a lot of the things on that list were things I wanted to do for my family, things they can never afford to do for themselves. And so with that extra leverage, I agreed to read one book a week. Fast forward, I'm back at school, and I have a pile of books I have to read for midterms and a pile of books I promised to read. I already couldn't get through pile A. So I don't have time. So what do? I don't eat, I don't sleep, I don't work out, I don't socialize. I just live in the library for weeks. And one night at 2 o'clock in the morning, I pass out. I fall down a flight of stairs in the library, hit my head again, and I wake up 2 days later in the hospital. And at this point, I'm down to about 117 pounds. I had lost all this weight, very malnourished, dehydrated, hooked up to all these IVs, and I thought there has to be a better way. And it was the darkest time of my life. When I had that thought, the nurse came in with a mug of tea, and on it was a picture of a genius, Albert Einstein, the opposite of, what I thought I was. And on it was a quote, and I think, listeners would appreciate it, that the same level of thinking that has created your problem won't solve your problem. And it made me ask a new question, like, what's my problem? Well, I have a broken brain. I'm a very slow learner. I was like, wow, how do I think differently about it? Like, maybe I could, fix my brain. Maybe I can learn how to learn better. And I pick up a course bulletin thinking that the classes would help me. And I went through hundreds of classes looking at, classes to take next semester. And they were all classes on what to learn. Math, history, science, Spanish, but there were zero classes on how to learn it. There's no classes on focus or remembering or any of those topics. So I set my studies aside and I started studying these books about the power of the mind and other things. And within 60 days, I studied speed reading and ancient mnemonics. I wanted to know, what did the ancient Greeks do when there were no printing presses? How did they remember things? And 60 days into it, 2 months, a light switch flipped on, and I started to understand things for the very first time in my life. I started to have this incredible laser focus, started retaining information, and my grades shot up. But along with it, so did my confidence, and so did other areas of my life. The reason I'm on this conversation with you now, 32 years later, is I started to tutor, and one of my very first students, she read 30 books in 30 days.
Wow.
Not skim or scan, but really read them. And I wanted to find out not how. I know exactly how. I taught her. But I wanted to know why, what her motivation was. And I found out her mother was dying of terminal cancer, was given just 2 months to live, and the books she was reading were books to save her mom's life. And I wished her luck. 6 months goes by, I get a call, and this young lady is crying hysterically. And when she stops, I find out they're tears of joy. And her mother not only survived, but is really getting better. Doctors don't know how or why. They called it a miracle. But her mother attributed 100% to the great advice she got from her daughter, who learned it from all these books. And in that moment, I realized that if knowledge is power, then learning is our superpower. And it's a superpower we all have. And I've been teaching this for the past 3 decades. And, my life is really, my mission is to build better, brighter brains. No brain left behind.
Jim, hold on with us. We're going to come up to a break in a minute. We'll come back and talk about the Limitless Expanded Edition. And the original Limitless came out a couple of years ago. We'll talk about how that developed, and we'll go into some of the processes. Next hour, we'll take calls with you.
The Coast website is now conveniently optimized for mobile devices. If you're a Coast insider, you can listen to live and past shows right on your phone. Just visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Have my radio on at work.
News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
How do I know where America's 5 best zoos are located? Well, a book designed for travelers with the title America's Best Zoos tells me so. I'm Rudy Maxa with today's Travel Minute from Rudy Maxa's World. Here's a strange fact. People generally only visit zoos in their hometowns. They'll hit the road to visit cemeteries, shopping malls, museums, but not zoos. So authors Alan Nyhus and John Wassner set out to change that by writing a book, America's Best Zoos, that describes about 200 U.S. zoos. And a guy who grew up wanting to be a zookeeper, Newt Gingrich, wrote the foreword. Anyway, I asked Alan to pick his favorite 5 zoos. He chose the Bronx Zoo for its diverse collection of 4,000 animals, Omaha's Henry Durley Zoo for its huge indoor rainforest, Disney's 500-acre Animal Kingdom near Orlando, and the Pittsburgh Zoo for its aquarium. Oh, let's not forget the San Diego Zoo's Wild Animal Park. Some zoos are free. Disney tops the list at more than $70 for adult admission. Don't limit your zoo visits to your hometown. Look around. It's a jungle out there. Info and more at rudymaxa.com.
Make plans to stay up late tonight for Coast to Coast AM.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm George Norrie, off on assignment on this beautiful fall weekend, and filling in for me is our friend Ian Punnett and his guests, followed by those special Friday night into Saturday morning open line calls on Coast to Coast AM.
Drink coffee now for Coast to Coast AM later. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because hunts are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. Just thinking about tomorrow clears away the cobwebs and the sorrow till there's none. When I'm stuck with a day that's gray and lonely, I just stick out my chin and grin and say, oh, the sun will come out tomorrow, so you gotta hang on till tomorrow.
You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
What an appropriate song, huh? We're going to take your calls next hour with Jim Quick as we talk about his book, Limitless, about the expansion of your brain. So make sure you're part of the program. The Paranormal Podcast Network up and running, as well as the Coast Podcast. You can get to them by going to coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says podcasts. Click that and listen and have some fun. You'll really enjoy it. Here's something to really build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code GEORGE for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
There's no sign of identity theft slowing down, and why should it? More than $29 billion were stolen from identity theft victims last year alone. To cyber criminals, it's a success story. To the rest of us, it's a wake-up call. Your personal info is in more places now than ever, and all that exposure can make it dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect yourself by monitoring your identity and alerting you to threats that you could miss on your own. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will be dedicated to your case and will work to fix it. Don't wait to get protection. Join now. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code GEORGE. That's lifelock.com and promo code GEORGE to save 25% off your first year. LifeLock, identity theft protection, starts right here. It's still October, but the holidays are coming up fast, and before your life goes into overdrive with the holidays, protect your home with Simply Safe Home Security. You can get a brand new system today for 40% off. Experts love Simply Safe. It was named the best home security system of 2023 by U.S. News & World Report. Simply Safe has comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus HD cameras for both inside and out. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, half the cost of traditional home security. And with new 24/7 live guard protection and the smart alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders, helping to stop crime in real time. Satisfaction is backed by Simply Safe's money-back guarantee, and for a limited time, save 40% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafenori.com. That's simplysafenori.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Jim Quick with us. His book is called Limitless, the Expanded Edition. Tell me about the title, Jim, Limitless.
Yeah, so Limitless is an owner's manual for our brain. You know, our brain when we're talking about space, this is the space I'm talking about is between our ears. We upgrade, to think about technology, and, we have autonomous electric cars and spaceships that are going to Mars, but our vehicle of choice often when it comes to learning is like a horse and buggy, a horse and carriage. So limitless, upgrade your brain, learn anything faster, unlock your exceptional life. The expanded edition is really, it's not about being perfect. It's about advancing and progressing beyond what you currently believe is possible. And we've discovered more about the human brain more in the past 20 years than the previous 2,000 years combined. And what we found is we're grossly underestimating our own capabilities, regardless of your age, your background, your career, education level, financial situation, gender history, IQ. So much more potential inside. It's just we're not shown how to be able to access it. And that's why I wrote this book.
You talk about the 7 lies of learning. Tell me about that, and then we'll get into these 7.
Sure. So a big part of what holds us back is our mindset, the set of assumptions and attitudes about something. So someone could learn a great method on, let's say, making money, but if their mindset is, I don't deserve it, or I have to hurt people in order to be able to, access that, then you're probably still going to be stuck, in that area. So all behavior is belief-driven. And so for me, a lie stands for a limited idea entertained. It's not true. It's just something we're giving energy to. So, to be able to unlimit yourself, you have to address these lies. So for example, one of them is intelligence is fixed, right? It's one of those things where people believe that somehow your potential is fixed or your memory is fixed, like your shoe size. Mm-hmm. And that's absolutely not true. But the problem is if you believe it's true, if you believe you can or can't, either way you're right? Henry Ford said that. But the truth is, it's not how smart you are, it's how are you smart. There are multiple types of intelligence. Howard Gardner, talked about this researched this at Harvard University. So like so many things, intelligence is a combination of attitudes and actions, and it's really dependent on context. A better belief is that intelligence is fluid. I talk about in my work, we created a brain quiz that hundreds of thousands of people have gone through that talks about 4 different brain types. And I modeled it after elephants and dolphins and owls and cheetahs. It's just an illustration that, we are smarter than we think. Another lie that some people believe is that we only use 10% of our brains. And that's,
I hear that a lot.
Yeah, it's something that we've all heard this myth. Some of us heard it the first time in a classroom. Some of us heard it from maybe a friend. Some of us heard it through media, maybe a documentary, a TV show. And it's not true. In actuality, we use 100% of our brain, just like we use 100% of our body, right? It's just some people use it differently, more effectively or more efficiently than others. So the more the truth is that you have all the power of your brain. It's available to you, and it's available to you now. The utopia that each of us, in these movies and television shows that depicts, it's already possible, for us. And while we use all our brains, some people use their brain better than others. Just as, most people use 100% of their body. There are some bodies that are faster, that are stronger, that are more flexible, that are more energized than others. And the key is to learn how to use your brain effectively and efficiency, as possibly as you can, right? And that's why I wrote the book. A new belief could be, instead of, that use 10%, is like, I am learning how to use my whole brain in the best ways possible. Another lie is mistakes are failures. That's something I think a lot of people unconsciously believe. And, it's my belief that could hold you back, because you're not going to do things if you're scared of, making mistakes. I think we make mistakes, but mistakes don't have to make us. That mistakes, that there's no failure. There's only failure to learn something.
As long as you learn from your mistakes, it's worthwhile to try, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe that, George. Just a lot of people think, failure is the opposite of success. And I think failure is part of success, right? And so I feel like getting the feedback is the breakfast of champions. So, And it's interesting with children. Like we have a newborn, 9 months, and he's like learning how to crawl and propping himself up. And if people fall, like children fall, they'll fall hundreds of times, and they always get back up. But sometimes as adults, we could try something. We take a salsa class or a coding class or something, and we don't do well at it the first time, which is normal, and we just stop, right? Because we don't want to look bad. And so I think there's no such thing as failure. There's only failure to learn something. And another lie that I think is pervasive in the performance space or self-improvement space is that knowledge is power. Like we've all heard the phrase "knowledge is power," and I don't think it's really accurate. I think knowledge has the potential to be power, but it only becomes power when we utilize it. So many people know stuff, but they're not utilizing that information. So I think knowledge times action is power. And so, these kind of lies, it's nice to make it more conscious as opposed to unconscious, because in order to change anything, you need a level of self-awareness, right? You need to be you can't change something unless you know that it needs to be changed and you recognize that. So in the book, we talk about some of the lies of learning and then how to be able to reframe them and, to take care of your mindset. I believe your brain is this incredible supercomputer, and your self-talk is the program that will run. So if you tell yourself, I'm not good at, remembering people's names, you will not remember the name of the next person you meet because you program your supercomputer not to.
Exactly.
If people truly understood, George, like how powerful their mind is, they probably wouldn't say or think something they didn't want to be true. And that's not to say that you have one negative thought and it ruins your life any more than eating that donut will ruin your life. But if you eat that donut dozens of times in a day, every single day, there will be an effect. And so I just want to remind people that your thoughts matter, and you don't have to believe everything that you think.
Lie number 5 is learning new things is very difficult.
Yeah, I think some people stop. The two challenges is where we see, and we have students in every country in the world in our online, Accelerated Learning Academy for our speed reading memory programs. We see the biggest decline usually when people in their cognitive performance, when people graduate school, because somehow they associate that their education is done, so is their learning, right? They've learned everything that they need to learn. And then when people retire, because often when people retire, they stop using their brain, actively, and unfortunately their bodies usually aren't that far behind. So instead of believing that, learning new things is difficult, it can be, certainly. Sometimes it's hard to learn new things, but that's where you grow, right? When if somebody's exercising, it's the novelty and the demand that you have on your muscles that force it to adapt. And same thing with learning. Sometimes it is hard to learn new things, but what's more accurate is to understand that learning is a set of methods. It's a process, and you can certainly do it easier once you know how to learn, right? My book, Limitless, The Expanded, is all about meta-learning. Meta-learning is the science and the art of learning how to learn. When you learn new ways on how to learn, the challenge of learning new things, it actually could be fun. It could actually get easier and certainly more enjoyable. Line number 6 is one talking about criticism, that the criticism of other people, matters, because people over-index how important other people's opinions are, and I spent a lot of time at senior centers, maybe because I lost my grandparents at an early age, and I helped them to improve their memory, polish off their memory. And I also hear so many nuggets of wisdom and insights. I also hear a lot of regret, and I just want to remind listeners that when we're taking our final breaths, in those moments, none of other people's opinions or their expectations will have mattered to us. Well, what will mattered is, what was most important, maybe how you laughed and how you learned and how you loved and how you lived. I really think, and you just to frame it in a different way, I don't think we should take criticism from people we wouldn't take advice from. Maybe that could help reframe it for people. The new belief is something like, it's not your job to like, love, or respect me. It's mine, right? And so, I feel like a lot of people are limited. They limit themselves because they're afraid of what people will think. So I just like to put some healthy dose of perspective there. And then the seventh lie is that, and this is something I think a lot of people buy into, is that genius is born. You're either born with, genius or you're not.
It's developed, isn't it?
Yeah, I really think that genius is built, more than anything. That genius leaves clues, and there's always a method behind what looks like magic. And that's been the nature of my work. When I perform in front of audiences, and I could be in front of 250,000 people total in a year. I travel a lot. I could be on 3 continents in a week. And if there's time, I'll do these demonstrations where I'll have like 100 people stand up in an audience and pass around a microphone and introduce themselves. And I will recite all of their names from memory.
You do that? Wow.
I do that, yeah. Or an audience, I just got out of a program at Google. So I'm here in Northern California right now, traveling on tour. And, and they'll challenge me. They'll give me 50 or 100-digit number, and I'll recall them forwards and backwards, or 100 random words. But I always tell people, I don't do this to impress you. I do this to express to you what's possible. Because the truth is, again, we can all do this. We just weren't taught. There was no class called memory. They teach you 3 R's in school: reading, writing, arithmetic. But what about retention, right? Socrates said learning is remembering. And so, I feel like if you go to somebody and say, hey, play the ukulele, that'd be ludicrous if people have never taken a class. Well, going to somebody like a child or one of your coworkers and saying, focus, study, they've never taken classes on that. So I truly believe that genius is not so much born, but it's built. It's made through deep practice, like anything else.
And what about the possibility of brain foods? What are some of the best?
I think the whole area of science, I do a whole chapter on the best foods you could eat for your brain health.
You like guacamole, don't you?
I really do. Avocados, the monounsaturated fat, is good for the brain. This is a whole area of science called neuronutrition. Some of my favorite ones, and I'll give you everyone a memory aid on how to do this so we can make just into a little memory masterclass. So some of my favorites that are researched to be neuroprotective: avocados, blueberries. I like to call them brain berries. The antioxidants are very good for your brain. Broccoli, the sulforaphane in there is very good for your brain. The fourth one is olive oil. We hear a lot about Mediterranean diet.
Mm-hmm.
It's very neuroprotective. If your diet allows, eggs are like nature's multivitamin. The choline in eggs is very good for cognitive health and performance. Green leafy vegetables like kale and spinach is good for the brain. Your brain is mostly fat, so that's where you get the omega-3s or the DHAs, like from fish. You always hear about eating wild salmon or sardines. Those are definitely brain foods. I would add turmeric. They're curcumin.
Oh, yeah. I take that every day.
Yeah, so good for you, George. It's anti-inflammatory. Some people will take the turmeric and mix it with some almond milk and maybe a little bit of pepper and just make like some kind of golden milk for themselves. Walnuts are very good for the brain, high in vitamin E, neuroprotective. Walnuts, interesting, they look like a human brain.
They do. You're right.
Yeah, it's something like a little memory aid. Like, it's interesting, certain foods support the organ that they look like. If you cut a tomato in half, it has 4 chambers, and tomatoes are good for the heart. Right. And these are kind of not based. This is more memory, kind of associations. If you cut a carrot and it looks like the human eye, and they say carrots are good for the eye, and so on. And then finally, the 10th one is dark chocolate. Not milk chocolate, not high sugar, but dark chocolate is very good for the brain also as well. What's good for your mood is generally good for your mind. So, these are 10 foods, and you could take a bunch of them, even throw it into a blender and make a brain power smoothie. The avocados, the green leafy vegetables, the chocolate powder maybe, some berries. Oh, I probably wouldn't put the fish in there.
Not in the berries.
Yeah, but, what you eat matters, especially for your gray matter.
Before we had the internet going, Jim, I had a friend of mine who had a poor memory, and she saw a television commercial for a kit which would improve your memory, except she forgot the toll-free number.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I believe, two of the most costly words sometimes in life or in our work or I forgot. I mean, think about the consequences of saying, I forgot to do it, I forgot to bring it, I forgot what I was going to say, I forgot what they said, I forgot to go to that meeting, I forgot that person's name. I mean, it just goes on and on. Every time we have those lapses, we could lose time, we could, compromise a relationship. But on the other side, memory can make you the money, certainly, because the faster you can learn, the faster you can earn, because knowledge is not only power, knowledge is profit today. Most people listening, it's not like it was hundreds of years ago, agricultural age, or we're working on assembly lines where it's more brute strength. Today it's brain strength, right? It's not your muscle power, it's our mind power. And again, the faster you can learn, the faster you can earn. If you can remember client information or product information, get a speech without notes, learn another language, improve your vocabulary, remember what you read. I mean, all of these are real assets. And again, it's everybody, regardless of your age and stage of life, can do it. They just need a guidebook, right? And your brain is amazing, right? It only weighs about 3 pounds, but it is the most intricate and one of the most extraordinary things in the entire universe. I mean, imagine 86 billion neurons, and each of these neurons could connect up to 10,000 other neurons. If you tried to count each connection, you'd be counting for 3 million years. I mean, it's like having the entire internet inside your head.
Stay with us, Jim. We're going to take a short break. We're going to chat more about your work, Limitless, and we'll take calls in just a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app, is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
The Community Calendar is sponsored by our veterinary at the lake. Visit lake.vet. A falls prevention workshop will be held at the Osage Beach Senior Center on Mondays from 1 until 3 p.m. through December the 4th. Call the center to get registered. That's today's Community Calendar.
Here's important new information from the Diabetes Solution Center for you, a family member, or a loved one suffering with diabetes. If you have lost your provider, or if you need a provider for diabetic supplies, you may qualify to receive your diabetic testing supplies now with little or no out-of-pocket cost, regardless of your age. All you need is Medicare or private insurance to be potentially eligible. Call the Diabetes Solution Center right now for details. Just takes a couple of minutes. Our friendly, knowledgeable agents will give you free, no-obligation information, handle all the insurance paperwork, and make sure your supplies are delivered directly to your door for free.
Call U.S. Medical Supply 24 hours a day. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. 888-303-9136. Call right now. 888-303-9136.
at your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Tom Foti in Washington, where President Biden wants the currently gridlocked Congress to get its act together enough to come up with billions of dollars he says are needed to help Israel and Ukraine and deal with other national security issues.
The security package I'm sending to Congress and asking Congress to do is an unprecedented commitment to Israel's security.
But Israel's fight against Hamas is just one part of the package. The president says the bulk of it would go to Ukraine in its fight against Russia.
The assault on Israel echoes nearly 20 months of war, tragedy, and brutality inflicted on the people of Ukraine.
But the president says he's under no illusions that getting congressional approval will be easy.
We can't let petty, partisan, angry politics get in the way of our responsibility as a great nation.
Because he says doing so would let tyrants and terrorists win. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
And in the Israel-Hamas war zone, the border buildup of Israeli troops and equipment continues. There's also a lot of anxiety throughout the Mideast and Persian Gulf. Our Charlie Daggett is in Israel.
They would have been watching very closely here in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, Tehran, because of what's happened in the past sort of 24 hours since President Biden was here. The Israeli forces are gearing up for what we believe is going to be a ground offensive. The Israeli defense minister is saying to his troops that you are now going to see Gaza from the inside. We went there ourselves to watch Israeli forces training for what's about to come.
CBS News has taken a snapshot of public feelings about the Mideast crisis. Jennifer DePino is our deputy director of surveys.
Amid the Israel-Hamas conflict, large majorities of Americans expressed concern about the conflict leading to a wider war in the region and about terrorism here at home. Roughly 8 in 10 express at least some concern about each of these, and this concern is shared by most Democrats, Republicans, and independents.
Having been sent home by North Korea after a short defection, Army Private Travis King is now under military detention and facing numerous charges ranging from desertion to child pornography possession. There are new safety concerns about 9 models of popular biometric lock gun safes. Correspondent Jim Krasula with that.
Some 61,000 gun safes made by Naperville, Illinois-based Fortress Safe are being recalled after a 12-year-old was shot and killed. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says a programming feature can allow unauthorized access to the safes. That's allegedly what happened with the child, according to a lawsuit.
Sidney Powell, an attorney who was very prominent in ex-President Trump's false claims of a stolen 2020 election, is now pleading guilty to reduced charges in the Georgia election interference criminal case. She's expected to testify in the trials of fellow case defendants. This is CBS News.
You need to hire? Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roker, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. The Missouri September monthly jobs report has been released, and non-farm payroll employment is showing an increase of 5,200 jobs, while the seasonally adjusted unemployment rate has increased by 0.1%. The report also shows that the private industry employment increased by 4,700 jobs, while government employment increased by 500 jobs. The full report is available on our website. Log on to krmsradio.com. 2 people from Versailles were taken into custody after a search of their residence that they were staying in on Wynn Road uncovers methamphetamine and illegal drug paraphernalia. Courthouse records indicate that an officer performing a knock and talk was given consent to search the property, including a camper near the residence. Inside the camper, in a bedroom, a glass smoking pipe containing a white crystal substance was discovered. The substance in the pipe allegedly field tested to be meth. 29-year-old Tabitha Klein and 35-year-old Daniel Fritteg are firmly charged with felony counts of possessing a controlled substance. They were both booked into the Morgan County Jail. And Como Connect is celebrating the milestone of having 30,000 broadband subscribers now hooked up to service. To mark the milestone, representatives from Como, along with state representatives Willard Haley and Tim Taylor, are dropping in on the 30,000 subscribers for a presentation that includes a 65-inch TV, a PlayStation 5 game console, and 1 year of free 1 gig service. All subscribers of the service also have a chance to win the same package by entering a promotion that Como is doing this month on their website. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group, we want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Michael Cotter with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Well, it mostly clear skies this early morning, a low around 49. Friday looks sunny, high near 73. Friday night will be clear, low around 54. Saturday warms up to 75 with sunny skies. Saturday night will be mostly clear, low around 45. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the Shootout is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studio is, right now, it's 50 degrees.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
Guys, stop putting your love life on hold. U.S. Pharmacy has some exciting news. If you've been wanting to try Viagra or Cialis, now is the perfect time. Call today and receive 50 little blue or little yellow pills for only $120 with free shipping. Why order some low-dose sildenafil from one of those subscription services when we can give you what you want now? Call 800-711-6818 and we'll rush your order, discreetly packaged to your door. Been thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis? Call U.S. Pharmacy at 800-711-6818 for as little as only $120 for 50 pills. Need your package in a hurry? Call 800-711-6818 and ask about our express shipping option, and we'll rush your order to you as soon as possible. Save money on the little blue or yellow pill you've been wanting to try. Again, 800-711-6818 now. That's 800-711-6818.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
As we continue our discussion with Jim Quick, author of Limitless, as we talk about the power of the brain, we'll take your calls this hour as well, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Last month, the G20 countries announced a plan to impose digital currencies and digital IDs on their populations. These central bank digital currencies essentially allow the government to track every purchase that is made, and the officials could even prohibit you from purchasing certain products or easily freeze or seize part or all of your money. Concerned Americans are diversifying their assets into physical gold with the help of the Birch Gold Group. And if you want a physical asset held in a tax-sheltered retirement account, you should call the Birch Gold Group too. Text COAST to 989898, and they'll send you a free info kit on gold. And here's the easiest way to become a Birch Gold member. If you happen to have an IRA or 401k from a previous employer just gathering dust, Birch Gold can help you convert it into an IRA in gold, and you don't pay a penny out of pocket for that switch. Text COAST to 989898. Claim your free info kit on gold and give them a call, because if digital currencies become a reality, it'll be nice to have some gold to fall back on.
urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-293-7272. That's 800-293-7272. 800-293-7272.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Jim Quick. Jim, what is the brain animal code that you developed?
So this is fun. People can find out more information at mybrainanimal.com. It's a free quiz and assessment we put together. It only takes 4 minutes to go through it. But I realized that after 3 decades of being a brain coach, helping people learn faster, improve their memory, focus, speed reading, that everyone's brain is a little bit different, and everyone has a preferred way of learning and thinking. And we put it into 4 different buckets. And the code, CODE, is a kind of short form for the C stands for cheetah. And maybe listeners could kind of think which ones they are. Cheetahs think and act at lightning speed. They thrive in fast-paced environments. They love to adapt and make quick decisions. They have very strong intuition. So fast-acting cheetahs. The O in code are your owls, and these are your logical owls. They are deep thinkers. They are meticulous, with information, consider things, different angles before making a decision. They prefer structure, logic. They value knowledge and wisdom. The D are your dolphins, and these are your creative visionaries. They often see the bigger picture or a future that other people can't yet grasp. They have great pattern recognition. Their creativity allows them to come up with solutions that are outside of the box. And E are your elephants, and they are the heart of any team. They have a keen sense of empathy that allows them to understand and collaborate with groups of individuals. They often serve as the glue holding a team together. So once you understand which one you are, then it's kind of like how there's personalized medicine based on your genetics or personalized nutrition based on your unique microbiome. This is kind of like a personalized learning track. So when people they take our quiz at mybrainanimal.com, then we give you a detailed report based on your animal brain type on how you could read faster, on how you could remember names, on how you could focus or give speeches without notes, and how you can even lead. And, you could have your family go through it. Many companies have their teams go through it, something we normally charge for, but we're making it available to listeners at mybrainanimal.com.
Oh, great. Thank you. And what are some of the techniques to improve memory?
Yeah, well, it depends which area of memory you like to improve. I mean, we could...
what are our choices?
Yeah, well, I mean, when people ask me, they like to have a better memory, it's the equivalent of someone asking somebody they like to be better at sports, like what sport specifically. How about names and faces? Would that be helpful for people?
Sure.
Yeah, I think, yeah. So, I always tell people to remember your mom, M-O-M. The M is, well, before I say it, let's say that there was a suitcase of $1 million cash for you or your favorite charity, tax-free, if you just remember the name of the next person you meet. Who's gonna remember it? Everyone's gonna remember that person's name, right? So the M in mom stands for motivation. It had nothing to do with our ability to remember. If people say they can't remember names, that's not true. A lot of people, you don't remember all names, but you don't forget all names. And usually it's because you're motivated. Maybe that person could be good for your work, or you're attracted to that person, whatever. Without a reason, you won't get the results. So something simple like asking yourself, why do I want to remember the person's name, can help you to remember it better, because it goes from your head to your heart. Because we're not logical, we are biological. And when we add emotion into it, we're more likely to remember it. The O in mom is observation. It's been my observation that people aren't forgetting the name. They're just not hearing it because they're not paying attention. Even if you take a word like listen and you write it down, or you imagine the word listen and scramble the letters, it also spells another word perfectly. It spells the word silent. And a lot of people, when they're meeting somebody, they're not hearing the name because what are they doing? They're thinking about what they're gonna say or how they're gonna respond. And so, I think it's very important to be present with the person. And finally, the last M in mom are the methods. And that's what we have. The largest chapter in Limitless Expanded Edition is the chapter on memory. And there are many ways you can improve your memory. Even something simple like the brain foods we talked about. If you want an easy, quick tip, have you ever gone to the store to buy one thing, George, and you come back with a bag full of things, except for that one thing that you went to the store
and
for?
Sometimes you forget the one thing you went to the store for. You get everything else.
Exactly. So, like, if we go back to the brain foods, we could do something fun and use our body as a filing system. So, in your imagination, imagine going from top of your head to your bottom. On the top of the head, you're using avocados as a scalp conditioner, right? Imagine going down your body. The second place is your nose. Imagine blueberries coming out of your nose. What does that feel like? What does that smell like? Imagine your mouth is the third place, and you have a big bundle of broccoli stuck in your teeth, right? What does that taste like? Use your senses. If you go to your ears, imagine you're cleaning them with olive oil, right? Because that was one of the brain foods. Imagine instead of an Adam's apple, you have a hard-boiled egg, because the egg was the choline in eggs was very good for brain health. Imagine, you have that. So that's a simple little way of using a place that you're familiar with. You could also use your kitchen and go clockwise. You could say, okay, the first place is my microwave, the second place is the stovetop, third is the refrigerator, then you have the dishwasher, then you have the sink. And let's say you want to give a speech, but you don't want to use a teleprompter, and you wanted to talk about, let's say, the 5 keys to a better brain. And maybe the first one is those brain foods. So put all those brain foods in the microwave, right? Maybe the second key to a better brain is killing ants. Killing ants is actually good for your brain. And ants stand for automatic negative thoughts, right? But imagine you have the ants on the stovetop. That reminds you of your second point to your conversation or to your presentation. Maybe the third place is your refrigerator, and you want to remember the power of exercise for your brain. As the body moves, your brain grows. So you open up the refrigerator, and inside is your personal trainer, and they make you lift weights or do some push-ups or whatever. And it's a simple way to use your environment that you're familiar with inside your mind's eye to be able to put the things that are important for you to be able to remember. And simple strategy. But I use this with Hollywood actors, teaching them how to memorize scripts. I train a lot of the top TED speakers to memorize their points in the presentation. But when you understand how your memory works, you can work your memory. And there's no such thing as a good or bad memory. There's a trained memory and an untrained memory.
How would you categorize people like President Biden versus Donald Trump or somebody else in terms of memory adjustment?
Everybody could benefit from a better memory. Even going back, I remember years ago, I was sitting at a fundraiser. It was 2,000 people, and I was the first to sit down at my assigned table. And shortly afterwards, Forrest Whitaker, the Oscar winner actor.
Great actor.
Yes. Next to him sits Sir Richard Branson, and then Ashton Kutcher. And, a few minutes later, President Clinton sits right next to me. Huh. And it's interesting because we had met a few years earlier and had a brief conversation. But when he sat down, he called me by name, acknowledged me by name. And I was like, wow. And then I was like, okay, he obviously knew who's sitting at his table. And then he picks up a conversation that we started a few years earlier. And nobody fed him that information. And
nobody other than him knew it, probably.
Right, exactly. And so I was amazed, and I said, I was telling him, I'm the memory coach, and I'm fascinated. How did you remember? How you have such an incredible memory? And he tells me the story about his grandfather in Arkansas, and in the living room, the grandfather would tell stories to the children, but afterwards he would ask each and every one of them questions to see and quiz them to see if they're paying attention, and training their attention and their memory. And while he's explaining this to me, I just felt this kind of unnerving, like he's really paying attention to me. Like, I don't know if you've ever been with somebody and they're fully present with you, and they're much more important people at that table, and then that room than me.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was the only one in that ballroom. And I realized, and politics aside, that his incredible charisma and his ability to connect, with and communicate, and his incredible presence, and his incredible memory, that his incredible memory and his powerful presence came from being powerfully present. That his incredible memory and his powerful presence came from him being powerfully present. And I feel like we could all do that, right? We could all be more present with the people around us, with the people we work with. But a lot of times when we're with people, people are looking over your shoulder, seeing who else is there, and thinking about what they need to, and all of that. But I really do believe focus and attention and memory are muscles, and it's use it or lose it. And the more you use it, the better it gets. And I think that's critical for all of us, regardless of, our station.
Let's go to the phones west of the Rockies. Wayne in Tacoma, Washington, to get us started. Hey, Wayne.
Good evening, gentlemen. Sir George and Jim. A comment and then a question. Comments about President Kennedy and his ability to read 2 books a day while he was in office. Many people wonder how he did that. And he was a proponent of speed reading, encouraging his staff to take these lessons. And it was suggested in an interview that he had a reading speed of about 1,200 words per minute. Now, years later, I took a speed reading course. Actually, I was in college, and I was having a terrible time in Bible college trying to get through all the different Bible courses and that, and psychology, spending 3 hours a day and getting almost nothing out of it. And I found out that there was a speed reading course in a city nearby, so I was taking that at nighttime too. And within 3 weeks of starting this course, I was able to go through all of my books within 15 minutes each book. And I was getting like 95% of the information out of the books. And this speed reading course at that time was called Evelyn Wood Reading Dynamics.
I remember that.
Any longer around, but boy, it was dynamite, and it really helped me out a lot. And I'm wondering, the question is, are there any courses like this? I know, there are memory courses. You're a memory coach, and I know Harry Lorraine. And what was Harry Lorraine's partner's name? I'm having a little trouble pulling that one up.
Yeah.
Do you recall?
I don't know who his partner is. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to remember it. But to answer your question, we have the most popular speed reading course in the world. We have students in 195 nations. I would offer it as a gift. If people go to my name, Jim Quick, KWIK, jimquick.com/more, there is an offer there where you could get a 1-hour masterclass on how to double your reading speed with better comprehension. If you happen to be on Instagram, I'll put that link there now, and you could access it in my profile. But President Kennedy, it's interesting. It is true. He brought trainers into the White House to train some of his leadership, and this is why he was so effective, because a lot of speed reading programs out there are more skipping words and scanning and getting the gist of what you read. Now, we work with a lot of doctors, and you don't want your doctor just to get the gist of what they read, right? You want them to understand it.
Yeah.
But he was also on record as having one of the fastest speeches in American history, and let's say it was about 300 words per minute. But if he could read at 1,200 words a minute but speak at 300 words a minute, there are 900 words per minute he's not pronouncing. And that's something called subvocalization. You ever notice, Wayne, when you're reading something, you hear that inner voice inside your head reading along with you? Hopefully it's your own voice. It's not like somebody else's voice inside your head. The reason why is because some people associate that in order for them to read, they have to say the words to themselves. And that means your reading speed is limited to your talking speed, not your thinking speed. And so we know that with President Kennedy, like if he could talk at 300 words a minute but read at 1,200, he was said to have read 6 newspapers every morning with 1 cup of coffee. For a lot of people, it's the opposite. They need like 6 cups of coffee to get through 1 newspaper, right? But the question becomes, do you have to say the word in order to understand them? And the truth is you don't. Like you don't have to say the word computer in order to understand it, because the 95% of words are sight words. You know them by sight, so you don't have to pronounce them by sound. It's like seeing a stop sign. You don't say to yourself stop every single time you're driving, but you comprehend exactly what it means. So most words are sight words. You don't have to pronounce it. So the key to effective reading, one of them is reducing that subvocalization. And so that gift at jimquick.com, kwik.com/more. You could bring a book online. It's self-paced, and most people will double their reading speed with better comprehension.
With speed reading, Jim, do you skip things over, or are you still looking at everything?
Oh, yeah. I don't subscribe unless you're scanning, and that's the goal, and skimming. For me, again, we work with attorneys and financial advisors, medical professionals. You don't want them to just
you don't want to miss a paragraph. That's important.
Not at all. I mean, one of the things you could do to help you read faster is using a visual pacer. If you use your finger or a highlighter or a pen and you just don't underline it, don't touch the screen or don't touch the book, just use it to go left and right, back and forth, your reading speed will jump 25 to 50%. It's using a visual aid, a visual pacer. And it's interesting. Children naturally use their finger to help them read, to help them to focus. But there's a connection. Just like your sense of smell and taste are so closely linked. When you're sick, you can't, things don't taste the same. So is your sense of sight and your sense of touch. So people using their finger, just underlining, not skipping anything, not doing any fancy S forms or Z forms, just going left to right on the margins, they'll read 25 to 50% faster with better focus, and that focus will give them better comprehension because your eyes are attracted to motion, And so I challenge people to do it. Set your phone on for 60 seconds, read something for 60 seconds, count the number of lines, and then pick up where you left off using your finger, just underlining the sentences, and for 60 seconds, count the number of lines. Most people, that second number will be 25, 50% higher.
That's dramatic.
So simple. Yeah, absolutely. Leaders are readers. If people have seen pictures of me with Elon or Oprah, people always want to know how we bonded. We bonded over books, right? If somebody has decades of experience and they put it into a book and you can sit down and read that book in a few days, you can download decades into days. And that's the biggest advantage for any of us at the same time.
Did your brain heal 100%?
I've had 3 brain injuries, before age 12. I put myself on a very specific protocol, which involved everything from the brain foods I mentioned to you to certain exercises, physical exercises that are motor coordinations, because as your body moves, your brain grooves. Even something simple like learning how to juggle. There's a study done at Oxford saying jugglers actually have bigger brains. And so as you move your body, you create something called brain-derived neurotropic factors, BDNF, which is like fertilizer for your brain, neuroplasticity, neurogenesis. Also put myself on a very specific sleep protocol because, sleep issues could lead to brain issues also as well, stress management also, and then a series of hyperbaric chamber.
Yeah.
Most cities have pressurized oxygen tanks for healing, sending blood flow to that part of the brain that was damaged, where you don't have quite the same kind of circulation. And then certainly supplementation. In the book we talk about some of the, based on human studies, some of the most effective supplements to improve your focus, your memory, your mood, and mental energy.
Is ginkgo biloba one of those?
Ginkgo biloba is a wonderful supplement. It increases circulation. and which could, help every part of your brain. Some of my favorites, the critical ones are like omega-3s, your DHAs, that's found in
they're
fish.
important. Jim, we're going to take a quick break and come back and take final calls with you in a moment.
Do you have a photo that you think would interest the Coast to Coast audience? We're always on the hunt for unique and unusual images for our photo gallery. To submit your image, simply go to coasttocoastam.com and mouse over the media button on the upper navigation bar, and you'll see the submission option.
We love it. It's number one.
When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMSradio.com.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. That position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hi, I'm Ty Pennington, and this is another one of Ty's tips. In the world of design, it's all about color, and when it comes to understanding color, there's the color wheel. Now, you've probably heard the word complementary used when referring to colors. Well, this comes from the wheel, and it means colors that are opposite each other on the wheel. Now, once you learn the color wheel, you also learn words like monochromatic, which is a one-color scheme, or analogous, which are colors that are right next to each other on the wheel. And if you get really advanced, you'll study triadic, which means 3 colors evenly spaced on the wheel. Okay, you're probably dizzy from spinning around the wheel too much already, but here's another word for you: catastrophe. That's what happens when you don't take the time to think about what colors you want to use in the room. Or how about butt ugly, which is a term for not paying attention to how your colors work together. I could go on, but I won't, because I'm dizzy already.
Make plans to stay up late tonight for Coast to Coast AM.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm George Norrie, off on assignment on this beautiful fall weekend, and filling in for me is our friend Ian Punnett and his guests, followed by those special Friday night into Saturday morning open line calls on Coast to Coast AM.
Drink coffee now for Coast to Coast AM later. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because hunts are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
When you're alone and life is making you lonely, you can always go downtown. When you've got worries, all the noise and the hurry seems to help, I know. Downtown, just listen to the music of the traffic in the city. Linger on the sidewalk where the neon signs are pretty. How can you lose? The lights are much brighter there. You can't forget all your troubles, forget all your cares. So go downtown. Things will be great when you're downtown. No finer place for sure. Downtown, everything's waiting for you. Downtown.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, Lynn Monet joins us, the paranormal consultant, to talk about hauntings. Make sure you're a part of the program. We're going to come back in a moment with Jim Quick and take final calls in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? There are a couple ways, but before I tell you that, listen to these folks.
I love being a Coast Insider. I travel a lot. I can always have my shows. I download them on my podcast and never miss a thing. And every show, I learn at least one thing.
Hey, this is Buck. I'm a coast-to-coast insider, and I'll tell you what, it's a great thing for me. Here in West Virginia, we get inundated with snow. But it doesn't matter as long as we have our provisions. I've got 5 years of coast-to-coast programs to play.
That's fantastic. So a couple of ways to sign up. You go to our website, coasttocoastam.com. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Insider. Click that, and you're in. The other way is to download the app in your store. You go to your app store, download the Coast to Coast AM app. It's free. Put that on your phone, and when you do, you can click profiles and subscriptions and sign up that way. If you live in Canada now, sign up to become a Coast Insider. It's now available to you as well. So we'll come back with some final calls in a moment, but first, lose some weight.
HealthyLooking.com has a new weight product that we're very excited about. No counting points, eating bland food, or even injections, and at a much better price. It's called Weight Magic Caps and Drops, and it's simple. Take one Weight Magic capsule daily. Plus, before meals, place Weight Magic Drops under your tongue. Suppress appetite and cravings with proven fat-fighting properties, while you choose what you eat with our free diet guide.
My name is Jen. My first few days I had lost 5 pounds, and I honestly could not believe the scale when I looked at it. Usually when you go onto a diet, you feel deprived of something. I have no craving.
Hello, my name is Scott. I started this product within 50 days. I was down 23 pounds without exercise, taking the Weight Magic capsules and drops. I don't have the cravings that you traditionally would have. This product is spectacular.
Hi, my name is Susie. I have been taking Weight Magic drop and the capsules. It has definitely controlled my appetite. I've actually lost about 15 pounds, steady, healthy decline in my weight. I just feel better. It's not just curbed my appetite, but it's actually changed the way I want to eat and how I do eat. I cannot say enough great things about the Weight Magic.
Excess weight is closely tied to diabetes, heart disease, stroke, high blood pressure, and more. If it's time to lose weight for better health and to look and feel fantastic, for a few bucks a day, it's George's Weight Magic Caps and Drops at healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. Use George for free shipping. Live healthier, burn body fat, suppress appetite and cravings. Diet with Weight Magic Caps and Drops at healthylooking.com.
Did you know that being a victim of identity theft can create lasting negative effects on you? These include damage to your credit rating, employment background checks being compromised, jeopardizing your ability to even pay bills on time. It's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives, with your personal information getting exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cybercriminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock, so join now. Save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE when you call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code GEORGE for 25% off. It's still October, but the holidays are coming up fast. And before your life goes into overdrive with the holidays, protect your home with Simply Safe Home Security. You can get a brand new system today for 40% off. Experts love Simply Safe. It was named the best home security system of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the whole home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus HD cameras for both inside and out. It's powered by 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, half the cost of traditional home security. And with new 24/7 live guard protection and the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders, helping to stop crime in real time. Satisfaction is backed by Simply Safe's money-back guarantee, and for a limited time, save 40% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafenori.com. That's simplysafenori.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work. Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back. Jim Quick with us. And Jim, before we go to final calls, where do people get Limitless, the expanded edition?
Yeah, it's a brand new. It's coming out in a couple weeks. It's at limitlessbook.com. It's limitlessbook.com, and when you pre-order it, they will get hundreds of dollars of brain training as my gift. We donate all the proceeds to charity, to build schools for children, and also Alzheimer's research in memory of my grandmother.
Good for you. Back to the phones. Let's go to Steve in Albany, New York. Hello, Stephen.
Hey, hello again, George.
How are you, my friend?
Not bad. Nice to hear from you.
Good.
I just want to tell two quick ones, and that is, imagine Glinda, the Good Witch of the North, smoking a cigarette and chewing gum and going, it's been with you all the time. All these things you see, they're all part of you, and all it had to do is you had to recognize them. And I move on to that, to part two, which is I had a problem reading. I'm going to get a little personal here really quick. But both my parents, I think, had Asperger's. And my father grabbed onto socialism, Marxism. And I heard initially somewhere in grade school about there was a philosopher who believed you don't hug or kiss your children until nighttime, and then that's only to give a peck on the head and never tell them that you love them. And that was Karl Marx. My father was a fanatical communist.
Jeez.
So my father treated me that way. And with that, I never got any words of encouragement. I've never got any direction. And they didn't try to raise me. They just complained a lot. It wasn't until I was 27 and I was in college when a teacher pulled me aside. He pulled me out in the hallway and said, I want to talk to you. And I was panicking. And she says, you can't read, can you? And she finally coaxed it out of me that I couldn't read. And she says, in the next half semester, I'm going to be teaching a speed reading course. I want to see your name on the top of the list. Within 3 months, I was up to 2,000 words a minute.
Good for you.
Wow.
And I can read a whole book in about 3 hours. I once did a book report for a neighbor who was panicking. She goes, I haven't read the book. I said, give me the book. I gave her the book back. I gave her all the highlights, and I told her how to write the book report. She got an A+ on it.
I love it. That teacher saved your life, Steve.
Yes. When I hear somebody tell me that there's a teacher that teaches reading, I just want to give them a hug.
Yeah. Good for you, Steve.
It changed my life immediately.
I love that. Great story, Stephen. Thank you.
It's like that Wizard of Oz, Belinda quote, that just, you've always had the power, my dear. You just had to learn it for yourself. And I love that. Thanks for sharing.
How many people like Steve are not encouraged by their parents?
I can't even hazard a guess, but it's, even one would be, too many. And we all need people to encourage us, to challenge us, to be kind to us. And my recommendation is, if you don't have that person, is to be that person for somebody else, and especially be that person for yourself. I mean, part of self-care is not just eating the best brain foods and optimizing your sleep and, all the stuff that we have in this new book, but it's also falling in love with the person in the mirror who's looking back at you, who's been through so much but is still standing. And so, if someone's struggling right now, facing adversity, I'm telling you, whether the people around you acknowledge it or not, you inspire them with your grit and your grace. I believe the life we live are the lessons we teach.
So well said. Ron in Michigan, welcome to the show. Go ahead, Ron.
Hello, George and James. James, I can remember everything. I remember my mother dropping me as a baby. She had her hands full of groceries, and there was a walk up, one flight walk up, and the stairs were not padded wooden. And she said she dropped me, and I bounced like a rubber ball. And when I hit the bottom, I was silent. She ran down, and I said, I was smiling at you, wasn't I, Mom? And she says, yeah, how did you know? And I said, I remember. And, that sounds crazy, but I can remember so much. It's from my childhood, from almost everything. And, I'll talk to my brother, and he doesn't remember. I'll talk to my own son. I said, Dan, do you remember going to the circus or going to the POWMI museum in Georgia? And he said, Dad, I don't remember, but I can remember everything. And all those foods, James, you mentioned, I remember I grew up eating all those foods. Avocado was added later, but also I've added blueberry powder recently, which I think has helped a great deal. But it's just beautiful to have a memory. But what's sad is you don't have anybody to tell it to. I'm almost 75 years old, and it's just stored up there, and it's most of it's beautiful. It's Twilight Zone stuff, but.
How can you remember so much at a young age like that, Jim?
Even for me, I don't remember anything before age 4. Those are my earliest memories, and there are some rare individuals that have what they call a highly superior memory. And there's some famous people like Mary Lou Henner, who could remember, like you give them a date, like you say September 21st, 1960 or whatever, 75. They could tell you what day it was of the week and what was in the headlines and the news. And, it is rare. I mean, the thing about the human brain is, it is absolutely remarkable. And, I continually fascinated by the stories that we hear, and I'm hoping more and more that science could kind of catch up, to what people are experiencing.
I remember at 18 months when my mother was going to the hospital to have my sister. I remember what the coat she was wearing. I remember my uncle singing to me on the bed, kind of rocking it while she was going out the door with her father. They were living at that time with his mother in Detroit. And this was way, way back, but I remember explicitly her leaving. I told her she had a camel color coat on. I didn't even know what a camel color coat was at 18 months. But later on in life, when I remembered the episode, I remember the color. And she said, "Oh my God, Georgie, you remember all that?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "You went out the front door with Dad right behind you, and you kind of rushed out. And my Uncle Karam, who was my dad's twin brother, they've both since passed on, was rocking me on the bed singing while I was looking at you leaving." 18 months old, but I don't remember much after that.
That's a pretty remarkable story. Absolutely.
Scott in Costa Mesa, California. Welcome, Scotty. Go ahead.
Good evening, guys. I'm thinking my brain animal might be an owl and dolphins. Can they be more than just one?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you go to mybrainanimal.com and take the 4-minute quiz, one could be your primary and the other one is your secondary. And it is. You find that it's kind of accurate in terms of what you see in yourself, parts of it.
All right, Joe, Long Island, New York. Your turn, Joseph.
Yeah, hi, Jim. You know, you got a great speaking voice, Jim. I think you do your own audio books. But,
I do.
You know, it's interesting. Mickey Mantle, whose birthday would be today, played in the same outfield as Joe DiMaggio. And I was thinking, how would they perform under such a spotlight at the time? But my question is, I was looking at this book, Stop Overreacting, Judy Siegel, and one of the things she was talking about is insert a mantra into a situation or just like a one-liner for yourself. And especially if you're getting a flood of negativity. And I was thinking, like, say someone's on a date and it doesn't go well, they could say, a lot of people have bad dates, or I still have a nice head of hair, I'm still a good listener, like just make up a mantra. And I think that relates to framing a little bit. Like we tend to just grab on the first thought and put full validity on it, and that can be negative. I do have a second question, but what do you think of that, Jim? You know.
Yeah, I think a mantra could be very effective, Joseph. I think it helps you to reframe, as you mentioned, and look at things from a different perspective. Even changing the words. You know, people say, like, I don't have a great memory, and you add a little word like yet at the end. I don't have a great memory yet. You know, I'm not a great reader yet. Just opens up the possibility. But words have a lot of power, you know, on our nervous system, for sure.
Next question, Joe. Go ahead.
Another thing from that book is it said it suggested incremental thinking, and with that, there's changing factors. She was saying, you know, and I don't think I've done that too well. You know, like been in a job situation where the factors were changing negatively, and I never put that frame of incremental thinking where factors. What are the factors? And how are they changing, and how should I weight these factors?
Yeah. Sorry, what was the question? Was it around incremental thinking?
How do you deal with changing factors and name them as factors? Would that be helpful in thinking and framing?
With external factors? You know, there's a quote in my book that says, life is a letter C between the letters B and D, where B is birth, D is death, life C is choice. And it's interesting that we always have a choice, that our lives are the sum total of all the choices we've made up to this point, right? Where are we going to live? What are we going to do? Who are we going to spend time with? What are we going to eat? All of that. And I believe that these difficult times, talking about the framing and, you know, thinking, that these difficult times can distract us, these difficult times can diminish us, or these difficult times, they can develop us. But ultimately, we make a choice. An interesting way of thinking, you know, on this and with the mantra is that, remember that you are a thermostat, you're not a thermometer. Like, if you think about the functionality of a thermometer, it just reacts to the environment. Whatever the environment gives it, it reacts to it. And sometimes we are, as human beings, we react I like a thermometer. We react to the economy, we react to politics, we react to how people treat us. But the truly happy people have more of an agency where they identify with the thermostat. The thermostat doesn't react to the environment. It gauges, it knows the temperature. But what does the thermostat do? It sets a goal or a vision or a temperature. And what happens to the environment? The environment instead reacts to the thermostat. And I feel a big part of what we're here for right now is so many people, we shrink what's possible to fit our minds when we could be instead expanding our minds to fit all that's really possible. But you're right, it does start with our thinking, and controlling more of our thoughts and not letting our thoughts control us.
Let's go to Robert in New York. Robert, go ahead, sir.
Always a pleasure to speak to you, George, and your wonderful guest.
Thank you, Robert.
One of the top excellent guests you've had, and I'm privileged to speak to you both. Three things real quick. I recall going to the inauguration of President Clinton, and several years later meeting him again, even beyond outside Washington, but still he remembered me after all several years, and that was quite an acknowledgement of his tremendous memory and his interpersonal capabilities with people. And the other thing is, there's a couple more. One was how does electromagnetic factors enter into the brains of geniuses like Tesla and Edison, and do they have any common denominators between their brain chemistry? And
let's go with that first, Robert, before the clock gets us. What do you think of that, Jim?
I heard electromagnetic factors.
People who are truly geniuses, like Nikola Tesla and people like that.
And Edison. Yeah, I still believe genius is less born and is more built. Our physiology, our genetics play maybe a third in the role, but 2/3 is more in our control. But having early influence, certainly, with our environment, whether it's parents or family, how we're nurtured and also nature. It's a combination thereof. But I also know that these individuals ask different questions. And what I mean by that is we have 60,000 thoughts a day, and a lot of them come in the form of questions. And questions are the answer. If you ask a new question, you get a new answer. You ask a question no one's ever asked before, you're going to get answers no one's ever gotten before. And sometimes a lot of the advancements and innovation come from people outside the industry, because it takes somebody from the outside to look in that doesn't have the same limiting beliefs and have the same kind of education and blind spots and cognitive biases to look in, like someone like an Elon, to look in the automotive industry and say, hey, if I was going to create a car with today's technology, how would I go about doing it?
Interesting. Jim, thank you for being on the program. Let's not let 8 years go by this time, all right? Limitless, expanded edition. We shall be back as we talk about hauntings next.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595. plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private Healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-912-9624. That's 800-912-9624. 800-912-9624.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Tom Foti in Washington, where President Biden spoke to the nation Thursday night from the Oval Office about Israel and Hamas, about Ukraine and Russia, and the U.S. role in those crises.
In an Oval Office speech, the president said it will be an urgent budget request.
To fund America's national security needs, to support our critical partners, including Israel and Ukraine, is a smart investment that's going to pay dividends for American security for generations.
It will be part of a $100 billion request that includes $60 billion for Ukraine in its fight against Russia, as well as funding for Israel in its fight against Hamas, both nations which were attacked, and both which he says are fighting to protect their democracy and their people from annihilation. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
But at the moment, the House has no speaker, blocking any move there about anything after saying he would not seek a third vote to become speaker. Ohio Republican Jim Jordan now wants one and expects to get one later this morning. In the Mideast war zone,
the Israeli military resumed its ferocious bombardment of Gaza after the briefest of breaks during President Biden's visit. Gaza's health ministry says the death toll has soared to nearly 4,000.
Correspondent Charlie Daggett in Tel Aviv. Is North Korea making money by supplying less than legit services to U.S. high tech?
According to the FBI and Department of Justice, North Korea's deployed thousands of IT workers who've pretended to be based in the U.S. as freelancers. It's in line with the North's tactic of earning funds from the wages of overseas workers.
Reporter Alex Jensen in Seoul. A Maryland State Circuit Court judge has been shot to death in the driveway of his home in Hagerstown, that's northwest of Washington, D.C. State and local law enforcement investigating. 2 San Antonio police officers responded to a domestic disturbance call. They were shot multiple times, their injuries described as serious. Police Chief William McManus on the first injury.
He was shot multiple times, and he went down in the cul-de-sac. The second officer he was with was also shot. The suspect went upstairs to the second floor and was firing out the window with a long gun.
The alleged shooter eventually surrendered to other law enforcement. On the Consumer Watch, a warning about some popular children's toys. Here's CBS's Monica Ricks.
Here comes Thomas! Fisher-Price is recalling about 21,000 Thomas & Friends train car toys due to a choking hazard. U.S. regulators say there's a small plastic piece with a strong magnet inside that can come apart and choke a child if it's swallowed.
A new Census Bureau report shows fewer Californians moving to Texas these days, but more of them moving to Florida and Arizona. This is CBS News.
If you need to hire, you need Indeed, because Indeed's all-in-one hiring solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Columbia man who pleaded guilty in June on one count of conspiring to distribute fentanyl and illegally possessing a firearm has now been sentenced to 10 years in federal prison without parole. The U.S. Attorney Western District of Missouri office says 31-year-old Ryan Kunston admitted he would typically obtain hundreds of capsules containing fentanyl worth around $1,400 from a source in St. Louis before selling them to customers in Columbia. Columbia. Boone County is identified as one of the top counties in Missouri for fatal overdose deaths of fentanyl, blamed in a majority of the deaths. A big recall for an area discount chain store because some products just weren't stored properly.
Family Dollar has issued a nationwide voluntary recall on dozens of over-the-counter drugs, products, and medical devices that had been stored at improper temperatures. The extensive list includes popular items like Crest and Colgate toothpastes, Listerine, Pepto-Bismol, Vicks Vapor Rub, and more. The FDA said the products were sold at stores in more than 20 states between June 1st and October 4th.
That's Stacy Lynn reporting. Anyone who's purchased one of the recalled items can return it for a full refund. And heads up T-Mobile customers, a new report from CNN indicates that the major wireless carrier is running a test in which it will automatically switch some customers on older unlimited plans to their current 5G network plan that starts at $75 per month per phone line. You can contact customer service to opt out of that upgrade. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Couples really enjoy the Driftwood Spa and Salon. Ron and Sue are regular once-a-month customers.
It's very relaxing. Everybody here has been great. My favorite is the massages. I feel invigorated, and I might be a bit tense when I first come in, but now I feel invigorated and relaxed.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
I'm meteorologist Michael Cotter with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Well, it mostly clear skies this early morning, a low around 49. Friday looks sunny, high near 73. Friday night will be clear, low around 54. Saturday warms up to 75 with sunny skies. Saturday night will be mostly clear, low around 45. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the Shootout is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studio is, right now, it's 49 degrees.
This statement has not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
When it comes to my lifestyle and diet, I don't always make the smartest choices.
Touchdown! Woo! Hey, how about another round and some more chips?
But when it comes to taking care of my liver, I do make one very smart choice. Active liver tablets from New Nordic. I used to have real issues with my liver, and at my last checkup, my doc was concerned about my numbers. But since adding a once-a-day active liver tablet, my gut's better, I feel great, and my doctor's happy. I ask a lot of my liver, so the least I can do to say thanks is a daily dose of Active Liver.
Active Liver is one of many award-winning health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at Amazon.com or for a volume discount, visit newnordicusa.com. Available as a tablet or delicious sugar-free gummy. Protect and help your liver the easy and effective way with Active Liver at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
What's your name? Who's your daddy? He rich. Is he rich like me? Has he take us anytime to show you what you need to live? Tell it to me slowly. Tell you why I really want to know. It's the time of the season for
You're hearing Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, live from somewhere deep below the earth on Premier Networks.
Up next, Lynn Monet back with us, the paranormal consultant. Her latest book is called Colors of Heaven, Beginnings Never End. We'll be talking about that as well, and calls with her in our last hour on the program on Coast to Coast. Well, do you remember the old fun from comic book days? The good guys, the bad guys battling it out for the future of the universe? Who wins? Well, fun and adventure has returned to comics and graphic novels from our friends at Marvelous Entertainment. All of this is based on the sci-fi masterpieces by author Marvin Sunderland. He got together with acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team, and they're bringing that sense of wonderment and thrills and straight-out action adventures and turn them into great comic books that run the gamut from space adventures to downright scary things. And they're now offering a free bronze membership option that gives you access to behind-the-scenes content. Free comics and other memberships provide access to promotional and bonus items like puzzles and secret decoder rings, and even more. The fun is back. Have some fun with the kids. Join the excitement with the titles like Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Tales of Singularity, and much more. Go to iWagit.com, IWAGGIT. That's the website, iWagit.com, where you blast off on your free adventure.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
More connected than ever before. Couldn't live without it.
Everyone's listening. KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Let me tell you about Lynn Monet, is the author of the Omnipresent series, Omnipresent and Omnipresent What Happened Next, as well as The Colors of Heaven, Beginnings Never End. She is a paranormal consultant and lecturer specializing in hauntings, dying, the afterlife. Lynn has the ability to see frequencies of interdimensionality. Most cannot. She has been a nurse for more than 30 years, most of which have been in the end-of-life care, geriatrics, and management areas. She is on the board of directors for the soon-to-be-released Health and Recovery magazine this year and also holds a degree in biological science. Lynn, welcome back. How have you been?
Oh, George, it's great to be here. I've been looking so forward to this. I've been doing great. By chance, are you going to be doing any engagements in Asheville, North Carolina this year?
Not this year, which is almost up, but we did a couple of years ago. We had a live show. Do you live out that way?
I was there.
Oh, that's right.
There. Yes, I was. I was in the third row, very in the front. I was so tickled. I wanted tickets in the front row seat, but I was there and got to hear you sing, which was amazing. And if anybody has not heard George sing, you need to hear George sing, because he can definitely belt out those notes.
I had a great time. Asheville's a great market for us.
Yeah, I had a great time too. It was wonderful. Very great show.
How did you get interested in the paranormal?
You know, I've had these abilities ever since I was a little girl. I didn't really know what they were, of course, at the time. I've had some very profound things happen throughout my life. Mostly, the most vivid time that I can remember when I was about 5 years old, that an event happened with my brother in my parents' house. We were in the master bedroom, and there was some ectoplasm forming in the corner, and I had been dolling myself up out of my mother's jewelry box, and I had turned to show my brother how glamorous I looked and noticed that he had stopped playing with his cards. He was fixated on this ectoplasm in the corner where his best friend, mother, father, and brother stepped into the ectoplasm. They were just standing there smiling at us. So we both ran out to get my mother, and of course he found her first. And when they came back, there was nothing there. But it turned out that my brother's best friend and entire family had perished that day in an auto accident.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and we had found that out when my brother returned to school the next day, because it was on a Sunday, and he went to school on Monday, and come to find out, the teacher made the announcement that his friend John would not be returning to school because he and his entire family perished in an auto accident coming back from activities in Disney for spring break. So that's kind of how it started. I was always seeing things. When I was about 10, my mother took a jaunt with a different religion, and this religion did not believe in those sorts of things. So I was brought up in front of the elders and ridiculed for my gifts, told that I was possessed, that there was something wrong with me. And I actually became frightened of my gifts to the point where I was still seeing things, but I would get up and run out of the room just as fast as anybody else, thinking, "Oh my gosh, there's a ghost in the room." So when as I got older, I continued to ignore things, and then the first house that I wrote my book about, called Omnipresent, was a story about a house that was so badly haunted that I never was able to move in. And that put me into a position where I was in touch with people of like mind, and that helped me to realize that there were other people like me and that there was nothing wrong with me, and that at that point then I started to nurture my gifts, and that's kind of how it all started.
So in addition to being a paranormal expert, you're also an empath. You've got this ability to feel what other people are experiencing, don't you?
I do, and also being able to see things and touch in with the other side. I've had so many, I don't know if even an expert. I don't know if anybody could even consider themselves really like an expert, because you're always learning new things. I've had some curveballs sent my way recently that were very, very interesting, that totally did not expect out of the blue. But again, it's a learning curve. We're all learning. We're learning from each other, and each situation is different.
It sure is. It sure is. And the most recent book you have that I have is called Colors of Heaven, Beginnings Never End. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, Colors of Heaven actually is out. It's a beautiful story. I wanted, as there is a dark side to paranormal, there's also this beautiful white side to paranormal.
Of course,
that really doesn't get talked about very much, which is about angels and things. And I've been in end-of-life care for 17 years out of the many, many years that I have been a nurse. And I've seen some very beautiful things at the time of death that people overlook many times because they're in their deep, deep grief. And I wanted to write this book to help take the stigma of death and dying away, to help people look at it in a different way. There is a beauty to that time, and a lot of times too, there's an opportunity and a window for people to communicate with the other side through the person that's transitioning that they miss out on, that they could actually touch in with relatives that have already crossed.
Interesting take on all of that. You have lived in haunted houses. How many?
Oh my goodness. Well, of course, I was born and raised in the first one, and I lived there, throughout the time that I finally moved and went off to college. Then I purchased the one that I wrote the book about that has started the Omnipresent series, of which will end up being 5 books. I'm just ready to release the third book, which is called Omnipresent 111 Becadon Drive. I have lived in, then I purchased the one that I was never able to move into, which is the Omnipresent. Recently, I just inherited a house with an unexpected issue in the house that I've never dealt with before, which I'll be happy to tell you about, towards the end of the show if you want to talk about that one too. But so I've owned and or lived in a total of 3, and then the fourth one is one that haven't quite decided what to do with yet.
That's the one you inherited?
Yes.
And if you sell it, don't you have to disclose that it could be haunted?
No, actually not in the state of Louisiana, and you'd be surprised that a lot of them you don't have to. I would, because I did try to disclose it even in the very beginning with my Omnipresent book series.
How many people do you think, though, Lynn, would walk from the deal if you told them they're ready to make you an offer on the house, right? And you say, well, the place is haunted. Somebody was murdered there years ago or something. How many people do you think will go through and buy that house?
I would bet 80% of them would walk, unless, of course, they were looking for a haunted place, because I don't care what people say about, oh, I don't believe in ghosts, or I don't this, or even if they have religious reasons that they feel that they're protected. Everybody has a little bit of knowledge or sensory that they feel that a lot of them dub out. We're all born as empaths. I believe we all have those gifts. But a lot of times the way that we're raised in our families or traditional religion kind of dub those things out, so people learn to ignore those types of gifts. But everybody still has a little bit of that questioning in there. So if you do mention that it's haunted, they either regress back to a moment back when they remember Aunt Agatha's rocker being pushed out into the chair in the middle of the night by itself, and any type of creepy moment that they've had as a childhood. And I think that most of them, if they didn't believe in paranormal, would walk. I really do.
I have a old house in St. Louis, and when my kids come over with their kids, they sometimes spend the night. And apparently a long, long, long time ago, it's a really old house, a dog was killed in the house by another dog that jumped through a door. It was a vicious animal. Jumped through a door, broke the glass, and came in and killed the other dog that was in the kitchen.
Oh, my God.
Now, I have not seen anything in the house for the years I've been here, but my kids have said that they sometimes see an image of a dog walking around the house. Now, isn't that weird?
It does happen. For me, it's not weird because I see things like that frequently. So, and animals, they do sometimes linger as well as some spirits do also, and animals do cross over as well as people do. So you do get to see your animals again. But and children are very receptive to that because when they're born, of course, they're wide open, and as they get older, the filters form that either block that sort of thing out, or if the family supports it and nurtures it, then they're able to keep it longer and to, learn more things to add to it as they get older and embrace it. So I'm not surprised if you do have something in your house, the children would definitely be the ones to see it, and also older people that are getting closer to their time to pass would also mention seeing it, because as the filters are opened at birth through about age 5, they also, the filters start to efface on the flip side as a person gets closer to getting ready to cross back over.
Is that a barometer for somebody who doesn't even know they're going to be dying, that if they get this filter open, they might know something's coming up with them?
A lot of times patients do know when their time is coming close, and they'll start talking about things such as, and give my dog to Mary Jo. Make sure that you take care of take care of my cats, or make sure that they'll definitely mention a place that they want them to go. I know my sister recently passed, and she was talking about where she wanted her birds and things placed, and it was unexpected that she passed. And people kind of do know. My mother actually had cancer, and she was in a facility, and she was going around the facility telling people, I'm going home tomorrow, meaning that she was going to cross over. And she did, in fact, cross over at one something the day after. But she even went to one woman and told her that she would watch the lady's dog, because the lady's dog had just passed away 3 days earlier. She had to put it down. And my mother told the woman, she said, I will take care of your dog on the other side until you can come and retrieve your dog. And sure enough, as I said, my mother did pass away the very next day. So they do. And as far as the medical field, from a medical standpoint, watching a patient kind of transition into that area, a lot of times they start seeing and talking about seeing loved ones or spirits in their rooms or in the hallways and things like that, even as much as a year in advance. So usually it's a pretty good indication for someone who has been working in end-of-life care. A lot of times the medical field calls it hallucinations. But the funny thing is that even though they're giving people medication for these hallucinations, they're still seeing the ghosts. They're seeing their loved ones coming in, the spirits, regardless of the medication, because they're not hallucinations. I have, for instance, of a blind lady that I would be happy to share with you if you like.
Yeah, please. Let's hear it.
Okay, I had a lady that I call Edna in my book, and she was totally blind. She'd been totally blind for 10 years, no shadows, nothing. She could see absolutely nothing. And she was on an active decline. She'd been placed on my unit, and I didn't know her that well. She'd only been there a couple of weeks, but her family came to the nurse's station, and they said to me, Mom's talking to people in the room that aren't there. And I thought to myself, I knew to expect this, but of course I couldn't say that to them. And I'm like, well, let me walk down with you to your mom and see if there's something that she needs to make her more comfortable. So to comfort them more so than her, I walked with them down there because they wanted addressed. And she was laying at a slant, which most people usually are, laying at a slant, and she was reaching up into the air, actually trying to, it was like she was reaching for something very delicate, like something was being handed to her that was very, very fragile, like a snowflake.
Yeah.
Or something, and she was smiling. She was very pleased with what she was doing. And I asked her, I said, Edna, I said, who's here? And she said, George, and it just so happened that her husband's name was George.
It wasn't me. Wasn't me.
No. And so the daughter immediately turned as white as a sheet, and she had to sit down, and she said, well, George is my father. And my father's been gone for X amount of years. And then Edna pipes up again, and she says, he's glad that you're taking good care of Pixie. Well, Pixie was Edna's poodle. And when Edna's husband, George, passed away, the son had to take possession of Pixie because Edna, being blind, wasn't able to care for the dog. And the son was telling me the story, and he said, well, I have Pixie. And Pixie at that point was like 15 years old, but still very much alive. And he said, well, do you think that my mom's hallucinating? And, of course, you just can't come out and say, no, I don't think your mom's hallucinating. I think that your deceased father is standing here in the room with you type thing. So I always turn it around. And I said to him, well, do you think that she's hallucinating? And he says, well, I don't know. And I said, well, do you mind if I try something? I said, I'm not trying to change your belief system. I'm not trying, anything to make you, think differently or feel uncomfortable. But would you mind if I try something? And he said, no. And I said to Edna, Edna, can I ask George a question? And she nodded her head yes. And I said, George, what color is your son's shirt? Now, keep in mind that Edna can't see anything, nothing at all.
Right.
And Edna said, yellow. And he was wearing a yellow Ralph Lauren polo shirt. And in that moment, the son got it. He's like, hi, Dad. He realized that the father was there. The thing about people when they're getting ready to transition is because those filters efface, they're able to hear the telepathy, which is how the spirit world communicates, is through telepathy. They're able to hear that through the filters that are effacing, as well as they can hear the embodied humans. And a lot of times they can convey messages. People don't realize that if a spirit is present in the room, which is important, they can ask a question to that spirit, and that spirit can answer through the person that is transitioning.
That is remarkable. Now
And not only that, talking about hallucinations, how can a blind person hallucinate? They can't see.
They can't see.
They so how can that be a hallucination?
Of the houses you've owned or have been participating in, which one was the townhouse?
Okay, the townhouse is the new book that I have coming out. It's called 111 Beckedon Drive. I was in a position.
Is that number 3 or 4?
That was. I have 4 books out. This will be the 3rd book to the Omnipresent series, which will be book number 5 in the total writing that I've written so far.
Okay, and the 4th house that we were talking about that you inherited, that's not the townhouse.
No, and that's a book that I'm actually in the process of writing right now that'll be coming out next year.
Well, tell us about the townhouse now. What's going on there?
Okay, the townhouse, I was renting a house, trying to save up money to purchase a new home, and the townhouse, I was living in another place, and I had planned on staying there for several years, but the people decided to sell it. So, and of course, I did not want to buy that. I wanted to buy something different. So I ended up being put into a position where I had a very short time to find a place to move. And when I was notified, giving my 30 days notice that they were selling and that I needed to move, I was on vacation in Florida at the time. So I for a whole week. So by the time I got home, I had literally 14 days to find a place to move and still have that week left on the end to get out. So I started looking online. Everything, of course, was very expensive, and it was during the summer, towards the end of the summer months, so most of the places were taken. And I found this townhouse. There was a row of 10 townhouses side by side. And I never lived in a place that was connected like that before to understand how spirits work inside of an area, inside of like an apartment complex or homes like villas that are connected side by side. So I did a virtual viewing on it, and it was an older building that had been totally renovated, which, of course, any kind of renovations, if there are spirits in the house that are existing there, lost souls they can be called, or they're disembodied souls that maybe haven't crossed over, are usually the ones that are sleeping in the walls or that get disturbed with any kind of renovations.
Hold on for a second, Lynn. We'll have you finish the story when we come back.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
Couldn't live without it.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Classic Cuts.
Steve Miller wrote most of his band's hits, but one of them actually came from someone else.
Well, Jet Airliner was a song that was written by Paul Pino, who's a really great guitar player and songwriter who should have had a big-time career but had a lot of bad luck. And we got together and worked on this song, and it's the song that we usually close the show with. The audience really loves it.
Paul Pena's Jet Airliner was in the top 10 in July of '77.
Oh, big old jet.
Make plans to stay up late tonight for Coast to Coast AM.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm George Norrie, off on assignment on this beautiful fall weekend, and filling in for me is our friend Ian Punnett and his guests, followed by those special Friday night into Saturday morning open line calls on Coast to Coast AM.
Drink coffee now for Coast to Coast AM later. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I believe for every drop the rain falls, a flower grows. I believe that somewhere in the darkest night a candle glows. I believe for everyone who goes astray, someone will come to show the way. I believe of the storm's smallest prayer, and she'll be heard. I believe someone in the grave somewhere hears every word. Every time I hear newborn baby cry, or touch a leaf, or see the sky, then I know why.
From the gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll open up the phone lines next hour and chat with Lynn Monet about her hauntings and paranormal experiences, so make sure you're part of the program for that. ParanormalDate.com, that's the site to go to meet people. 635 people to go to hit 176,000 people at ParanormalDate.com.
At ParanormalDate.com, you meet the most fantastic people.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hi, I'm Jennifer. What brings you here?
Yeah, I'm here to meet someone who understands me.
How so?
Well, I'm into UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, the paranormal, that kind of stuff. But can't seem to find anyone who gets it.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Tom. I gotta go.
Okay, guess that's not your cup of tea. You sure?
Very. Good luck with that.
I can't meet anyone when I'm out, and I really can't find a website for my unique interests. What is one to do?
Have you thought about ParanormalDate.com?
What? Who are you?
I'm a paranormal matchmaker, and it's ParanormalDate.com. It's a website for people looking for people like them. Stuff you like, remember?
Interesting. I'll give it a try.
Well, let's try this again.
Hi, I'm Tom.
Hey, I'm Deb. Your profile on ParanormalDate.com looked very interesting. So you really saw a UFO?
Well, yeah. It was so intense, but not as intense as meeting you.
You're an alien chasing flirt, but I kind of like it.
Wow, this ParanormalDate.com thing really works.
Maybe ParanormalDate.com is for you. People with an interest in things they hear on George's show find their match daily. So if you're looking for that special someone with an interest in UFOs, ghosts, aliens, Bigfoot, conspiracy theories, and, of course, the paranormal, come to the dating site Inspired by George Norrie. It's always free to search, and if you decide to upgrade to our amazing new features, use promo code GEORGE for a great discount. ParanormalDate.com. You are not alone.
Being a victim of identity theft can create lasting negative effects, and these include damage to your credit rating, employment background checks being compromised, jeopardizing your ability to pay bills on time. It's so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easy with LifeLock. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock, though. Join now and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code GEORGE. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. And when you're there, use promo code GEORGE for 25% off.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
I always have my radio on at work.
News, talk, sports, entertainment. Total Radio. News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with Lynn Monet. Her website is her name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Her latest book is called Colors of Heaven, Beginnings Never End. She's working on other books as well, as she's been talking about. Lynn, let's go back to this townhouse. And it's difficult to clean a townhouse when it's connected to another building, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I had never experienced this before. And part of the reason for that is because the spirits can exit from a house while you're clearing it into the next door neighbor's house or even 10 houses down for that.
And then come back, right?
That's right. So it's kind of a game. It's like, oh, gee, well, they're here and they're doing this, so we'll just go 3 doors down until they're finished and come back. And yes, and that's the case. So normally, and in the case of this house being the 10 units of townhouses that were connected side by side, there was a resident ghost. There was actually more than one that didn't really want people there. When I found the place, because it was almost at the end of the 14 days, I contacted them to make an appointment to go and see it. I looked through it virtually. I didn't get to normally go in and I have a little routine that I do to go in, because even though I see spirits a lot of the time, most of them, even in the home that I'm living now, they just are crossing through. So it's not an issue. There's nothing stuck. But I still go in prepared to look for anything that is stuck, because, of course, I don't want to be there with something stuck.
Sure.
Or I know that I need to go in and try to remove it, which in the case of some cases, which I just found out with this fourth house, sometimes things can't be removed. So, because they're different. But I'll tell you a little bit more.
Well, Lynn, how do we know that these entities aren't following you wherever you go?
You know, that is a good question. I'm sure that I do have a lot of them that do follow me, but the reason why I think that these particular ones are not following, because I'm sure that I do have guides and special, even, my family members and things from the other side that do come around close. They can be 6 places simultaneously at one time, and a lot of things that I have for my protection, because the spirits, when they are disembodied souls, they still resemble what they looked like when they were in human form, and these appear different each time. So in the case of this building, when I had gone to see the house finally, it was on the day that I was supposed to meet with the manager to sign the lease. I had already been approved. I had already done everything, but I didn't get a chance to really go through and feel the building. And of course, the ghosts, they're curious, but they will exit, and they usually wait about 24 hours to 40 hours before they start showing themselves.
Mm-hmm. They hold back, don't they?
Yes, they do. They're sneaky. So, and plus, they're not used to people being able to see them. So, I have a tendency when I go in, I guess I'm kind of like a light bulb going in. So a lot of times I will attract things, but in this case, I didn't have a lot of time to go in sensory. It was, I'm meeting her there. I see that it's a decent place. It's in my price range. I have 1 week to get my stuff out of the other place and moved into this place. So I went ahead and I signed. And I noticed that the townhouse, even though it had been newly renovated, that it still kind of needed to be cleaned. I mean, it looked like the people that had moved out, that they hadn't like cleaned the bathrooms or the appliances and stuff. And
they just left. They just left.
They just left. And so I asked the agent, I said, when is this going to be cleaned so I can actually start moving my stuff in? And she assured me that afternoon that they would have a cleaning crew come in and that they would clean it. And I'm like, okay, well, great. I'll continue to pack. I'll start bringing my stuff over and tomorrow or whatever. And so the next day I go over, and I've got my van stuffed with boxes, and I'm getting ready to carry them in, and I'm putting them on the carpeted areas. But then when I go into the kitchen, I notice that the stove is still dirty. The refrigerator hasn't been cleaned. There are even dirty dishes left inside of the dishwasher.
Oh, I hate that.
There before, yeah. So then I went up to the bathroom, and even their toiletries were still in the drawers, and it looked like somebody had put cleaner on the toilet but had not wiped it off, kind of thing. So I called the management company, and I said, look,
Did these people flee quickly?
It sounded like it. So I mentioned to the management company, and that's when I found out that even though the place had newly been renovated and supposedly I was the first one there was actually a couple that had stayed there for a couple of months before me and then left. And that's why it looked like somebody had kind of been living there when it should have looked more like brand new.
Might they have seen the haunting and got scared and just got out of there?
I come to find out that the whole building was haunted, and once I got moved in there and started talking with other people were reluctant, but they were coming forward with experiences, and some of them were terrified.
Well, what did the cleaning lady tell you? There was a story about that.
Yes. When I was driving over, because the house wasn't cleaned, they finally got in touch with the cleaning lady. The cleaning lady called me to set up a time. And she literally told me on the phone, and she said, I am so, so sorry that I did not finish cleaning your townhouse. And she said, I need to warn you of something.
Oh, boy, here we go.
Yep. She says, I've already signed on the lease. So I'm like, and also just to back up a little bit, while I was waiting for them to come that day, when I went back the second day with my boxes, I did unload them into the house. But I wasn't planning on using any of the things until they were cleaned. So while I'm in the master bedroom of this townhouse, out of my peripheral vision, I see this little girl. It was a ghost of a little girl standing in the doorway watching me put away my clothes in the closet and shoes. And she was a beautiful little girl. So anyway, when the maid contacted me and she said to me that she needed to warn me of something, and she said to me, she said, I know that this is going to sound weird and you're probably going to think that I'm crazy, but do not move into that apartment.
Oh. Did she tell you why?
Yes. She said, I know, she said, I know that this sounds crazy, she said, but that place is haunted. She said, the whole building, but especially the one that you are moving into and the one next door to yours is the worst.
So what did you end up doing, Lynn?
Well, of course, I called the management company. And the thing was, too, is when I went through the house with the agent, I just want to back up a little bit, and I went to sign the lease just on a whim. I said to the agent, I said, if this house turns out to be haunted, will that break my lease? I want to know that will break my lease and that I can move. And she looked at me funny, and she's like, really haunted? I said, yes. I purchased a haunted house previously that was so badly haunted. I wrote a book about it, and I was never able to move in there. I said I had to turn around and sell it. I said, so I want to make sure that this time, because I'm going to be stuck living here. I don't have time to look for any place else to go. I want to make sure that if I move in here and there's some issue with ghosts in this house, that I have an option to leave. And she kind of chuckled, and she says, well, yeah, we work with people if they have to move out early. So after speaking to the maid and after her telling me about my apartment in particularly. I called the management company and I said to them, you're aware that this building is haunted, because the maid told me, because I asked her, I said, did you mention to management about the fact that this
and the maid was not somebody you hired. They hired her, right?
Yes, they hired her, and she said yes, that she had mentioned it, and that they always would kind of laugh at her because she was an empath and had sensory gifts.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I called them, I told them, I said, I need to get my money back and break my lease. I mean, at that point, I was going to go put my stuff in storage and stay in a hotel or a friend's house until I could find someplace else to go. And, of course, they told me that a haunting, they laughed at me. They said a haunting is not grounds for breaking your lease. And I said, well, according to the agent, it is. And they said, well, that agent no longer works here.
And it wasn't in writing, right?
Well, and it wasn't in writing because of, it was something that I had mentioned to her. And so anyway, and plus, how do you have proof of that? So, of course, they told me that the agent wasn't working there any longer. And then 2 weeks later, the management company changed. And talking to the neighbors, not only did the neighbors switch out frequently, but the management companies, like in the past year, they had 4 different management companies come through there so that nobody could remember what the previous one said and was responsible, to follow through with whatever that was. So I ended up getting stuck living there. And the place immediately next door to me that was also supposed to be the worst one that was haunted was empty at the time. They were doing renovations on that. I did end up meeting the people that ended up moving in there who were talking, who would come out and they would smoke their cigarettes because they weren't allowed to smoke inside. They would come out and sit by the front door and they'd smoke their cigarettes. And I kind of built up a rapport with them. And so I made mention of the ghost in the house. And because they were asking, I had my partner Bill come and help clear out the apartment. We finally found a way to seal off, because when you have something that's connected, even though you clear it and neutralize the negativity and possibly even get the spirits out or any whatever else could be in there, you have to be able to seal off the perimeters of your living space so that nothing can come back through, back into the space. And we actually found a way to do that, but it made it worse in everybody else's apartments. So I was speaking to the people that live next door, and I made mention about the sign. There was a sign that was for rent that was posted in front of the buildings, of course, and somebody had taken a black marker and wrote "haunted" on the for rent sign for the whole building. And I looked at it, and my neighbor was sitting there, and I said, "Oh, wow, look at that." I said, somebody actually wrote "haunted" on the for rent sign. And he looked at me, and he said, "Yeah." He says, "There's some weird things that have been going on in my place." And I said, "Really?" And I kind of told him about what I had experienced, about the some of the things that the maid had told me when she did call me. She did mention the little girl, and I said, "Well, I've seen her." I said, "But I know how to get her out. I can cross her over. That part's not a problem." And she said, "No, it's not her that's the problem. It's the mumbling man in the bathroom." Well, it just so happened when I was putting my things away in the kitchen there, I kept hearing this mumbling. But the window of the kitchen was to the front of the building where the parking area was, and there were people always walking up and down the sidewalk or pulling in with their cars or walking past exercising. So I thought that it was maybe somebody talking on their phone kind of low. I didn't realize it until she mentioned the mumbling man. And there was this creepy tall man in there that I actually got a picture of. And I actually sent it. Your guys have it, but it was not appropriate to post it because this particular spirit was not wearing clothes.
Ah.
So, yeah, and this spirit would go from townhouse to townhouse, tapping on people's nightstands, pulling off their covers. He would disturb women in their sleep. In particularly, it didn't matter if it was male or female, because even in the case my son was living in the house with us too, would fluff his hair. It got to the point where he would tell them to leave him alone, and then they'd start tapping on the nightstand, I had them tapping on my nightstand.
Was this somebody who may have died there, Lynn, some time ago?
You know, by the way that the man appeared, he appeared to be like an old farmer type person.
Now, what's an old farmer doing in a relatively new townhouse?
Well, this was an older building, but you know, it's not about the house. It's about the age of the ground that it's built on, and you don't know what was there before. And a lot of these spirits, Indian spirits and spirits like that, are stuck there from centuries ago because of whatever is related to the ground.
Or what if it was built over a cemetery?
Oh, my goodness. Yes, exactly. Or a burial or Indian burial ground. Definitely. You know, you just never, even a brand new house can be haunted if it's built in the wrong place.
Sure. Have you been able to clear every house you work in?
You know, this is where we're coming into the fourth house. No, I have not. I recently ran into an issue, as I had made mention. My sister unexpectedly passed away recently, and I inherited her house. So in Louisiana, so I had been going to the house, and of course, when somebody passes away, there is a heavier flow of spirits, but it's more so spirits that are coming from the other side that have crossed over, like relatives and things like that. You'll see, I saw my father, and my sister, of course, presented in her home a couple of times, but there was this other issue in the house, that there was also this being that was changing shape. There was shift changing. And I noticed one time I was sitting in the living room, and it looked like my father presented, but it didn't have the feel. And he was in these ugly golf pants that he used to wear and this shirt. And I thought to myself, why on earth would you be wearing that on the other side? That was so ugly even in this lifetime.
It's ugly this time. Why make it worse on the other side,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Who wants, why would you wear something like that? And of course, I was upstairs then in my sister's room, and I noticed that there was a picture of my dad exactly in that outfit. So because even seeing her present in the house, the feeling was off. It didn't feel like her. So I knew that something was shift changing. And so I thought, okay, well, we have a ghost in the house that's a trickster, or maybe a low-level poltergeist or something like that. And I didn't feel any demonic activity. And people sometimes confuse poltergeist with demons, and they are different. So I contacted some people and to see if I could get somebody to come and help me clear it. And of course, no people were available. So when my son came, we went through bells and whistles, not literally bells and whistles, but we did our ritual to absolutely blast it out of the house, and it didn't work. My son and I are in the house upstairs, and all of a sudden we see this thing that's about under 3 feet tall, say maybe 2.5 to 3 feet tall, walk past both of us. And my son says, well, Hogwarts just passed by. And I said, you saw that? I said, yeah, it does look like Hogwarts. It looks like the little banker on Harry Potter, the Hogwarts, with the nose and the little short, stubby body walking past. And then it came back past us the opposite direction, heading towards the third bedroom. And I said, yeah, he just passed by again. He said, yeah, I know, I saw him. Then the little thing comes back a third time, but this time there's ectoplasm forming in the hallway where he left, and there are these faces.
Well, let's talk about this little thing when we come back, Lynn, then we'll take phone calls too.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152.
Greece is cheap.
But the airfare costs a fortune.
Paris?
Not much closer, and again, airfare...
What about Puerto Vallarta?
Let's face it, flying anywhere is just too expensive.
Wait, what's this? Low-cost airlines.
With one call to low-cost airlines, you'll drastically slash your travel costs. We're talking insanely low airline prices to any of your favorite destinations. Where would you like to go? London, Rome, Costa Rica, Australia?
Wow, that's cheap.
So why wait? Call now to learn how crazy cheap it is to fly anywhere in the U.S. or international. Our prices are so low, we can't publish them. The only way to get them is to call to instantly hear the most amazing best deals on airline travel. It's that easy. So call now.
800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. 800-222-0511. Again, that's 800-222-0511.
At your service since 1951, News Talk KRMS Osage Beach and KRMS FM HD3 Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Tom Foti in Washington, the site of a rare Oval Office address by President Biden, speaking of wars in the Middle East and in Eastern Europe and what he sees as America's involvement in them.
I'm Peter King. Hours after his return from Israel,
we cannot give up on peace.
President Biden has asked Congress for a $100 billion military aid package to help Ukraine and Israel fight off Russia and Hamas, respectively.
We're going to make sure Iron Dome continues to guard the skies over Israel.
With Mr. Biden saying the security of both countries is important to that of the U.S. and other democracies. Peter King, CBS News.
The high tension in the Middle East has the State Department putting out a rare worldwide alert for American citizens traveling overseas. Also, federal law enforcement officials warning of potential threats right here in the U.S.
The intelligence bulletin details reports of physical assaults, bomb threats, and online calls for mass casualty attacks. A separate alert from New York City police identifies an uptick in violent neo-Nazi messaging online and finds foreign terrorists like al-Qaeda are calling on followers to attack Americans and Western Europeans.
Correspondent Catherine Herridge. 2 weeks and counting, the House of Representatives has no speaker, meaning no action on not only the president's aid request, but anything else either. After 2 failed votes, House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan first said he did not want a third vote. Now he does.
Jordan met behind closed doors with some of those Republicans who are not in his camp. And as those Republicans left the meeting, they told us they're still not in his camp. I mean, this opposition feels bulletproof, which makes a very cloudy picture in the future.
Congressional correspondent Scott McFarland. Back in the U.S. after defecting to North Korea.
Army Private Travis King is facing 8 charges. Documents obtained by CBS News show they include desertion, assaulting other soldiers and officers, and soliciting and possessing child pornography. His sudden bolt into North Korea came after he had been released from a South Korean prison on July 10th, where he had served nearly 2 months on assault charges.
Correspondent Jennifer Kuiper. Halloween's usually a pretty good time to advertise big studio movies and sell related merchandise, but not this year. Striking film and TV actors want to do nothing of the sort. Monica Ricks reports.
The Screen Actors Guild just announced new rules for Halloween costumes on picket lines, and basically any popular characters on TV shows and movies are out, from Barbie
You look unrecognizable. Ridiculous.
to Wednesday Addams and even Marvel superheroes.
On the Health Watch, Harvard medical researchers warn that eating more than 1 serving of red meat a week, well, that could increase your chances of developing type 2 diabetes. Overseas markets are lower. This is CBS News.
You need to hire?
Indeed is with you every step of the way, helping you attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. A Huntington Beach, California man with a home at the Lake of the Ozarks appears by video in Camden County Associate Circuit Court and enters a not guilty plea. Adam Ramirez is formally charged in connection to a July boating accident with 2 counts of boating while intoxicated, serious physical injury, and 5 counts of BWI physical injury. After posting a $100,000 bond in September, Ramirez made his video appearance and waived formal arraignment on Monday. His next scheduled court date for a case review is set for November 27th. The court has approved that Ramirez and his attorney can appear again via video. Longtime coach and former Camden football star Jeff Shore is recognized by the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame Wednesday during the annual Fall Sports Luncheon. Jeff's friends, coaches, and even former opponents on the field made appearances to celebrate his inclusion into the 2023 Elite 11. Jeff is the son of Hall of Fame inductee Bob Shore, for whom Camden's football stadium is named, and the father of recent Camden football grads Bear and Bo Shore. Head to our website, krmsradio.com, to listen to some comments from fellow Lakers. A metal shop building along Stoutland Creek Road in Camden County is damaged by fire. Personnel from the Tri-County, Mid-County, and Crocker fire districts responded to the blaze shortly before 3 o'clock Monday afternoon. Upon arrival, it was discovered that the medium-sized shop was about 30% involved. An attack was initiated and other responding units under the general alarm were canceled, and the fire was brought under control in about 40 minutes. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is sponsored by Jennings Insurance Group. Visit JenningsInsuranceGroup.com.
Medicare health insurance plans are making some changes this year in Central Missouri. In some cases, significant changes. Jennings Insurance Group has helped thousands of your Lake area neighbors understand their coverage choices over the past 13 years. If you want an experienced agent to help you, call us today. We have several trained, licensed agents ready to serve you. Jennings Insurance Group. We want you to have the best possible coverage and the knowledge to use it. Call or stop by today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Michael Cotter with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Well, mostly clear skies this early morning, a low around 49. Friday looks sunny, high near 73. Friday night will be clear, low around 54. Saturday warms up to 75 with sunny skies. Saturday night will be mostly clear, low around 45. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the Shootout is 70 degrees, and the temperature at the studio is, right now, it's 46 degrees.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
How did I get here? Letting the days go by. Let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by. Water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime. Water flowing underground. And you may ask yourself, how do I work this? And you may ask yourself, where is that large automobile? And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful house. And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful wife. Letting the days go by. Let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by. Water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime. Water flowing underground.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And paranormal consultant Lynn Monet with us. After we talk about this fourth inherited house, we will get to your calls on Coast to Coast AM. Well, you know, it's still October, but the holidays are going to come up really fast. And before your life goes into overdrive with the holidays, protect your home with Simply Safe Home Security, and you can get a brand new system today for, listen to this, 40% off. It's a great system. Experts love Simply Safe. It was named the best home security system of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. Simply Safe is comprehensive protection for the entire home with advanced sensors that detect break-ins, fires, floods, and more, plus high-definition cameras for both inside and out. It's powered by a 24/7 professional monitoring for less than $1 a day, half the cost of traditional home security. And with new 24/7 lifeguard protection with the Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, monitoring agents can actually see and speak to intruders, helping stop crime in real time. A powerful technology exclusively from Simply Safe, and you can shut the camera lens off anytime you are home. Satisfaction is backed by Simply Safe's money-back guarantee. Try Simply Safe for 60 days risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for an entire full refund. For a limited time, save 40% on any new system with a Fast Protect plan. Visit simplysafenori.com. That's simplysafenori.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. And that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Around the house, at work, in the car, news, weather, traffic, and sometimes they make me laugh.
News Talk KRMS, now heard in high definition on 93.5 HD3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Lynn Monet with us. And before we go to calls, let's talk about this fourth house, which you still own, Lynn?
Yes, I still own. I'm still in the process of clearing out. The guest is still there. The unwanted guest is still there. What we found out that it was, as I had made mention, that the hallway started to fill up with the ectoplasm, and then these wreath of spirit faces were in the hallway, and this thing seemed to be having them follow along almost like bobbing balloons is how it looked. So I reached out to a friend of mine that does remote viewing. Actually, I called two of them so that one could verify the other, and they had never been to the house. And the remote viewer did come in, and both of them, what they said, paralleled each other, that there was an elemental, which I have never, ever dealt with. I've never even thought of ever that would ever be an issue, that there was a troll-like elemental in the house that had been there since before religion, so any of the type of spiritual cleansing that we did would not be effective on an elemental, and he wasn't leaving. You can't make the elemental leave. Either you have to leave, or you have to find a way to pacify it, or you have to live with it, and it's not good to live with them because they do have a negative pull, just the same way as disembodied souls do. And of course, this particular elemental carried disembodied souls with him that he kind of collected for his entertainment and to draw energy off of, I found out. But what I was told is as the remote viewers looked into the house, they talked about several rooms in the house that there's no way that they could have known about, and they were exactly correct. And they talked about the fact that there was something in the house in a bedroom upstairs that was drawing the this troll type thing. They called it a Bogart type thing, and that it was coming into the house from the ground through a portal in a room behind the kitchen, which there was a family room behind the kitchen that actually had a storage area underneath the stairs, which was the portal that it was coming through.
Jesus.
That went up to the third floor.
This thing was determined, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And I actually went upstairs into the third bedroom, and I found this rock that was about as big as my hand with my fingers spread out. It was a good-sized rock, and it was this ugly rock that I had noticed in the room before that I almost threw out because I'm like, my sister collected crystals and things, but it was like, why would she have this really ugly rock in the house? I couldn't understand why it was there, but it turned out that rock was what that elemental was coming into the house for. So I was told by one of the people that did the remote viewing to take the rock and to take it back outside, and we placed it inside of a shedded area because he said that since the elemental now is used to coming into the house, it kind of likes coming into the house, so they need to give it its separate area. But that's what it turned out to be. And
did that work?
It did leave outside of the house, but we've had, and I know this, people that have experienced elementals before will, that are listening will understand. Those that have not, this is an education because sometimes it may not be a demon or a ghost. You may have an elemental in your house. So we've had to negotiate with it. We've had to offer it baked goods, literally, out there by the rock, rum, tobacco, things that type of elemental likes. And we made an agreement with it that if you need to stay out of the house and we will supply you with this. And it just so happened that it did work. It stayed out there. One humorous thing did happen right before we left the house. Within like 24 hours, we ended up having to stay a little bit longer because there was a leak in the plumbing on a holiday. I had to have a plumber come in. So we had told it that we were leaving that day. When we came back into the house, we could hear it grumbling, and it sounded like the Tasmanian devil on Bugs Bunny, on that cartoon he would grumble under his breath. So you would hear it grumbling, and it would leave little dirt trails. Yeah, and I kept wondering why there were these little dirt trails in the house periodically that I would come across. I'm like, I just swept that. So how could that be there? But this thing was drawing those things in, and a Bogart was coming through. So we had to, again, let this thing know that we were going to be staying an additional day and that he needed to stay out in the shed with his rock. We gave him a bell. This is what we were told to do, and it did work, ironically. But the thing was, is I overheard my son, he was carrying heavy items out to the truck, and all of a sudden I hear all of these F-bombs flying. And I thought my son had hurt himself, so I immediately go to the front door to see if he's dropped something on himself or he's hurt himself, and I open the door.
Don't say it on the air, whatever you do.
No, of course not. That's why I won't. And he's standing right there, and I said, what happened? I said, are you okay? I kept hearing F-bombs being dropped, and he said, that wasn't me. And I said, well, it sounded like a man. I thought that it was you. And he said, no, that wasn't me. He said, that little thing is out in the front yard while my son was carrying the things out there, and he said that there were a lot of spirits in the yard as well. So, again, we redirected him back. But the next morning, when we were packed up to leave, my son had both of the cars idling. He was kind of charging the battery on his car, and he was trying to hook up my phone charger so that I could have my phone charging on the way home. And all of a sudden, I come outside as well. And we had promised the elemental that if he stayed out of the house, that we would leave him with something when we went to leave. And I could hear, again, F-bombs being dropped because this was like its favorite word. And so I went to my son in the truck and I said, why are you, dropping F-bombs again. He said, that's not me. And all of a sudden, we both hear repeated F-bombs. That little thing was literally standing in the doorway of that shed that we left him, and he was calling to us because he wanted to make sure that we didn't leave without leaving him his treat.
Well, when you were leaving the treats, did you see them, let's say you were leaving them like a fifth of something, I would assume, right?
Right. Well, we left him a beignet. We left him some rum one day.
Did he take them?
You know,
I mean, did they disappear, or did the drinks dwindle down?
Everything would disappear. A lot of times the cup would be tipped over onto the ground, and they can shift change. From what I've learned, they can shift change into animals. The animal then eats the item that the Bogart has shifted into or has become one with.
Let's just
That's what I found out, because literally, because I'm like, oh, it must be a raccoon or a possum, you know, that's coming in to eat it. But then I started reading about them, and I started asking people that were familiar with elementals, and they said, yes, they do. They shift change. They can shift change into appear like people. They can shift change to appear like animals. And yes, that enables them to be able to partake in the treat that you've left.
Let's go to the phones west of the Rockies. Brian in Great Falls, Montana, to get us started. Hey, Brian, go ahead.
Hey, how are you guys doing tonight?
Okay, Brian.
Thanks for letting me be on the show.
Sure thing.
I had a question. I have this spirit, I guess, that's kind of been with me my entire life. And listening, is her name Lynn?
Yes.
Okay. Listening to Lynn about the elementals, it's kind of like, I don't really know, but it's like I have dreams about this little girl at like certain times, like that are close to like a family member's death or something that happens that's not good. But I've also had visits from a little girl also in person that has been really weird, unknown who she was kind of thing.
Is it scary for you, Brian, or is it pleasant?
You know, it's a little eerie.
Would you prefer that the spirit left you alone?
At times, yeah.
So how does he get rid of it, Lynn?
Well, for one thing, if it is a disembodied soul, a lot of times they don't realize that they are dead, and you can tell them that they are dead. If you notice with disembodied souls, like you're talking about the little girl, a lot of times they're looking forward or they're looking down or side to side, but you don't usually run across a spirit that is looking upward. So when they tend to lose their way. So if you do have a soul in your home that you would like to help cross over, which it sounds like this little girl needs some help crossing over. It sounds like she's more earthbound than already. When they cross over, they can come back and forth freely, and it's never unpleasant. But when they're earthbound, they do have a negative pull about them that will make you feel uncomfortable, and you simply need to tell her that she is dead and to look up and reconnect. And the cord, there's a cord that we're all connected to, and when a spirit chooses at the time of death not to cross over, which they have that choice, eventually the cord kind of, it fades over time, but yet there's still a connection, but it's just not as visible, if that makes sense. So if they look upward, that cord kind of connects with them, and it'll immediately help them to transition upward. So a lot of times, too, you'll be looking at a spirit, and when you tell them, look up and connect with your cord, they'll all of a sudden just, poof, be gone.
Cornelius is with us in Louisiana. Hello there, Cornelius.
Hey there, George. Boy, you got the best guests and the best callers in the world. Miss Lynn Monet. I knew some Monets, but they happen to be African-American. I am, too. They call me the God, Guns, and Gold Man, the Bible, Bullets, and Beans Man. And I was just telling Donna, the call screener, and I told George, and he's seen it, when I was in our city council meeting in Alexandria, Louisiana. You can go to YouTube, Cornelius Lawson White on YouTube. August the 8th of 2023 in our Alexandria, Louisiana city council meeting, you'll hear this demon talking while I'm trying to talk about my dead dad. He passed away. He was a Korean War vet, passed away in December 2020 from COVID-19. Now I'm going to tell you some strange things. Inside the house where I live at now, it's just me now because my mom passed in 2012 of multiple myeloma, which is a blood cancer. So the first thing that went out was his TV a month from his death, January the 13th, because he died December 13th. The TV went out. Over the years, all his electronic products, even this cell phone that I've been on, it's cut out. When I've tried to call in to George, I've had to power it up. And the tubs, we got 2 tubs. One was in my mom and dad's room, and one was for the guests that would come stay over here. I cut the water on both, just let it run a little bit, because you want to let them run. Those valves froze, so I got water constantly rolling. So about 2 weeks ago, and the city knows this, I told them I can't cut the water off. I got to get a plumber over here. I've been paying $600 a month, a utility bill.
For water?
No, it's more than that for the water. But I've been personally paying that because I knew I had a problem. And so they cut my power off about 2 Mondays ago. So I went to the city council meeting this past Tuesday, and October 31st is going to be our next meeting. They've been cutting off people's power all over the city for a little bit of nothing. But I've been paying my bill, but the water ran it up to like $2,000 or $3,000 because it's constantly running. And I couldn't cut it off. But it's strange because they say the Holy Spirit is water. So do you think my dad is trying to send me some kind of signal or something?
Not for the amount of money that you're having to pay for money for the thing. He would send you messages in another way that wouldn't be like that. The house is also the house that I was talking about is also in Louisiana. It's in Abbeville, and I've been having similar things happen with water and electricity, like what you're talking about. You could very well also have one of these elementals at your house. Usually when and you were mentioning, too, about the electronics and things. They also draw on that. A lot of times these spirits, they like to be recognized but not exposed, so they will interfere with telephones and computers and lights and TVs and all of those things, draining them or turning them on and off, making them beep, making sounds. I actually had a show not too long ago with somebody where there was actually a deep sigh right in the middle of the program that everybody heard. That came from nowhere. So it obviously came from somewhere, but it sounds to me like you have something more going on with the ground, with the energy of the ground, or something else that you have going on there. I don't think that your father would signal you in that way. But no, he wouldn't.
He wouldn't cost him money, would he?
No. They don't have to do that. He would find other ways to come to you, and your father is around you, by the way.
Yeah, he's always known that, I think, too. That's a good observation, Lynn. That's crazy. I don't know why you didn't get a plumber in earlier.
Well, with me, I mean, the plumbing started leaking when we left. The sink was, but I've come to find out that if somebody does have an elemental on their property, they can do that sort of thing. And I saw it firsthand, so I had never experienced anything before like that in my life, but you know what? Like I said, paranormal, nobody's an expert. We all keep on learning things, and this is something new to me.
Now, you're not a priest. You're not an exorcist. What techniques do you use to clean a house?
Most of the time, I go in with a fire element. The fire, there are several components that I use, of which I would share privately. I don't want to share on the radio. I will tell them how it works because I don't want somebody to try it at home and burn their house down.
Right.
So, but I do use my partner Bill and I. We go in and we use components to block the drains so that spirits can't exit. We usually prepare ourselves ahead of time to make sure that we are protected because, of course, we don't want anything to attach to us and go home with us because that can happen. So we prepare ourselves and we go in prepared. We usually ask people to exit the home because a lot of times their fear and negativity or the whispering of "did you see that" kind of thing draws the negativity, the negative behavior they feed off of. So it enables them to do more physical acts if there are spirits in the house. And when we go in, we are constantly battling that negativity and those spirits because they don't want us there. They don't want us to clear the house, and it's very, very exhausting when we're done because we constantly have to have like this so-called force field around us. But when we do go in, there is a fire component that we use, and if you think of fire, pulling in oxygen, spirits are in that realm of air, so to speak, so it pulls them into this burning pot method that we use and sucks them in, and they get stuck in the components that we use that are in the pan.
Lynn, we're going to take a break here and come back and take final calls with you in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
On my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer, and today we're going to do a tip on cluster tomatoes. Okay, backyard tomatoes are all about done, but cluster tomatoes are fantastic. Now, we've talked about these tomatoes before. These are the tomatoes that are attached to the stem. They're also called stem tomatoes. 4, 5, 6 tomatoes, all attached together. What makes these so great, besides growing in hot houses so they control the environment, they're still pulling nutrients from the stem. So the greener that stem is and the redder those tomatoes are, the better it's going to taste. Don't buy them green anyway, and don't buy them with the brown stem. Forget about it. Now what you want to do when you buy your tomatoes like that, one more thing, make sure they have that wonderful aroma. Simply bring them home and store them on the counter, and that's what you want to do. You do not want to store any tomatoes in the refrigerator at any time. Cluster tomatoes. If you want a great recipe of cluster tomato sauce, log on to TonyTantillo.com.
Make plans to stay up late tonight for Coast to Coast AM.
Happy Friday, everybody. I'm George Norrie, off on assignment on this beautiful fall weekend, and filling in for me is our friend Ian Punnett and his guests, followed by those special Friday night into Saturday morning open line calls on Coast to Coast AM.
Drink coffee now for Coast to Coast AM later. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes, more and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Smile, though your heart is aching. Smile, even though it's breaking. When there are clouds in the sky, you'll get by. If you smile through your fear and sorrow, smile and maybe tomorrow you'll see the sun come shining through for you. Light up your face with gladness. Hide every trace of sadness. Although a tear may be ever so near, that's the time you must keep on trying. Smile, what's the use of crying? You'll find that life is still worthwhile if you just smile.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the gateway to the west, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And we're going to come back in a moment and take final calls with Lynn Monet, so get ready for that. Beyond Belief, that's our television program, and we invite you to go to the website beyondbelief.com to sign up to watch those programs, and you can even move it onto your big screen, and it looks fantastic, beyondbelief.com. And our free YouTube channel up and running. All you have to do is go to YouTube, type in Coast to Coast AM Official. It's got to be like that. And then subscribe to our YouTube channel if you would. We've got over 500,000 members, and it's free, so take advantage of that. Now, here's something for your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your earlier age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer,